Someone will make the announcement at the beginning of
Good morning, Las Vegas. This is Danny Evan Carson.
Hi, Danny. This is Mark. We're just trying to get the TV turned on. We can hear you.
Very good. We can see you and hear you.
Good morning, Danny. We can't see you yet, but we look forward to seeing you in a moment.
Good morning, Jason. See you soon.
Hey, Danny, this is Ryan. Just seeing if they fixed the microphone I broke last time.
Good morning, Ryan. I don't know about that, but I can check with Sean. If you were using the one that you broke last meeting, then it sounds good now.
Sounds good.
It's cooperating evidence, right? We're talking a lot about cooperation.
Look at everyone's face when they were here.
I thought you were shut. There's probably see if you can just like head over to the Anderson's dollar store.
Why don't we start a little bit late? Is there?
Oh, let me get a plug-in thing. I'm serious. That's it.
Some plug-ins will need.
Also
Expensive.
I should appreciate your advocacy on HAPA education. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can see us.
Las Vegas, I have Sean here. We're working on your TVs from up here, too. Thanks, Jenny.
We see Sean. Can you see us, Danny?
Yeah, so we're looking right now at the audience. And you guys are looking at the audience. We're packed.
Actually, I can't all the time. Usually about things that are incredibly serious.
Yeah, yeah. Reboot the system. I forgot how to do that. Okay.
Hello again, Las Vegas. This is Danny. We are looking at your guys' audience view. You guys are looking at our audience view.
Well, standing room only there in the north, it looks like. So.
You should see the line out the door.
Okay, it's on. Flip the camera around to me.
So Las Vegas, if you guys want to change your camera, you're going to want to go to the move icon on the puck there.
Wait,
And then
hold
you're
on.
going to see a series of numbers. And you're going to want to select the number that pops up, probably the board table. Right now we see an empty chair microphone.
Wait, he's trying to talk to me right now. Hold on. Sorry, could you repeat that? I was on the phone with Sean.
Yeah, so you're going to want to go to the move icon on the life-size puck. And when you click that icon, you're going to see a series of numbers on the bottom of the screen. And those are your presets. And so you're going to want to select the one that probably goes to the board view.
I just want to let everybody know I usually like to start right on time, but we're going to start 15 minutes late to cure some of these technical difficulties and then to do something about the odor in this room. So it gets just
Minute break. Testing, testing. The camera didn't follow me. Testing, testing.
All right, Las Vegas, we can see you again. And it's the audience view here. Jason, can you do a test on your microphone, please, real quick, just to see?
Test, test. Hello, Danny. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, see you clearly as well.
All right, well, let's go ahead and call the meeting to order. Member Hinton, would you lead us in the pledge?
And salute. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Danny, can you do a roll call for me, please?
Member Hinton.
Present.
Member Moulton.
Here.
Member Corbett. Member Luna.
Member Luna stepped out for a moment, but she'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Member Kerner. Vice Chair McAdam.
Here.
Chair Guanasso.
Present. It appears we have a quorum, so we'll go ahead and proceed. Before we go into public comment, I just want to let everybody know, I typically like to follow the agenda from start to finish. We put a lot of time into setting up the agenda the way it is, and I typically only allow public comment at the beginning and the end. But because there's a couple of items of interest to a number of our schools, for item 6, dealing with compliance questionnaire, and for item 8, dealing with certain schools in the dealing with some of our schools and their NSPF ratings, and then item 9, the ACT Aspire. I'm going to open up additional public comment for those agenda items. So if you want to give public comment at the beginning, you're welcome to do that. And if you want to speak to those particular issues when they come up, you can do that as well. My intent is to make sure we have more comment rather than less, and so using my discretion to open those items up to additional comment so we can have a healthy discussion on those issues. So with that, we'll open it up to general public comment. Agenda item number 2, and Trevor Goodsell. Trevor, oh, you're going to wait, okay. And then the rest of the comment cards I have here are for 8B. Is that right? Okay. And Danny, we have anybody in the north that wants to give public comment at this time?
There is none up here.
Okay. Is there anybody that didn't fill out a card that wants to give public comment at this time? All right, hearing none, I'll close agenda item number 2 and move to agenda item number 3, approval of the August 24th, 2018 action minutes. This will be the time when we review and approve the minutes from our August 24th, 2018 board meeting. I'd like to start by saying again, whoever's doing the minutes now is doing a really good job kind of capturing what's been occurring at our meetings. And is that Aisha that's doing that? Yeah, so just pass on to her gratitude for the good work she's doing on the minutes. So does anybody have any changes or modifications to the minutes?
Mr. Chair, could you note for the record that Mr. Member Corbett has arrived?
Oh, thank you. Danny, can you note that Member Corbett is here?
Will do.
All right, thank you. All right, well, hearing no changes to the minutes, I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chair, I would move that we accept with approval of the August 24th, 2018 action minutes.
Do I have a second?
Member Hinton seconds.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, this next agenda item, just bear with me a second, is agenda item number 4. And I'm really excited about the opportunity to talk about this next agenda item. This is going to be the time when we recognize one of our own, Deputy Director Brian Scroggins. Many of you may not know, but Mr. Scroggins, or Director Scroggins, is really involved in the community. And as we head into the anniversary of the horrific events of almost a year ago today, of course, we want to remember those that we've lost and the families that were affected by that, and this community that was so dramatically affected. But we also want to take time to recognize some of our local heroes, and I would put Deputy Director Scroggins in that category of a local hero. The International Association of Emergency Managers has selected Deputy Director Scroggins as the 2018 National Emergency Management Volunteer of the Year. In the early mornings of October 2nd, Brian was asked by the City of Las Vegas Office of Emergency Management and the Clark County Fire Department to serve as a member of the Incident Command Team following the October 1 festival shooting. He was assigned to direct the spiritual care, the donation, logistics, and the volunteer management for the incident. He also assisted in opening the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center. If you take a look at the International Association of Emergency Managers website, it will tell you that they named Deputy Director Scroggins as the National Emergency Management Volunteer of the Year for, quote, providing many hours and exceptional assistance to emergency managers across all mission areas, most notably during his efforts related to the tragedy surrounding October 1st, 2017 shootings in Las Vegas, Nevada, and his exceptional contribution across the full spectrum of the emergency management, both before, during, and after the Route 91 Harvest Festival. So with that, on behalf of the board, I just want to thank you for your service and for being a local hero. Any comments?
Yeah, just real briefly, if I might. Actually, Board Member Luna came down to the Family Assistance Center as a volunteer with the Red Cross during that period of time. But, you know, it's important. I've heard the board and Director Gavin and our staff talk about how important it is to be involved in the community for the Charter Authority. And so I was asked probably a year and a half or so ago to sit on the local emergency planning committee. So I sat on there with the Clark County School District and all of the fire and police departments for the Las Vegas area. So that's kind of why I was called in to help them. But, you know, a lot of our schools experience trauma. A board member, again, Luna, and I yesterday were at a Crisis for Children workshop that was presented kind of in regards to the 1 October shooting, but about how our kids experience crisis in schools all the time. And I always wondered, with the service that we rendered, did we really touch our schools from what I do in the community? And I think it's good because we build relationships. And I've just got just a couple brief comments. One, at the CSAN conference on Friday, Mike Dang from our office and I were sitting having lunch with one of the teachers from one of our charter schools. And we started talking about 1 October, and this teacher talked about how that he had gone in to rescue his sister and other relatives that were at the concert. He talked about the carnage that was there. And he talked about how he had come down to the Family Assistance Center, which I was at, and how he had received the assistance he needed. And so I know that we're touching students and teachers and families in that way. One of our schools recently, our Las Vegas team went and visited one of our local schools, and we found out they're an at-risk and high-need school, and they found out that they needed some additional school support. So I was able to use my connections to reach in the community and to help them get diapers and food for these at-risk students. So again, we're doing a lot of good work, and obviously charter schools and education are, again, about education, but today there's just so much more with school safety. And so I just wanted to thank the board and Director Gavin and the staff for their support. And like I said, I thank Director Gavin for his leadership and allowing me to be involved in the community, because I think it's good for our schools and we're able to offer those supports. So thank you very much.
Before I let you go, I just want to make sure any other members have any comments or want to say anything. Well, Deputy Director Scroggin, again, appreciate your service to the community. And as you pointed out, it does benefit our charters to have you engage in the community in the way you did, because it's not just about educating kids, but in some instances with some of our charters about intervention and being able to deal with things that aren't strictly reading, writing, arithmetic, dealing with real life issues and trying to help young people through difficult periods of their life. So I appreciate your engagement in the community and all that you're doing to serve both in the broader community but also our charter community. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, could we note for the record that Member Luna rejoined at around 9:21 a.m.?
Yes, Danny, just for the record, Member Luna is now with us.
Thank you.
Okay, so that'll close agenda item number 4. We'll now move on to agenda item number 5, the financial performance framework update. This will be the time when the staff will provide the board with an update regarding the recent financial framework discussion and presentation from the August 24, 2018 State Public Charter School Authority board meeting. Director Moderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. You all recall that we spent significant time at our August 24th meeting addressing this topic, and the board heard from not only SPCSA staff, but also external subject matter experts, as well as representatives from the charter school community. And so I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Dang, to provide the board with a brief update on our progress thus far and what lies ahead.
Thank you, Director Moderson, Chair Guinasso, and Vice Chair McAdin, other members of the board and stakeholders. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this brief update regarding our progress on customizing and enhancing the Nevada Public Charter School Authority Financial Performance Framework. 5 weeks ago at our last board meeting, we described how we carried out the board's request to better understand concerns and issues regarding the Financial Performance Framework. We described the stakeholder listening sessions and other information gathering activities we conducted. At the board meeting, we also facilitated conversations with Nevada stakeholders and national subject matter experts. This was done to more clearly understand the issues and concerns regarding the application of the nationally adopted standard charter school financial performance model as applied to our environments in Nevada. Key takeaways from that conversation from the board were that on the importance of accurately and properly measuring and monitoring school financial performance so we can answer questions regarding the financial health and well-being of the schools, the value of ensuring that there is integrity and fidelity in what is being reported, the importance of following best practices of authorizers around the country, addressing key nuances and important differences among school types, by recognizing that each school is different in terms of size, age, and current context, and possible growth trajectory, and measuring operations financial performance, including current portions of capital transactions, but keeping separate the non-current portions of capital expenditure impacts. Staff noted these touchstones and guidelines to customize and enhance the financial performance framework and is working to achieve them. Since the board meeting, staff continues to speak with and learn from stakeholders, peer authorizers, and outside subject matter experts. Staff continue to review and consider industry information from various states. And thirdly, staff have modified the financial performance framework data collection spreadsheet. Rather than collect 1 year of information now, it gathers 6 years of information, so for a full charter contract term of 6 years, and it also includes the financial performance measures and ratios. It also more clearly distinguishes between the operating and capital activity. One of the national experts, Jim Ford, that participated in our board meeting by video conference, reviewed our progress to date. Of the model upgrades, here are a few things he said. It looks like you've cleared up most of the bugs. I really like how you've put this together and the automatic calculations of the performance measures. If operators fill this out correctly, it should over time be an easy and user-friendly instrument to use. It also appears that you have addressed, to the extent you can, observations and concerns that came up during your initial reviews with operators and at the authority's public board meeting I participated in. I'd love to take a look at the final version and will, of course, provide any relevant comments. I did do minimal stress testing and did not find any issues with formulas. By the way, I really like the way you have coded and are using columns A and B. This approach makes the document very transparent. The process you've gone through is something that might be a model best practice for other authorizers. I'm leading a session at the NACSA conference and may well suggest this. So in addition to all of the above, staff have focused on possible recommended changes to the current financial performance framework, including the unrestricted days cash on hand and total margin measures. Staff remains on track to have recommendations presented to the authority at the November 2nd meeting, with action possibly occurring at the November 30th meeting. However, given that state regulation requires that that charter schools audits be filed with their sponsors, the Department of Education and the Legislative Council Bureau by December 1st of each year, the authority may wish to defer action until such time as staff can perform an analysis of the 2018 audits to illustrate the differences between how schools would be rated under the proposed revisions, as well as the framework approved in September 2017. In conclusion, staff are working to customize and enhance our financial performance measurement tools to best help the board, the schools and their boards, and others to facilitate, manage, and measure the financial well-being of charter schools in a high-quality manner. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this update. I would be happy to address any of your questions or comments.
Well, first, I'd just like to say thank you for your good work. You've been here such a short time, and you're already making an immediate impact, and it certainly is appreciated. And your comments about this perhaps being a model for other authorizers struck a chord with me. Only in that, of course, your good work and all the work of staff in addressing this has been exemplary. But I think it's an illustration sometimes if we push the pause button and we reevaluate some of the things that we're doing and get input from the schools and from the stakeholders who are affected, by the various frameworks and, different things that we implement, how we can take what is already good and make it great. And I think this is, exhibit A to that thought. And so it just reinforces in my mind the importance of listening and collaborating with the schools in our portfolio and connecting them with staff and with your expertise so that we can do the best work possible. So thank you so much.
Chair Guinaldo, for the record, Mike Dang, thank you for that. And it definitely was a team effort. In fact, I appreciate Executive Director Gavin and Mark, Director Moterson, for their suggestion to actually take this approach that's resulted in this. So thank you.
Yeah. Any other members have anything? Member Corbett.
Thank you, Chair Gusano. I just echo the sentiments that Chair Gusano was just sharing. I think over the last 6 months in the conversations I've had with schools and the leadership within those schools, there's definitely been an evolution in how the authority integrates, operates, and works with the schools. And so I think this is a evidence of impact point to show exactly what that could look like. I think all of us as board members have always been trying to inspire and ask how we can support how we achieve best practices. And so it's great to see that we're on that path. And so definitely with the addition of yourself, Ryan, Mark, others who've recently joined. I think capacity is a huge component of success. And so just want to really acknowledge that in the work that's being done.
Thank you. That's like a Steph Curry and strength in numbers thing. We've got some great numbers here.
Member Moulton.
Thank you. I certainly concur with my colleagues, but just want to say I believe the professionalism and the way people came together from the schools and from our staff is to be commended, and it sets a model for how, when we have other challenges, communication is so important, talking, speaking, and then inviting to act. So thank you to all.
Any other members? Well, I think we're going to go ahead and take staff's recommendation and defer action until the November meeting. That'll allow you to provide the analysis. I think that was actually consistent with Member Corbett's desire that we be able to look at the old model and the new and be able to compare the two, and we'll be able to do that in advance of the December deadline, which is, I think, really appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. So we will not have the new information until after December 1st. So there won't be an opportunity for us to provide the comparison until the new year based on the current timeline. So I just want to manage expectations here in terms of what that looks like. That wasn't clear from the memo.
The memo said that the recommendation was to defer action so that we could.
Yeah, later than November. That was the intention.
I gotcha. Okay.
So if I messed that up, that's my bad.
Oh no, I just misread. Okay, so with action possibly occurring at the November 30th, 2018 meeting. So in any event, what we'll do is we'll leave it up to staff to let us know when you want to bring it back. I think you've got it done, right? And it's just a matter of plugging numbers in and doing the analysis. And so perhaps if we have a December meeting, we can do it then. If not, we'll wait till January or February. When we get to long range calendar, maybe we can plug that in at an appropriate spot. But it'd be nice to finalize that framework and see how it compares to the old framework. So thank you. All right, that'll close agenda item number 5. We'll now move on to agenda item number 6. It's a 2018 fiscal year audit guidance. It's a fiscal year legal compliance questionnaire. This is where the staff is going to provide the board with a presentation and update regarding the fiscal year legal compliance questionnaire. Director Gavin.
Mr. Chairman, and forgive me, I thought we had requested to move this until 2 p.m. based on the availability of stakeholders and external experts that we've requested be present for this.
Who are we waiting for 2 o'clock?
Specifically, we have external experts from other states who, for whom that was the only time that was available.
We may or may not go till 2 o'clock, so I'll put it to the end of the agenda. But if we get to this at 1, are they going to be able to join us? Do you think?
They will not. No, they have their own board meetings and other things that conflict.
Okay. Well, we'll see where we're at the end of the agenda. If we have to proceed without them, we'll do that. We'll go ahead and defer or move the agenda item number 6 to the end of the agenda. And we'll open up agenda item number 7, which is Legacy Traditional School. This will be the time when we will review the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights report, and staff will provide an update regarding Legacy's complaint resolution with the Office of Civil Rights. Director Gavin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As this board will recall, approximately 1 year ago, the agency was informed of a serious parent complaint related to an allegation of national origin discrimination related to Legacy Traditional School, North Las Vegas, specifically a matter in which the school's adopted dress code and particularly haircut policy was in conflict with the native traditions and beliefs of a particular subpopulation here in Las Vegas. Based on the
feedback that the parent received from the school, specifically stating that that the children would not be permitted to enroll unless they complied with the schools with this particular policy. The parent chose to withdraw their students and pursued a complaint first with the school and this authority, and then with the U.S. Office of Civil Rights. As this authority is aware, the State Public Charter School Authority is not merely the authorizer for public charter schools; it is also the local education agency for public charter schools under its authority, and any charter school which may be subsequently created by the Nevada System of Higher Education. Consequently, the liability and responsibility for these matters rests with this board, but primarily with me as the executive director. I will note that based on the concerns that were raised by staff in relation with this particular school, this school made substantial revisions to its dress code and policies to more accurately reflect its obligations under federal and state law as both a public charter school and as a public accommodation under state law. Those revisions were presented to this body, I believe it was in October of last year, and this body accepted those changes as an amendment on the record. Notwithstanding those changes, the parent, as was her right, chose to pursue this up to the level of the OCR. And I can report that the school did clearly cooperate with the investigation of the Office of Civil Rights and has entered into into an agreement under which it has agreed to implement a variety of substantial conditions and changes to its past practices. Certainly, any practices here in Las Vegas, I can't speak to whether those would be enforceable or required in the state of Arizona, where the Educational Management Organization is headquartered and has other schools. But certainly within this context, here in Nevada, this would apply to not just the North Las Vegas campus, but to the two other campuses that this board approved, one prior to the initial opening of the school, and then one subsequent to the filing of this complaint with the board. I believe that there are representatives from the school who are here to come up and speak to you regarding this matter and what progress they have made in terms of compliance here. But I would note that both this school and by extension the authority will certainly be subject to additional scrutiny as a result of this issue, and should issues recur at this school or at other schools, there could very well be additional consequences for this board and for your staff.
Thank you. Are the representatives from Legacy Traditional? And with regard to these types of issues, when it comes to how we treat people and complying with federal law with regard to harassment and discrimination and other like things, that we take all that very seriously and welcome the scrutiny. Actually, I mean, there's a reason why these laws and rules are in place, and if an outside authority wants to look at how we're doing and wants to give us constructive feedback on how we might be able to do better, we're always open to that, as I'm sure the leadership at Legacy Traditional School is. So please proceed. Could you just say your name for the record? Could you say your name for the record? Thank you. What's your title? Okay, thank you.
Doesn't sound like there's a microphone on.
There you go. So I was not there at that time when it happened, but I know the school did take it very, very seriously and updated their policy. And it is something that we updated not only for Nevada, but district-wide, and the Arizona schools are all following the same policy.
Chairman, also, can we understate her name? Can we ever state our name for the record again? We didn't get any of that beginning of the testimony there for the minutes.
This is Candy Farthing. I'm the superintendent for Legacy.
Thank you.
Do any members have any questions for Legacy Traditional or for our staff? Please.
Chairman Guasano, may I have a...
Oh, Member Hinton, please.
Sorry. Can I make a public comment, please? Comment?
Yes, Member Hinton and then Member Court.
Would it be appropriate for me to read from my statement? Okay. Chairman Guasano, members of the board, and SPCSA staff, I know that we have many agenda items today, and several of which are going to focus on the success of our schools in the board's portfolio. So I'm going to keep my comments brief. I have prepared a written statement because I want my remarks to be absolutely clear to all stakeholders. As a 17-year educator in the CCSD, current classroom teacher, Nevada Teacher of the Year, and member of this board, I understand the importance of student achievement. I've dedicated my professional life to that end. I also understand the need for all of Nevada's public schools, both traditional and charter, to educate our students to the best of our abilities without regard to race, religion, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, culture, or heritage. That is why I was alarmed to see that Legacy Traditional School involved in a U.S. Department of Education Office of Civil Rights complaint. And while that complaint was solved and Legacy Traditional School is now compliant with the federal law, I can't help but wonder if this was an isolated issue, or does this point to a larger problem with Nevada's public charter school community? And more importantly, how can we know? At the CSAN conference last week, Dr. Nancy Brune, who's the executive director of the Gwynn Center for Policy Priorities, pointed out that Nevada's public charter schools need to diversify to more accurately reflect Nevada's student population. This has been an ongoing concern for this board. I understand that this is a multifaceted problem that is contingent upon many variables. However, in my opinion, the goal can only be reached if this board is absolutely clear that discrimination in any form will not be tolerated by any school in this board's portfolio. Families are not going to send their students where they do not feel welcome and respected. I understand that public charter schools, in keeping with the original mission of educational innovation, have autonomy in their selection of curriculum, pedagogy, and governance, but they absolutely do not have the autonomy to discriminate. If the intention of the SPCSA is to make sure that every student in Nevada has access to a high-quality education, then we must be very clear in our position that discrimination in any form will not be tolerated. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, and certainly the message is something that this board supports. We want to make sure that we are treating all students, regardless of the category that they are in, whether it's national origin, whether it's religion, whether it's gender identity, expression, sexual orientation, that all of our students are treated respectfully and that they are given equal access to the high quality educational opportunities that come with the public charter school system that we've been a part of here. So, Member Corbett.
Thank you, Chair Gusano, and thank you, Jeff, for sharing that. I think all you would have to do is go look back over the last couple of years at our minutes, and there's times where each of us have talked about the diversification of our portfolio and what that looks like and what is the path towards being able to do that. And so I know even Chair Gusano, you requested it to be on our long-range calendar. Haven't seen it yet, but I know you have requested that, and so thank you. Wanted to just ask if this was also an opportunity, because of the sensitivity of this, is there an opportunity to hear from council in this area?
Mr. Herrick. I think the question that's on Member Corbett and maybe Member Hinton's mind, if I understood their comments, is what we have experienced with Legacy Traditional something that's isolated, or do we need to be concerned with our entire portfolio, and if so, what steps do we take to either get that information or take action?
So at the bottom of the memo, you'll see that we made a note in regard to staff's increasing oversight, and I know, as was mentioned, you know, there's an inherent push and pull between autonomy of our schools, which is a cornerstone of the charter schools, and then things like either discriminatory practices. You know, our schools are public charter schools, can't charge tuition, and so you'll see a note at the bottom of the memo that not only are we taking a look at these issues in specific cases, but we're trying to, when these issues come up, we're also taking a look at the entire portfolio. And I believe the intent is for next month at the November 2nd meeting, and we can talk about this during the long-range calendar. We'll do a presentation on our efforts in that regard, looking at volunteer requirements, discriminatory, you know, dress code issues, tuition issues, and whatnot. Because again, you know, staff is aware and wants to respect the autonomy of our schools, but there's also things, as Member Hinton said, in terms of discriminatory practice and whatnot, that we want to be mindful of.
Member Luna.
Thank you, Chair Guanasso. Since language falls under national origin, discriminating against national origin, I guess my question and reminder for everybody is that anybody who takes federal funding has to provide reasonable steps to provide meaningful access to all of the services. And so how can we ensure that all the schools, because I have heard from parents who, you know, go in for meetings and things, and there's not a trained interpreter. So that those reasonable steps and having policies to communicate with limited English proficient students or parents, and I'm kind of more thinking parents, not the education of ELL students, but communicating with parents who are limited English proficient requires that you have trained interpreters. Someone who speaks Spanish, who's the secretary or something, does not mean that they're a trained interpreter, and you're providing reasonable or meaningful communication. And so that is an important part of communicating with parents, is having, you know, trained, it can be staff that's bilingual, but that has been trained as interpreters that know the vocabulary of IEP language and all of that stuff. That is also part of that. And do we ask to see every school's policy on that?
So Patrick Gavin for the record. Thank you for the question, Member Luna. Nora and Melissa are the only two folks who are here from the day I was initially interviewed for this job, but this was actually a topic that Nora raised with staff on July 18th of 2014. And I will say I think we've made some steps in this area, but there needs to be a lot more. One thing that, as a result of concerns like this, that the Department of Ed put into omnibus regulations, which were approved by the Legislative Commission in December of 17, is that the authority now has the right and the obligation to inspect and approve all communications and marketing materials that go out from schools, to ensure that they are both non-discriminatory in general, and that they are translated into the languages that are represented, that students and families speak. That is something that is on us as an LEA and as a sponsor. And yes, we're figuring out how to do that. I would note some of this also links not insubstantially to item 6 on the agenda for today. In relation to the specific question you asked about the availability of qualified translators, I will say this is a substantial challenge for not just our public charter school portfolio, but for the Clark County School District and for other school districts as well. That is a fact, but it's not an acceptable excuse. And certainly this is something that, yes, we should probably be looking at this at this matter of policy specifically to see if schools have both a policy that makes it clear that they know they're supposed to do this, and that they have a plan in place to actually make it happen.
So, I think there's a lot that can be learned from the example, and I'm glad that Member Corbett reminded us that the issue of diversity and that being a major part of our stated mission, right along with high quality seats, needs to be revisited, and we need to have a discussion that doesn't just identify the problem, but maybe set some benchmarks for the next year and the year after that we can hold ourselves accountable to. I think that having a set of values is important, and expressing those values at every opportunity that we can, as we have as a board, is important. But unless we have benchmarks that say we're actually implementing those values across our portfolio, I don't know that we can say we've been successful one way or the other. And we need to understand kind of what reasonable benchmarks would be, so that we can be reasonably assured that our schools are in compliance with federal law, and that kids are given equal access to education regardless of their national origin or any other unique characteristic that they have. And so when we get to long-range calendar, maybe we can review that again, and really we got to put it on an actual date and discuss it and move forward. And I think, there's a lot to be learned here. The one thing I was encouraged by is our system works. That is, if you have a family who feels like they have not been given access or been treated differently, they have an opportunity to raise those complaints, and they did that through our system here within the authority, but then they also did that through the Office of Civil Rights. And when the Office of Civil Rights engaged with you all, there was a collaborative solution that was reached. And part of that collaborative solution I was pleased to see was a commitment to kind of educating people about what their rights are. And so looking at this settlement agreement, it might give us some ideas as to what we might be able to do portfolio wide, in terms of just reminding people about what the rights of parents and students are, from school to school, just as an educational piece. But I just flag that because I think, when we have a situation like this, I don't necessarily get discouraged when I find that there have been issues that have needed to be addressed, because it shows me that our system is working to hold us all accountable. And so we just need to learn from this and get better, not only legacy traditional, but I think as an authority, if it's been since 2014 that this has been a priority, then I think we really want to see some tangible progress toward our diversity objectives. Vice Chair McAdin.
I just want to let the board know that we can always obviously do better, and I can do better, every school can do better, but it's not as if schools don't have any accountability right now. We're kind of making it sound like, oh man, we need to put some things in place to hold these schools accountable, when the reality is you sign off multiple times a year when you take federal dollars that you have the proper policies in place. You have to submit every year annually certain policy and procedure manuals, and I guarantee you there's not a school that doesn't have a discrimination policy. So I don't want the board to think that the schools aren't doing things. Do they make mistakes? Yes. Have I made mistakes? Probably. But it's not as if there aren't already a lot of things in place that you have to say, yes, we have these policies, yes, we're following these rules. It's not some rogue willy-nilly thing where schools are doing whatever they want and they're not following federal law.
Member Corbett.
Thank you, Chair Gusano. Just going back earlier, I think also as we talk about this, let me attach my comments laterally to what was both shared. I think, yes, absolutely. I think there's an asset-based approach way to look at this. I think where we look at OCRs as tools to help us understand what our blind spots are and what the opportunities are to evolve and be innovative the way charters should be moving forward. I also appreciate the comparable data in saying, hey, this is an issue here and there, and I can appreciate that, but I also see it as an opportunity to lead so we can no longer compare in those spaces. And I definitely appreciate the perception of what you just shared, Vice Chair McAdin. I didn't have that filter or understand it to be presented. I really, again, think it's an opportunity, again, to have an asset-based conversation about opportunities to contribute to the movement of charters and being innovative and in leading. But I'll definitely think about that more because I didn't see it that way. When it comes to the diversification of our portfolio, not only is it as best practices, and we do have black and white regulations, laws that tell us how to operate, but also would like to incorporate the conversation of placement of our schools, because I think there's a disproportionality in terms of where our schools are placed and where the needs are as well. So just hopefully we can incorporate that dialogue.
And it's a very, very important consideration if you look at where our charters are located here in the greater Las Vegas Valley. We're a ring basically around the city with some schools like Akipo Academy in East Las Vegas. I think we have Matter Academy in East Las Vegas. But we don't have enough schools in diverse parts of our community, and we need to make that a priority as much as we can, because I think for each of those schools, both Matter and Akipo, there's long, big waiting lists like there are at many of our charters. I think actually Legacy, one of the schools, is in a pretty diverse location as well, right? So in any event, we definitely have to look at this and just get better. I think we're doing good, but it goes to my comment earlier about our financial performance framework. I thought we had a good financial performance framework. But I think if we open up this dialogue with our portfolio and really have a candid conversation about what diversity looks like in the charter community, and then come up with some ways to hold ourselves accountable both at the authority level and at the school level, I think we can go from good to great with that kind of conversation. And so, Member Moulton.
I wasn't Member Moulton, but I really wasn't going to comment, but it's something that I've thought about a long time. And that is while visiting family members, taking care of grandchildren, taking them daily to their school, and I can't remember the title of it, but right underneath it, it says public charter school. And so many people here still out there do not see them as public schools. And I just have wanted to have a dialogue or place this little seed thinking if we just added that word public to their name, I mean, they'd have to decide that, but it clearly showed me that they were a public charter school. And just lay that seed on people, because I think and they've been around for a long time and people still don't understand it. So just a comment.
Anybody else? Well, Director Gaffney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the members for these insightful comments. I would note a few things. One, in relation to this topic of the tagline public charter school, there was an effort several years ago by the Department of Ed to require schools to either have in their name or as an appendation immediately after the name public charter school. This is a requirement in a number of places, including the District of Columbia. The state of Michigan has a very similar requirement where they must have in their legal name the term public school academy, which is the term of art in Michigan. There was pushback from schools saying that they didn't want that kind of interference in their brand identities. I do think it's a useful thing to consider again if it's something that should be required, encouraged, whatever else. Another area that this board has talked about and where I think there has been substantial dialogue, but I think it's been less implemented than we might like. Diversity starts from the top. The individuals who make policy on boards of charter schools, who monitor the actions and behaviors of the leaders and staff and management companies that support public charter schools, if they don't have an understanding because of if they don't have experience in diversity, if there's not cognitive diversity at a minimum, but also diversity that reflects the constituencies within the community that school
wishes to serve. It is really, really easy for mistakes like this one to happen. It is also something that we as a staff do look at very carefully during the capacity interview in particular, but also based on our review of, among other things, the applications of board members. Are these people who were selected based on actual qualifications versus personal relationships with individuals to ensure that there's not an echo chamber? And to be candid with you, I think this is an area where this board could get better in helping support us in both messaging to applicants and to operators that this is that level of diversity is also very important, because if teachers from and leaders of diverse backgrounds will not sign up to work at schools where they do not feel welcome, children and parents will not sign up for schools where they don't feel like they are looked at as people, where they don't feel some degree of love and affinity and sense of welcome, and that does come very much from the top. And that's something I think, sitting here as someone with relative privilege, we need to be very cognizant of what we do matters from the moment we say, yes, this group of 6 people has what it takes to run a school. And part of running a school is ensuring that these schools are representative of the communities that they wish to serve. Ensuring that the school leaders have have not just the instructional chops, but also the understanding of what it takes to engage with diverse communities. And that's not a proxy for saying there need to be quotas of any kind in terms of the persons who are on these boards or the persons who are hired by these schools. But it is absolutely something that we need to look at and ensure that members are being selected not based on personal relationships or on an ability to get a charter approved, but rather on actually being able to do the very hard work of governing schools that are not only high achieving academically, but also represent the demographics of their communities. So I think it's something that we need to keep top of mind and make sure is part of the overall conversation.
Probably can add that is, when you start thinking about benchmarks, one of the things we can look at across our portfolio is if we have 80 some odd schools, that means we have, probably 60 boards or more, right? Yeah. And we can probably look at, of those 60 boards, what's the makeup of those boards, right? And yes. Do we have diversity across the portfolio? And that could be something we can look at, and then provide some incentives or some encouragement and whatever tools we have at our disposal to help those schools or those networks work toward having a more diverse board. However we want to define that. I think we start with state and federal law, but maybe there's some other nuances to diversity that we'd want to address too. So I think when we bring this back to talk about both the value of diversity to our portfolio, but also the benchmarks we want to set for ourselves to know whether we're being, know what our objectives are and to know whether we're being successful in achieving those. This could be a real helpful component to that, I think. So,
thank you, sir.
Anything else? Member Corbett.
Thank you, Chair. So last year when I attended the NEXA conference, there were several workshops, particularly in this area, where there were very successful charter authorities in other states who really capitalized and have included best practices and have seen outcomes based on that. And so I don't know if we've yet determined who's going, but I think my guess would be there'd be a repeat of some of those workshops and just great networking and knowledge-based building opportunities for this upcoming NEXA conference.
Any other comments? Well, there's no action on this item. Appreciate you being here to explain what your school is doing. Maybe you can check in with us at the end of the school year. Let us know how all this has been implemented. and any other efforts your school or your network of schools are taking to address the issues regarding diversity that have been identified both with regard to the OCR, but also with regard to some of our broader objectives.
Absolutely. And like I said, it started a bigger conversation back to in Arizona as well and changing policies across the board. So we'd be glad to update you guys.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. That'll close agenda item number 7. And we'll go ahead and open up agenda item number 8. This is going to be the time when we discuss the Nevada School Performance Framework ratings. Staff's going to provide the board with a presentation and recommendation related to the 2017-2018 NSPF ratings. We've got several categories of schools with various recommendations. And so what we'll do is I'll turn this over to Director Moderson, and we'll go through each of these categories in turn and make some decisions.
Thank you, Chair Guanasso, members of the board. You all recall that my colleague, Dr. Selchuk Ozdemir, provided a very thorough overview of the mechanics of the Nevada School Performance Framework at our last board meeting, and we'll continue to build on that presentation today with an overview of the portfolio's performance according to that tool. After that, I will provide staff's recommendations based on the data presented for the 2017-2018 academic year, which was released about 2 weeks ago. 2 quick comments before I hand it over to Dr. Ozdemir. Number 1, I want to call the board's attention to the first exhibit under this item, which is a 3-page PDF that provides the individual school scores and ratings. It's color-coded. That will be probably handy for you as he goes through the PowerPoint. And second, both Dr. Ozdemir and I are going to go as slowly as we can because this is a very bulky item. And so we're going to try to make it more efficient and cohesive as we can. And so we will stop should that be the will of the board. But it may make the most sense for him to go through the entire PowerPoint without any questions. So I'll leave that to you all. But with that,
Yeah, thank you, Director Morrison. So just for the board's edification, the way we've set this up is to have a broad overview of the results and to take a look at how our portfolio as a whole has done. And then at the conclusion of that presentation, take questions and comments from the board. And then there's some specific actions that we need to take. I think we want to commend schools that have been successful, so that'll be something we'll address. And then we want to deal with various other notices that have to do with the findings of or with the results from the NSPF. So that's how we'll proceed. So feel free to give your presentation, and then we'll ask questions, and then we'll move on to the next piece of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure for the board's, just to clarify for the board and for any persons who may be looking at this on our website at this time, we've typically, and I know this is how Dr. Ozdemir had done it, the color coding for school performance is red for 1 star, orange for 2, yellow for 3, then light green for 4, and a darker green for 5. For some reason, the color stuff didn't translate correctly on the website, so there's now some blues and stuff in there. So just bear with us in terms of that. There looks like there was a little technical thing there, and we just want to make sure that we haven't changed our process or whatever. It's strictly it's an artifact of, I think, probably just the PDF conversion process and then getting it online. I know sometimes my computer the colors look different on one computer versus another.
Well, when in doubt, look at the numeral.
Look at the number
in that thing. So, all right, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a member of the board, Selçuk Özdemir, for the record. I'm going to present 2017-18 NSP results for SPCSA portfolio. Just want to give the highlights first, then we're going to look at the overall results, and after my presentation, Director Moderson will going to talk about the individual schools. So when we look at the 2017-18 results, 83 SPCSA schools received a star rating. And if you remember the last year, that number was 37. So it's a huge number increase because of the school codes, new school codes created by Nevada Department of Education for accountability purposes. In other words, individual campuses have been given unique school codes, so that's why this many schools received a star rating. This year, another new thing is high school received a star ratings for the first time in 3 years. So we're going to report those high school star ratings too. Also, this is the last year for schools will receive a bonus points for climate survey. Starting next year, the climate survey is not going to be a part of the bonus points for NSPF. So if you go to some highlights, there are a lot of good things to celebrate, and we are so happy and proud for these results. Basically, 1/3 of our schools received a 5-star rating, and I'm going to talk about in a detail for those schools. More than half of our schools received a star rating 4 and 5, which is more than 50%. That's a great success too. Almost 75% of our schools received 3-star or higher. And the next slide, I'm going to talk about what those 4 and 5 stars mean. And when we look at those, we were going to talk about this schools again. So, as you know, the Nevada's public schools receive an index score from 1 to 100. When we look at our portfolio, the lowest index score in our portfolio is 11.11, and the highest is 102, which is the perfect score. So when we look at the 1-star rating, our 8 schools receive a star rating. Those are Nevada Connections Academy, elementary, middle, and high school, Nevada Virtual Academy, Mather Academy Bonanza, Mather Academy Northern Nevada, Argent, and Beacon. Here I want to talk about Beacon. As you recall, in our last board meeting, Beacon Academy approved for Alternative Performance Framework. So that report will come later this year. But even they fall into Alternative Performance Framework, according to law, they need to receive a star rating. But as we discussed in our last board meeting, Beacon Academy is in a different category. I just want to remind you that. This year is also, there was some participation warning and participation penalty. So I just want to talk about the participation rules for our state. Basically, the state of Nevada is required to annually measure the achievement of not less than 95% of all students, and 95% of all students in each subgroup the schools who enrolled in the public education, saying that's the ESSA rule. Whenever you test your kids, the entire schools, 95% should be tested. So specifically, ESSA requires this in math and ELA. Saying that we have 1 school to receive a participation warning, Coral Academy of Science, and 6 schools received a participation penalty. So according to Nevada School Performance Framework, if the schools fail to participate in the first year, they just receive a warning. If the schools do that in the second time, it'll be some penalty, which is a reduction of up to 9 points in the index score. If they do the third year, if they fail the participation the third year, it'll be up to 25 index points. What the participation calculation works is basically Nevada Department of Education looks at the population and calculate the participation for overall school, and then all these different subgroups: race, ethnicity, English language learners, special POPs, everything. If the participation is less than 95, then the Department of Education goes back to the previous year and look at that year and average them. If they're still less than 95, then one more year, so last 3 years calculation is averaging, and try to get over 95%. If none of them works, then schools get the warning or the penalty. As I said, there are 6 schools received this year the penalty. Those schools are Nevada Connections Academy Elementary School and a middle school, Nevada Virtual Academy Elementary and Middle Schools, Leadership Academy of Nevada Middle Schools, and Equipo Academy Middle Schools. So next slide is about the star rating. I want to talk about how Nevada Department of Education defined those stars. Basically, for 5 stars is a superior school that exceeds the expectation on all indicators for all students and subgroups, is recognized for distinguished performance. That's the 5-star. We're going to talk about 5, 4, so I just want to give those definition you first. And the 4 stars also, school is a commendable school that performed well for all students and subgroups, demonstrates satisfactory, strong performance. If you recall, in previous slides, we report more than 50% of our schools recognized in 4 and 5 stars, which is a great success. And also, you'll see the 1-star school does not meet the state standards, has an urgent need to address multiple areas that are significant below the standards that we're going to talk about those schools in a minute. So when you look at the pie chart, that's basically the overall SPCSA results. So we have 29 schools received 5 stars and 15 schools received 4 star. We have only 8 schools received 1 star, and I mentioned those schools at the beginning of the presentation. And in next slides, you can see basically those 8 schools received an index score of 27 or less. How small number is when we compare with the schools received the index score 82 and more. This is also worth the celebration for our school's success. We also looked at, in next slide, we looked at the distribution by grade level, star distribution by grade level. So in that table, you'll see elementary, middle, and high schools and the distribution of the stars. I'd like to explain, when you look at the high school, you'll see under NA column, it's almost 37% of high schools did not receive a star rating. In our performance framework for high schools, to get the star rating, they need to have 2 indicators. One is the academic achievement test results. The other one is graduation rate. Because we have some new high schools, they don't have the graduation rate yet. So that's why the percentage is really high for the high schools. They didn't receive the star rating this year, but starting next year, we'll have the graduation class for those schools, and they're going to receive the star rating. When you look at the 5-star for elementary schools, 26.3% of our elementary schools received a 5-star, and 23.7% is 4-star. Middle schools, actually, when you look at the 5-star, it's over 40%, 41.2, which is really high, and 2.9% of our middle schools received a 1-star for 2017-18 NSPF.
I would, Patrick Gavin for the record, I would just note that in the case of the one elementary program, that 2.6% of schools, which is one school at the elementary level, that is a school that serves students in grades K through 2 as part of a multi-campus network. So those schools, those students at Coral Windmill then feed into Coral Tamarous, and Coral Tamarous does have a rating. So there are other states where if you have a feeder pattern like that, then the performance of of the school that doesn't have a tested grade gets combined in. That has not been the practice here in Nevada. There are districts, for example, Member McAdam's home district of Churchill County, where most of certainly the elementary schools in and around Fallon are all K through 2, and so they actually don't get a score. So this is not unusual. It's especially if you look at communities, either in some cases smaller rural communities where you've got small buildings, or some of the smaller buildings that some of our charters need to occupy in order to be able to operate, that you can only serve a really small grade span, and sometimes that means that you've just got 1 or 2 grades. So, similarly, Quest Alexander just has a kindergarten. So this is just to be cognizant of that. So that's not a result of some failure or deficiency of the school in that case.
Selçuk Özdemir for the record. So next slides, we want to report the number of elementary and middle school students served at each star rating. So when you look at the 2011-12, in that category, there was like 2,631 students versus now it's almost 10,000 students in the 5-star rating category. This is one of my favorite graph. Over the years, as you see, basically, we hope, according to our strategic plan, high quality SPCSA seats are going up, which is great to see here. So out of 29,638 elementary and middle school students enrolled in SPSA schools in 17-18, more than 15,000 were in 4- and 5-star schools, which is really a big success for our schools. So in next slides, we want to compare 2017 and 18 star rating. But just to be cautious, because of the new school codes created more schools, we need to be careful when we compare. While 37 schools received star rating in 2017, it's 83 this year. But when we look at the percentages from 2017 to 18, especially there's a big jump for 4-star and 5-star schools. 4-star schools were 8.8 in 2017. This year it's 18.1. Same trend in 5-star schools too. It was 17.5 in 2017. This year is almost 35% of our schools received a 5-star rating. Then 1-star, 2-star, we can see the trend. In the next slides, we're gonna make some comparison with the state. So again, this is from 2017 to 18, the distribution, the comparison of the star rating within our portfolio. Here, next slide, we did the comparison with all Nevada schools. For the statisticians, this is a perfect graph. Actually, it makes me really proud too. When we look at our portfolio schools, you'll see for 1-star, by the way, the blue is state, the orange is SPCSA schools. So for all Nevada schools, 14.7 schools received 1-star. When we compare that with the SPCSA schools, it's only 9.6. When we look at the other end of the spectrum, only 16% of Nevada schools received 5-star rating. When we look at the SPCSA portfolio, it's 34.9, which is more than double when we compare with the state.
Did this slide change? Because the one that I have printed out has a different, like the 5-star schools for 17 or say 17.5 versus 34.9.
You're looking at the slide.
Oh, okay. I'll look at the right slide. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, the previous slide is 2017-18, and this slide's with this year comparison with all Nevada schools. Next slide is also, I believe that's a good visual to compare all Nevada schools with the SPCSA schools. As you can see in the pie chart, this blue and green total, it's more than 50%. When we look at the Nevada schools on the left-hand side, it's 30%. I'm proud to report this statewide, the total of 109 five-star schools and 29 are SPCSA schools among those five-star schools. Also, when we look at the state, the total of 204 schools received 4 and 5-star, and 44 are SPCSA schools. So this is also worth to celebrate for our schools. Again, when we look at our strategic planning, we are focusing on maintaining unwavering commitment to high-quality schools. In closing, basically, the 30% of traditional public schools in Nevada are 4 and 5 stars, but when we look at the SPCSA, it's 50% of our schools in that category. A quarter of all 5-star schools in Nevada are SPCSA-sponsored charter schools. Almost 16,000 of our schools enrolled in 4 and 5-star. The SPCSA portfolio has more than doubled the percentage of 5 stars compared to all Nevada schools. And also, when we look at the 1-star, 14.7% of our schools, the schools statewide, were given 1-star rating. In contrast, only 9.6% of our schools in the SPCSA portfolio received the same rating. And this was my last slide. If there's any question, I would like to answer.
Member Luna, raise your hand. Anybody have any questions? Member Luna?
Okay, Nora Luna. So I thought first, is it on?
Oh, no, it is.
Okay, it was. Well, congratulations to all the schools. Good job. And my question is, I thought the last time we had the presentation, you also had a chart that showed by demographics, the star rate, like attendance by star rating at school. And is there a reason why that wasn't included this time?
No, we can definitely, we have the data by subgroup. We can definitely report that too. I just want to do the over highlights for my presentation, but we have all the demographics.
It was like one slide last time,
Okay.
so yeah, that would be great at some point. Or you could just email it or post it on here. Or...
Yeah, I think we had wanted to hold that for this conversation about the diversity topic in general, and sort of have it all sort of wrapped up in a relatively neat bow.
My understanding, though, is across demographics, we're performing pretty well, as well. So it would be nice to highlight that at some point, so that the public can see that we are, with the diverse students that we are serving, that we're serving them very, very well as compared to other public school options. I just wanted to comment on a few things. This was last week. I think having this presentation on the heels of the CSAN conference impacted me in a way that I didn't expect, because it's looking at the data is exciting. It shows success, but I was just reminded, going to the conference and seeing school leaders and board members and teachers and parents and even students, that those results are representative of people and a lot of hard work that's put in by school leaders and by board members and by instructors. In fact, when I went to the CSAN conference last week, I made a point to schedule tours of different schools here, and it further reinforced that results are really about the people that are doing the work. And I was sitting with a group of educators and students and talking about kind of their formula for success. And I had the temerity to identify one of the ingredients, and I used a word you typically don't use a lot in public, or at least if you do, when you do, sometimes it's treated tritely, but it was the word love, and just understanding that the educators and the school leaders and the parents and the students shared this bond because they seem to be able to love one another and care for each other enough to want to set high expectations for their community, and to then set up a educational environment to meet those high expectations. And so so the results that you've reported on, for at least for me, when I look at those, different faces, different people run through my head of who are the people behind the numbers. And so I just want to congratulate all of you who have worked so hard to achieve such good results, because I think the charter sector is leading the way with regard to Nevada's stated goal of being the fastest improving state in the country. And I also want to say that our efforts, the staff's efforts and our efforts as a board to make accountability a priority and to do the hard work of accountability over the last couple of years are producing results as well. We have some schools that are in receiverships, and those schools are turnaround successes that we're going to talk about here pretty soon. But I'm proud of that. We've looked at schools that weren't meeting our expectations and asked hard questions and have come up with some creative solutions, as with Beacon, who's made the commitment to serve at-risk populations and put them into a framework that makes sense for the population of students that they're serving. And then with persistently underperforming schools, we've entered into settlement agreements with clear benchmarks and expectations. And so all that work, when you look at the bottom line of some of the graphs, you're starting to see the low quality seats shrink and the high quality seats increase. And so, the work of our board and our staff to make that a priority and to do the hard work, and it's been a lot of hard work over 2 years, I think is starting to yield definitive results. And so I just want to congratulate staff for all of your work, and for all of you board members for meeting after meeting, dealing with accountability. But I also want to say that we've also, over the last year, looked at best practices, and we're almost at that point that we talked about last January, where we might want to reflect with our portfolio and start putting together what we've learned this year about what the ingredients to success have been, and be able to share that portfolio wide. And so in January, February, I anticipate we'll have that discussion, maybe as late as March, as we're looking at our own strategic objectives and trying to figure out how to chart a course forward for the next several years. So anyway, those are my comments on that section. Any other comments? All right. Well, let's go ahead and move to the next part of the agenda, which would be Subpart B. And in the Subpart B, we are looking at recommendations from staff regarding issuances of notices of concern, notices of breach, taking no action, or other action is directed by the authority. So on our agenda here, we have notices of accommodation first. So why don't we start with that discussion? And Director Moderson, are you leading that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, for allowing me to present the second half of this item, which are our recommendations stemming from the NSPF ratings. I'm going to take these in groups, starting with the recommendations from staff on notices of commendation, which is item 8B1. And then these schools, staff is recommending to receive commendation for 2 years of exemplary performance, earning a 5-star rating both in 2017 and 2018. And these schools on your agenda are schools listed 8.1A through J. And I want to read them out loud so that these schools can be publicly recognized, as I believe there are at least a few representatives from some of these, if not all of them, in attendance. They are American Preparatory Academy Middle School, Coral Academy of Science Las Vegas Sandy Ridge Middle School, Doral Academy of Nevada Red Rock Elementary and Middle School, Doral Academy of Nevada Cactus Middle School, Doral Academy of Northern Nevada Elementary School, Oasis Academy Middle School, Pinecrest Academy of Nevada Cadence Elementary and Middle School, Pinecrest Academy of Nevada Horizon Elementary and Middle School, Pinecrest Academy of Nevada Inspirada Elementary and Middle School, Pinecrest Academy of Nevada St. Rose Elementary and Middle School. And just before I turn it back to you, Mr. Chair, on behalf of staff, I want to just again commend these schools for their continued excellence. They all continue to be outstanding choices for our students and families across the state. And so I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair, and other members of the board if you have questions or remarks regarding those schools under A through J.
I really like the fact that we're committing to writing how much we appreciate the good work that they're doing. I think that was a nice change that Director Gavin instituted last year, and I think the schools appreciate being recognized for their good work. Is there anybody have any questions about these schools that we're recognizing or have any comments? All right, well, then I'll take a motion.
This is Member Mackinnon. I move to approve the SPCSA staff recommendation to issue notices of commendation to the above schools for earning 5-star ratings on the NSPF in 2018.
Member Corbett, second.
I say we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, a motion carries unanimously. I realize that my work ethic and plowing through sometimes can be inconvenient for those who like to take breaks every once in a while. It's now 10:40, so perhaps this would be a good time to take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:50.
Yeah.
Oasis.
Microphones, Las Vegas microphones.
Yeah. My son started back up in college.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, hiatus.
Nice to meet
There is, yeah.
Hey, Melissa, the microphone's on next to Jason there. Thank you.
How are you?
You may want to have a separate conversation where we take some of those.
Guys, there's microphones on in Las Vegas.
You know, we actually might be able to accommodate them. The rate we're going, we'll probably.
I was sitting on the schools that have an issue. They're going to spend.
Thanks, Devon.
Okay, let's go ahead and call the meeting back to order. Let's get our board members to the dais. It's 10:50. We're about to deal with the section of the agenda where schools are being returned to good standing. The conversation on this, at least from my perspective, colleagues, in some way dovetails with a notice of concern that with regard to Akipo. And I would really like to include Akipo in the group of schools that are returned to good standing. But I don't think I can have that conversation until we talk about the potential notice of concern that was identified in the next piece of the agenda. So if there are no objections, can we deal with the notices of concern first and then return to the notices of good standing? That way I can we can make a determination whether Akipo should be included in the schools that were moving to good standing or not.
Mr. Chairman, Patrick Gavin here. I have no objection to that. Alternately, you could also for the 3 schools for which there is not at this point there's where I believe there's consensus. You can take action on those now, but either way, I think you're in good shape.
Yeah, let's just put our finger on this one. We'll come right back to it. I don't think yeah, please.
Oh, just a quick question. I noticed we were going to have comment on number 8, and are you just going to, or did I make?
On the note, yeah, on the note, particularly on the notices of concern, because there's 2 schools that.
I just wanted to make sure it was coming. So
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So let's go ahead and move to the section dealing with notices of concern, and then we'll come back to the section on the returning schools to good standing. Director Moderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move to item 8B2. Per your direction, these are the schools that staff is recommending receive a notice of concern due to the school falling below the 3-star rating according to the 2017-2018 NSPF ratings. And I'm going to read these schools out individually, but they're also listed on your agenda. Mater Academy of Northern Nevada Elementary School, Mater Academy of Nevada Bonanza Campus Elementary School, and just a quick note, those are 2 different schools with 2 different charter holders, Northern Nevada and Southern Nevada. Freedom Classical Academy, which is formerly known as ALA North Las Vegas Elementary and Middle School. Leadership Academy of Nevada Middle School. Learning Bridge Charter School Elementary School. Legacy Traditional Elementary and Middle School. Somerset Academy of Las Vegas, North Las Vegas Elementary School, Sports Leadership and Management Academy, also known as SLAM Middle School. There are a couple of notes I want to call out for those schools just for the board. First, according to NRS 388A 330, states that the sponsor of a public charter school may revoke or terminate a charter contract for a school that is rated in the lowest 5% of elementary schools. I do want to call attention to Mater Academy of Northern Nevada because they do qualify for that provision as they do land within the lowest 5% of schools in the state. However, it's also important to note and recognize that this school just completed its first year of operation, and staff feels that going straight to a notice of intent to revoke in the intervention ladder is overly punitive. And so for that reason, staff is recommending that only a notice of concern be issued. But we are deeply troubled by this level of performance, and we hope to engage with the school about their next steps to improve in the coming year. The second note I would make is there are 2 schools in this category that just completed their first year as well, Freedom Classical Academy and Legacy Traditional Schools. And while staff is concerned about this level of performance, I do want the board to know that both leadership teams from those schools have proactively reached out to authority, staff, and leadership, expressing their concern and acknowledging that they're not happy with those results either and that they must see improvement. And I just wanted the board to be aware of that because I think it's important context. And I think I speak for everyone on the authority staff that we appreciate that proactive communication and acknowledgement of the ratings being unsatisfactory. So I'm going to stop with those schools just to see if there are any questions before we move to the other 2 listed under this item.
Mr. Chairman, Patrick Gavin here. I would note that I know that there are some schools here that are represented in the audience that are on this list who may wish to come up and address the board. Since this is a matter that, or this is an issue, I don't want to confuse between schools and other terms. Since the issuance of these notices is something that it will certainly, I believe that just the fact that schools have these performance issues has already triggered activity and scrutiny in a number of cases, if not all. I think in the spirit of ensuring that these folks are able to both acknowledge what's going on, but also to the degree that they have particular points they want to raise on this. I think it's only appropriate that you consider taking these one by one and have a brief dialogue with the representatives of the charter holders and campuses that are here, because I think this is the most important work that we do collectively, and I think having even a short conversation at this stage is more than appropriate.
All right, so let me just make sure I understand where we're at right now. We are looking at notices of concern for 1 or 2 star schools at this point. We're not looking at the schools with the participation issues at this juncture. Is that right?
Or let me just be clear. To the degree that we are looking at schools with participation issues, it is when those are in conjunction with a performance issue. Yeah. So we are talking about sub-bullets A through H, where it is either strictly a star rating issue or a sort of an academic performance issue or a participation issue. So I would not wish, if you wish to take all this stuff out of order, that's certainly fine as well. It'll be a little harder for folks to follow, but
so let's deal with the 1 or 2 star schools.
Jason, yes. So of those groups, and I'm sorry, and I'm trying not to confuse everybody, leadership is the one that was a 2-star school and had a participation penalty. So there is one school in this group that is both. But if you want to either pull that school out and talk about it along with the other participation warnings or penalties, or simply issue the notice in regard to the 2-star rating and talk about the participation issue later, you can do that.
Yeah, Mr. Herrick, I think that's the way I'd like to proceed. Let's deal with the schools that are either 1 or 2 star first, and whether we want to issue notices of concern to those schools. And then I want to have a separate discussion about those schools that fall into the category of participation, because I want to take a close look at what's going on with participation and make sure that we're not being overly punitive with those schools relative to that metric. And so why don't we start with the, let's see, we've got A through H as Director Gavin had identified. Maybe we'll just start with A. Is there any representative from Matter Academy of Northern Nevada? It appears that of total possible points of 102 points on the index, that Matter Academy of Northern Nevada received 15. I recognize this is your first year, but wanted to go ahead and let us know what's going on with your school here. We can't hear her.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Prim Walters. I'm the principal of Matter Academy of Northern Nevada, and I am here to explain our situation and to promise you that we will be moving up. My vision when we started Matter Academy was to start at the low-performing areas in Reno, Nevada. The schools around 9th Street where we are located were failing, and our goal was to open a school of choice and give these students, these families, a chance to turn things around for them. My one-year goal was to first establish relationships and a foundation of trust, relationship, and building a culture where they could trust me and believe in what we were going to do. Now, doing that, I've seen that it is not enough, and we obviously need to now turn on the rigor, and that's where we are. The rigor must happen, and we must close the gaps. With that being said, that's not an easy task, and so of course I look to my Matter family from Vegas and from Florida. They have 5-star schools in Florida. They're actually called A+, but it is equivalent to a 5-star. And I also turn to my Vegas Matter. Renee Fairless's campus has turned it around, and so I have gone to them to try to help support me with the rigor and the formula that they are using. And so I've spent this last month visiting their schools and using their formula, and I do believe that their formula is going to help turn us around. That formula includes doubling up on our math and reading, increasing our tutoring time, but more importantly, that tutoring time, they've shared with us their tools to differentiate, to make sure that each child has an individual plan to close those gaps. The other things that we're working on is grant money. I've asked to switch our grant money around to send all of my staff to those schools because those schools are high performing and they're amazing what they're doing there. And so I've asked for grant money to send those teachers there, and we are going to form a bond and produce the formula. One of the other things that we need to improve on is our lesson planning. Our lesson planning isn't just going to be so generalized anymore. It's going to be very individualistic for each child. We are also going to revamp the master schedule so that kids 3rd through 6th grade are double dipping in our reading and math, so increasing those minutes. I have always conducted weekly data plans, data meetings with my staff, but now I feel strongly about the programs that the other Matter Academies have shared with me, so that I feel like our data meetings are going to be more specific and more differentiated, and so we'll be coming up with a plan. So I promise you I will not be here next year sitting with my tail between my legs.
You know, we have these notices and these check-in points, not to embarrass anybody or to be insulting in any way, but to let you know that we care about student performance. Charter schools get autonomy and they get to innovate in any way they see fit, and we don't get involved with that at the board level. But where we do interact with you is on the outputs. What is it that you're actually producing in terms of student performance? And Principal Pim, I've had an opportunity to meet you face to face. I was at your grand opening, and I know you're passionate about those kids. I know you care that they succeed. I know that before you came before us, that you were probably had a ache in your stomach as you were agonizing over kind of the results for this last year. I just want you to know, from a board level, we share in that agony, and we know that that where you're at is not acceptable. And I know from your comments and from knowing you personally that that this isn't an acceptable place to land, and that you're going to work very hard over the next year to achieve better results. I was talking to your colleague here in the South. I'm going to let her address the board, but I know that they've done really good work with a very challenging population. I know what 9th Street is there in Reno. I know what the Boys and Girls Club is. As a young kid, that is my old stomping grounds, and so I know what the population that you're trying to serve and serve well. And so just know that even though we are in a process where we have to let you know that where you're at right now is not acceptable, don't take that, at least from my part, as not having a cheerleader in your corner hoping for your success and wanting you to do well. And so with that, I'm opening up to your colleague here in the South.
Thank you for your support.
Renee Fairless for the record. I just wanted to share and reiterate some of the things that Prim just said. We didn't perform at the level that we were expected to or had hoped to do, and so I called on my colleagues in Florida who have outstanding schools, and particularly Judy Marty, who's my mentor and had an outstanding school performance for over 14 years at Matter Academy in Florida. Now there's 25 Matters that exist there, and so they came out last year and suggested some changes, and we implemented them immediately, sort of flipped the school upside down overnight, if you will, and saw amazing results. And so we've just done the very same thing with Prim. We went to Reno, called on those very same colleagues to go to Reno. We walked through Prim's building, had a chance to meet her staff and her students. We took Prim and 2 of her staff members to Florida this week to also see schools, one in a very challenging environment, just like what Prim has in a Boys and Girls Club, and it's been an A+ school 4 years. And so I think sometimes, although we believe it and we feel it, you have to see it. And so I think once that happens, the transformation takes place. And, you know, I don't oversee Prim's campus on any level whatsoever, but we're collaborating really well, and I know that we'll continue to do that. And I'm going to be making monthly visits there, as well as some of the team from Florida, just to help support her and to collaborate with her. As you know, when I beat this drum very loudly, our students often don't come with language proficiency. And so that's really our first challenge, is to make sure that they feel very comfortable in their environment and that they can speak the language. And then we will do amazing things. There, here, everywhere, I promise. So it takes a minute. Thank you.
I appreciate your success. You know, we were talking about diversity earlier, and when you have that conversation in an abstract way, that like we did earlier, I think it neglects to appreciate the hard work in serving diverse populations. It is very, very hard work that requires a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of innovation, a lot of self-examination, and then stuff that oftentimes has nothing to do with reading, writing, or arithmetic. You know, how do you reach kids and families that are struggling in one way or the other? And so I'm very appreciative of the work you all are doing, and sensitive to, if we're going to commit, to serving diverse populations, then I think we have to be shoulder to shoulder with these schools as they do that hard work and do what we can, to make sure they have what they need to be successful. But having said that, just know that our objective is to have high quality seats for these populations, not just additional seats. So it's not like, I know in school choice movement, there's a lot of talk about school choice for school choice sake. And I've been a part of school choice movement for most of my adult life, and I've never subscribed to school choice for school choice sake. If the choice that's given is just another bad public option, then it's just a waste of resources. But if what we are offering is a quality public option, then that's worth the time and the effort and all that we go through to serve the kids that are under our care. And so as sympathetic as I am to where you're at, just know that our commitment is to making sure that we have high quality seats for these kids. And so we'll be closely monitoring how you're doing to make sure that we're accomplishing that objective as a authorizer and you as a school. Any of my other members have any comments for the Matter team? All right. Well, I think what we'll do is we'll take these schools one at a time. I'll take a motion on this school about issuing a notice of concern. The motion should substantially conform to what the recommendation is there at the end of the memo, but tailor it to the Matter school only.
You want to do the North and the South separate?
Let's just start with Matter Academy, Northern Nevada, because that's the school we have before us right now.
Want me to make that motion, sir?
Yes, please.
Member Moulton, then I would move that we follow the recommendation of staff for Matter Academy of Northern Nevada to issue a notice of concern and monitor the implementation of NRS.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Nora Luna, I second.
Okay, any discussion? Before I take a vote, again, I just want to thank the school for being here. The big part of how I evaluate what's going on with the school is whether they, when they're in these accountability proceedings, the kind of humility that they show and the kind of self-reflection. And I can tell that you have all been reflecting on what your performance has been, and you've got a plan to turn it around. And it takes a lot of humility and introspection, and I appreciate that from you all. So with that, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Look forward to next year and all the improvement that's going to happen over the next year. Thank you.
Me too. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on now to B, Matter Academy of Nevada Bonanza. This was an elementary school that was one-star school as well. What were the index points? I know I have that. 21.5. Hey, I got you. All right, so why don't you tell us what's happening with your school?
Renee Fairless for the record. Ms. Grana thought she did not have to be here until this afternoon, so I told her I would speak on our behalf. So I am the lead principal over this school as well. And I would like to celebrate that although it was in its first year, the middle school came in as a 3-star middle school. And again, we faced many of the challenges. I think it speaks to the fact that when these students come through the door in the first 3-4 years, the English language proficiency is not there, and so you struggle with that. But the longer the students are with us, or the longer they're able to develop those skills, the better they perform. So they were somewhat successful for the middle school. At the elementary school, we've developed the very same pattern, following some of the same things that we did last year. I'd like to review exactly what you said earlier, that often when principals come into a school, we give tremendous autonomy. That's the whole idea of the charter school movement. And so when it doesn't work, then it's much easier to step in and say, okay, so now we got you, here's what we need to do. And that's where we're at right now with Matter Bonanza. We allowed them to come in and do many of the things they wanted to. Now we're implementing full speed ahead the Matter model, which is a double dose of math, a double dose of ELA, after school tutoring, Saturday school, all of those things that we know makes a difference with these students. And so I just wanted to assure you that the same things that have shown some success at the Mountain Vista campus is what we're also following at the Bonanza campus. I'm sure we won't be at this table next year either. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Any comments? I'm not as familiar with this campus. I plan on taking a tour sometime soon, but my comments regarding the Matter and Northern Nevada stand with you all as well. I'm certainly pulling for your success, but it's our job to make sure that you understand that we have high standards, and we want to make sure all of our kids have high quality seats, no matter what neighborhood they hail from. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I noticed Ms. Fairless is joined at the table by Mr. Chiana, and I don't know if there's something he needs to provide.
The board member from Matter Academy.
Yeah. Would you like to make any comments?
No, I just know that.
The microphone's not on.
Dan Triano, one of the board members for Matter Academy. Just wanted to reiterate what Renee is saying. I know that they are doing their due diligence, and they are doing some best practices. They're implementing them right away, and I'm very confident that they're going to have great gains next year.
Yeah, thank you. And I really appreciate having a board member here. When a school's facing accountability, I don't know if this passes on some schools or not, but our contract is actually with the board, so to see that, there's a member of the board here taking seriously the information that's being provided and some of the things that we're deliberating on means a lot. So thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
Any other comments or concerns or questions?
And Mr. Chairman, Member Moulton, for the record, I would like to make the motion that we follow the staff's recommendation for Matter Academy of Nevada Bonanza. And I have been to that campus, and I know they're going to make it work, but that we follow the recommendation of staff and that we approve the staff's recommendation for a notice of concern and monitor the implementation according to NRS.
Do I have a second?
Member Corbett, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. Okay, next school, the Freedom Classical Academy, it used to be known as American Leadership Academy. Both the elementary and the middle school are two-star schools. It looks like the elementary school received 28.5 of a possible 102 points, whereas the middle school looks like they just fell shy of three-star rating, scoring 47.5 for the middle school.
My name is Jeremy Christensen, Executive Director for Freedom Classical Academy. Would like to say I'm pleased to be before you today, but I'm not. Last year was our first year of operation. We are serving a diverse population. Regardless of that, we hold ourselves to high standards for performance. Even though we are rated a two-star school, we did outperform all of our surrounding elementary schools in mathematics at the elementary level. So we do see significant progress. We want to see more growth this year, and we've made significant changes to ensure that growth, primarily staffing. It is difficult to attract and keep high-quality teachers when you're serving difficult populations, but we feel we have the right staff in place this year and that we're headed in the right direction.
Any comments or questions? We noticed that you changed your name this year. Was that because there's a change of affiliation?
Yes, we were formerly affiliated with Charter One, who's our EMO out of Arizona, and they operate the American Leadership Academy model. So we did split from them this last summer.
Yeah, I just wanted to get that on record. I think we approved that as a board with an amendment not too long ago. But for those who weren't here for that, I just want to make sure everybody knew about that transition. My comments with regard to Matter and serving diverse populations stand for you as well. And we look forward to hearing about your success in moving all your schools up to 4- and 5-star level. So I'll go ahead and take a motion if there are no comments.
Want me to continue that run, Mr. Chairman? Member Moulton, for the record. Then I would move that we follow the recommendation of staff for Freedom Classical Academy, formerly known as American Leadership Academy for both the elementary and the middle school, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a notice of concern and monitor the implementation according to NRS. That is my motion.
Do we have a second?
Member McAdam, I'll second.
So I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Leadership Academy of Nevada, middle school. It's a middle school with a 2-star rating. Do we have? Oh, yes, we do. Excellent.
Mr. Chair, this is the one where there's the participation conversation as well. Do you want to hold off?
Yeah, let's just focus on their performance under the star rating, and then
I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. So we'll be breaking this motion up into two, or this sub-item up into two potentially.
Yeah, potentially.
Chair, would you mind if I address both issues?
Let's address because I have some in reviewing all the material, I have some concerns about that, and I want to have that conversation with all of the folks that are in that category.
Okay, great. For the record, Brian Richardson, Executive Director of Leadership Academy of Nevada. Chair Guanasso, board members, SPCSA staff, thank you for this opportunity to address you at this time. Our governing board chair, Valerie Blake, would have liked to have been here, but she is out of town, and so she has excused herself. Leadership Academy of Nevada is currently in our 5th year. 2014-15 was our first year of operation. However, that year of testing was determined to be invalid, and we received no star rating for our high school and middle school. For the 2015-16 school year, Leadership Academy scored higher than the average SPCSA SBAC scores, with the exception of our 8th grade math. At the high school level, our average ACT score was the 2nd highest average among SPCSA schools. However, due to the previous year invalidation of the testing, there were no star ratings for our school once again. The 2016-17 year, we started to see a negative trend in our middle school SBAC scores, particularly the adequate growth progress of our students. At the high school level, our ACT scores were the highest average score of the SPCSA high schools. However, we were not keeping up with the NSPF guidelines as far as offering participation and completion in college and career preparation. At the end of the 2016-17 school year, we began discussions with our EMO to see what changes could be made to the model in order to increase our student achievement and providing more college and career opportunities for high school students in Nevada. Our EMO was resistant in making changes to the model, and we continue to push them to make changes, as we could see that on our current trajectory, we would end up here as a 2-star middle school, as there was very little student growth or proficiency levels. As a note, the 2017-18 school year was the first year our high school received a rating in which we received a 3-star rating. We lost the majority of our points due to graduation rates and college and career ready achievement points, which we are remedying. We expect a 90% graduation rate this year, as well as we've started offering our concurrent enrollment classes, which you voted to approve. Due to the continual rejection from our EMO to make adequate changes to the model, at a July 23rd, 2018 Leadership Academy of Nevada Governing Board meeting, I recommended that we not renew our contract with our EMO at the end of this year, June 30th, 2019. The Governing Board voted 4-3 to not renew the contract, and we are currently developing our 2019-20 curriculum and educational model to be more in line with Nevada standards and develop a model which will better fit the needs of our Nevada students and families. Though we are implementing an intervention system this year, we suspect that we will be a 2-star school for the 2018-19 school year again, as we are still under our EMO model, but expect much better results in the 2019-20 school year once our model and curriculum has been implemented. And then I'll hold off on the participation rate penalty, but I'll welcome any questions that you may have.
Yeah, well, first I want to know.
Can I just provide one informational item? Mr. Richardson, thank you so much for such a reflective set of comments, but I would be remiss if I did not make sure the board was aware that this school opened in 2015, and hence the first year of full implementation of this new model will be their renewal year. So I would think it's important for the board to be cognizant of that fact, but also, frankly, for Mr. Richardson and his board as well, because there won't be any data from this new implementation that will be reflected in the renewal recommendation. And that is something I think that it is important for everyone to be cognizant of, because it is clearly an area of concern that will need to be looked at very carefully during the renewal process that starts about a year from now.
Yeah, that is troubling, and but we'll save that conversation for later. You know my thoughts on that and what we're trying to accomplish statewide. So first, I just want to commend you and your board for taking the very difficult step of evaluating whether or not the EMO that's currently serving your school was a right fit. I can't imagine that was an easy conversation or debate, as reflected in the board vote of 4-3. And I imagine there's a lot of pressure on you as a school leader, as well as others that are in your team, to make this transition work and to come up with better results with that kind of intense introspection. We don't see a lot of schools that come before us, reflect on what's working, what's not, and make that kind of radical decision. And so we appreciate your courage for doing that, and appreciate the initiative you've taken to make changes that align to Nevada's standards. And I think that's what I heard was the big impetus behind changing the EMO, was the idea that the current EMO was not tailoring its program delivery to what Nevada expectations are. And that's huge, to recognize that, and then to make demands of the EMO to make changes, and when they don't, then to make a change in the EMO. So I appreciate your efforts in that regard.
Thank you.
Let me ask you, though, with a 4-3 vote, how is your governing body doing? I mean, are you fractured, or is it after the vote's taken, now you're all on the same team, moving in the same direction?
Yeah, good question. Several of those that dissented after that meeting said, we're all on board. We support you, and the decision has been made, and so they have been very supportive of us moving forward.
Any comments or questions, Member Moulton?
Thank you, and Mr. Chair did address some of those things that I have a 4-3 votes or whatnot, but I'm thinking, here we are. You're just 6 weeks, maybe 6 weeks into the school year, and you've got a year that you've still got to tread water. And I'm sure you know this, but I would encourage anything you can do to make sure it's not just treading water, that you are moving forward in a curriculum that aligns, because we were talking earlier about, these are kids, these are our students, they just cannot sit for 8 months doing anything. So I'm sure you know that, we all know that, but I just share that that's my big concern. And I agree with our chairman that to take on an EMO like that and a 4-3 vote, wow. And if you've got a cohesive board right now, you're doing something right. And so I commend you for that, but just please give those students everything you can for the 8 remaining months.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a school leader I respect very much. I was walking around with their school with them last week, and something that he said stuck with me. And it was, I asked him, I said, what is it that keeps you up at night? Because he serves a challenging population of students and all that. And he said, well, Jason, if I were working for a corporation and I'm producing widgets or some product, and I had a defect that resulted in those products and not being suitable to sell to consumers, I could just throw out those products and start over, fix the problem, start over. But in education, you can't do that. If you've got a group of kids that you failed, you can't, throw them away and start over, right? So, and then that group of kids ends up being disadvantaged throughout the rest of their school careers, as they have not been served well for a year, 2 years, 3 years. And so one of his drivers for him is to make sure that he's doing the best he can for those students in that cohort, so that he puts that cohort in the best position for success going. And that he said that's what keeps him up at night, because there's no do-overs in that regard. And I'm sure you're sensitive to that, but I think it's important to say out loud here in this forum that we take that responsibility very seriously, and whatever you can do to make sure that this group of kids isn't left behind or not served well because the EMO that's in place, for one reason or another, refuses to tailor its curriculum to meet our standards. We have the standards in place because we think those standards are what's best for students, and it's actually proved out, over the portfolio that the standards actually do result in better outcomes for students, whether that's in college or in the various careers they pursue. So,
yeah, thank you. Yeah, we do. We put we've upped our intervention just because we know that the model isn't quite a good fit. So we're hoping that our improved intervention can help bridge that gap until we get our model in place.
What was your index score again? I'm just looking for that. 3611. So you're about 14 points away from 3-star. It would make our conversation about renewal a lot easier if you got there.
And part of that was the participation penalty, where we lost 9 points.
Oh, okay. So we'll talk about that in a moment. But just know when we're looking at renewal, my preference is to renew 4 and 5-star schools, but 3 stars is satisfying all the requirements, and we look at those schools in context of kind of their trajectory, not the fact that they're just 3-star, but the fact that maybe they're improving and on their way up to 4 or 5 stars. So, but we scrutinize 1 and 2-star schools pretty hard when it comes to, and I'm reticent to approve a 1 or 2-star school for renewal, and I just want to be transparent in terms of the way I think about these things. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and take a motion on this notice of concern as it pertains to academic performance.
Mr. Chair, Member Moulton, for the record, I would move that we follow the recommendation of staff that Leadership Academy of Nevada Middle School be recommended to issue a notice of concern and monitor the implementation according to NRS.
A second? Anybody?
Member Mackinnon, I'll second.
Okay, Member Mackinnon seconds. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries unanimously. We'll talk about participation in a moment. Let's go ahead and call up Learning Bridge Charter School. They're an elementary school, 2-star school, close to a 3-star school. It looks like they're 44.11. Do we have any representatives of Learning Bridge Charter School available? Oh, there we are.
Yes, good morning. I'm Christy Sublogic, Administrator for Learning Bridge Charter School in Ely.
Good morning. Please tell us what's going on with your school.
So we noticed we were just 6 points shy of our 3-star rating for our elementary school. And one factor leading to this was our middle school actually had a high teacher turnover this year. We have 3 middle school teachers. Our ELA teacher and our science teacher, we had turnover twice throughout the year. And we learned through review of our data that actually our 6th grade was considered elementary for the 17-18 school year. And so that 6th grade lower academic achievement this year really impacted the elementary school. And so in conversation with NDE, I did realign so that it is our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade is considered middle school for going forward for the 18-19 school year. That was the significant part with the lower performance this year.
Well, thank you for that explanation. It looks like you are on track to improve your star rating for next year. You have a plan in place for that, right? Can you maybe tell the board a little bit about what your plans are for the coming year to improve your index score?
Absolutely. So we are supporting our 2 new teachers that we have through the Northern Nevada Regional Professional Development Program for our ELA support, and also with the Open Gate Foundation for our new science teacher with the Elko Charter School, the Elko Institute for Academic Achievement. So we're providing our 2 new teachers with solid support and mentorship. Also, we are working with Dr. Andy Morency from Honors Academy of Literature and her team, working with the DataWise installation of looking at our data, so we know exactly which areas we need to improve upon. And we're just moving forward from day one and making sure that we have significant improvement in our one area that showed we needed growth was our academic achievement.
Thank you for that. Any comments or questions? Okay.
Member Moulton, I just want to comment.
Yes,
way to go, technology. I mean, that's great to see you.
Yeah.
I know we very much appreciate it for our 4-hour drive to Las Vegas or 6 hours to Carson City.
Oh, it's such a beautiful drive, though, right? How are things going with the new building?
We are very excited. The carpet is just about done. Our 3rd grade and 5th grade will actually be moving into the teachers will be moving their classrooms in on Monday. Our 4th grade on Tuesday. We should be almost like 90% sure we'll be moved in by Friday to start school altogether on October 8th.
somewhat of a tangential question, but in the mountains that are around your area, are the trees turning yet?
Absolutely. That's what we're hoping to make sure we're in before snowfall, because that would there's a little bit of an inconvenience.
Sometimes my family and I get up to Elko to just catch fall up there because there's nothing more. Or is that Ely? Oh, not
Ely.
Elko. I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, we have family from Ely, and we get over there sometimes. The Ghost Train, and then the Lehman Caves and all that. So we'll have to make a trip out there and come see the good work you're doing out there in Ely. So thanks for that. I'll go ahead and take a motion.
Mr. Chair, Member Moulton, for the record, I would move that we follow the recommendation of staff for Learning Bridge Charter School Elementary School to issue notices of concern and monitor the implementation of NRS.
Do we have a second?
Nora Luna, I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move on to now Legacy Traditional School. We have an elementary and a middle school that is 2-star. With Legacy Traditional Schools in the North Valleys, it looks like we have a 34.5 index. And then with Legacy Traditional School Middle School, we have a 43.67 index. Tell us what's going on.
For the record, Candy Farthing, Superintendent of Legacy Traditional School. So first of all, I want to say it's absolutely not okay that we got a 2-star rating. That is something that we do take very, very seriously and have been digging into why we got that rating and the areas that we need to address. We actually have, like a lot of other people have said, had a lot of turnover with staff. Our administrative team completely changed from last year, mid-year, right before testing started, and we brought in a great new administrative team, and we also, staffing-wise, brought in some new teachers and cleaned up house on that end, which I think is going to play out in our effects for this year. We've already been digging into the data and where our kids were struggling in the areas of interventions that we need to target that growth, as growth is 55% of the report of the score. So we're already doing a lot of those pieces. We're actually able to get EL funds this year with the Title III and the SB 390, and that is going to be huge. We've got a 1 out of 10 on our elementary score for EL, and that's not okay. And so it'll be very helpful to be able to have more resources to really target those kids with our 17% EL population that we have at that campus. So I think that we're implementing a lot of really good strategies and interventions. We've had a lot of turnover of staff. The culture out there on that campus, from staff to families, has just been so positive, and you can feel the change out there from last year. It's night and day. We would actually encourage any of you guys to come out there and have a visit of the campus and see it firsthand.
I think I've been to the school to tour, but I think both of your schools, as a matter of fact. The individual from Arizona, forget his name off the top of my head. What's that?
Bill Bressler?
Yeah, Bill Bressler. I think you all are very conscientious and very data-driven, so I think that works in your favor. I want to express some frustration, not to embarrass you, but just to say, you all were very aggressive in your growth plans. And, in retrospect, I'm glad that we didn't approve the rest of the growth plans that were presented to us. But the thing that frustrates me about it is not so much the aggressiveness, but I remember going over the slides that were presented, and the idea was that because we've been successful in Arizona, and we've been successful as we've grown, and we've been successful with EL, English language learner populations, that we will be successful here. So just trust us. And even though there's no data, we want you to trust us and let us grow. And so, again, you all are data-driven, which is encouraging to me, and you've got a great team I've seen firsthand. But just know when you make that kind of pitch and then you don't deliver, that really that really gives me pause, and it makes me concerned, that is what I'm being told and what I'm being showed on slides and everything, is that credible information or not, and so I'm sitting here looking at two-star school and feeling somewhat embarrassed that we allowed the growth that we allowed to happen without a proof of concept first, right? And so we have to take those risks. I'll say you're worth the risk, but I won't have this conversation again, especially with regard to what was represented to us regarding your growth plans and your ability to deliver high-quality seats.
Oh, yeah, and completely understood, and I don't want to have that conversation again. We're trying to be very proactive with our Cadence campus as well, the new campus out there, and really partnering that campus with our North Valley campus and building the collaboration that's Nevada specific, and so we are addressing it. My admin team, Christy and Jennifer, that are my principals, they were both principals in Arizona for several years, and so they know the legacy model and way to a T, but then the rest of my administrative team is all Nevada specific and Nevada experience, and so I think we've got a really good balance there. And I'm looking forward to coming back next year and saying, look at where we went.
You were from Coral, right? That was your background?
I was at Coral.
Yes, so, all right.
Hi, Christine Fitzsimmons. I'm the principal of North Valley. Love it there. Absolutely think the population, I love the diversity over there. So it's a great fit. And I came in mid-year last year, and I do want to let you know I'm feeling exactly like you're feeling right now. I was a principal in Northwest Tucson for 7 years, and we were A-rated in Arizona, so I can tell you that part, that is true. But now you have Jennifer Hackett, who's the principal of Cadence, and you have myself, that we can say there are differences, and we need to address those. This is Nevada. So I am 100% behind you, and I'm glad that we are slowing down. Okay?
Excellent. Thank you so much. Well, with that, are there any other comments or questions?
Member Moulton, just for... Oh, go ahead.
Member Hinton.
Yeah, this is just more of a general comment than anything specific to them. But, as a classroom teacher, I can tell you, and I think the research bears this out, that the single most important thing that we can do as educators is to make sure that we have a highly qualified teacher in every classroom. And I'm a little concerned, and I know this is something with the district as well as public schools, our charter schools, is this issue of turnover. I'm not sure that this board can do anything about that. I just want to say this, put this on the record, but it's hard to get these schools, or any school, frankly, to perform when you have a constant turnover. And I'm hearing this issue coming up again and again, particularly with this low-performing schools. So, again, I just wanted to put that out there.
Has turnover been a challenge for you all?
Do you want me to address that? It has, because of our rigorous curriculum, and some teachers struggle with that. So this year we're actually having more professional development to help them in with our curriculum that we teach. And so it has been, but last year it was more than this year.
Okay. Yeah, I've noticed with the schools that have had a commitment to developing their teachers and investing in their teachers, that they have a better track record with keeping their talent.
And I can tell you, I know I'm saying Arizona again, but down in Northwest Tucson, my turnover rate with teachers was very, very minimal unless they had to move out of the state. Yeah. So it does work. It's just getting the teachers to feel good about the rigorous curriculum, and our style's a little bit different with direct instruction. So we have to find a good fit for that as well.
Thank you. Member Moulton.
Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize. Member Moulton, for the record, Nevada is Nevada is Nevada. It's not what they say it in a different way all over the nation and whatnot. And I was born and raised in Idaho, lived in California, moved here, but I've lived here 40 years. I have kids that live all over the country, and it is very unique. Every state is, but I think particularly this state. And I'm going to put this on the record vocally that we don't care about education. Not we in this room, but many of the people don't. And until you get here and you really see it and feel it, that we are different, and I'm so glad you recognize that, because I think that's a big step in then making the adjustments necessary to have our children successful. So thank you, and I'll say that to my dying day, and it's a wonderful state. I love it dearly, and the students here, so thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Anything else you'd like us to consider?
No, like I said, I'm excited to show how far we go next year, and I would love to have you guys come visit our North Valley campus and just feel the culture difference out there.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you for your time.
Mr.
We'll
Chairman?
go ahead and, please, Director Gavin.
It's also a slightly tangential note, but I think I would note that at this point, this body has issued notices of concerns to 4 of this of this agency's 5 first-year charters or campuses, and I think one thing I would suggest that you would reflect on as individual members, and that this be a topic at a later date, is whether we need to be looking more thoughtfully first at the rigor of the pre-opening process and gating whether a school should be opening as the timeline that was initially identified, or if there needs to be more time. And I think certainly questions around where you are in terms of your human capital pipeline are certainly things that are scrutinized very carefully in other states, in addition to things like how well aligned your curriculum is to Nevada's state standards. And that is clearly something that needs to happen largely after approval, because that is something that is so staff driven and leadership driven. So those are things I think that are important to contemplate. And the other thing, just to piggyback on what you noted, Mr. Chairman, is yes, we need to take judicious risks in talking about expansion and replication, but I think that's also something where I think it's appropriate to have a conversation at a later date, particularly when there's an opportunity to re-examine your existing regulations to determine if there are additional criteria that should be considered or gating factors in that area. And I think there's a lot to learn from this process, and I think it presents a tremendous opportunity for us to look at what we can do to ensure that seats are high quality out of the gate.
Thank you for those comments. All right, well, I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chair, Member Moulton, for the record, I would motion that we follow the recommendations of staff for Legacy Traditional School, elementary and middle school, to recommend to issue a notice of concern and monitor the implementation of NRS.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Member Corbett, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the. Please go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I just want to reiterate, what Chair Guanasso said about, getting sold a bill, getting sold outcomes, and then when it doesn't happen, I can just be very blunt and say this board has a history of being pretty reactionary, and then the pendulum swings really far in a reactionary way. So it's not only like I feel your embarrassment and you're like, this is awful, but it has an effect on the next people who come up to the table, because we are very reactionary, whether that's right or wrong. That's our history. And so it's not just for you and your growth, but it's the next group who comes to the table are going to feel the ramifications of this now. And that's unfortunate.
Yeah, point well taken. Any other comments? Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Chair Guanasso, I didn't want to have them stuck up here while like last time, so I wanted to just share a comment after. Based on something you said earlier, I definitely agree as it relates to, let me say it this way. Oftentimes we've put a lot of weight on the success of these schools in other states as part of that being the approval process. The opposite has also been true, whereas if they didn't perform well in another state, that weighed heavily on our decision process. And so I think there's risk in both. And so I think, anyway, I think it sometimes can come out as ambiguous in terms of what that is, and I'm all for rigor. I think you can ask any people who apply here, and rigor is probably not the word they would use in terms of the process, which I think rigor, anyway, I'll leave it at that. Yeah, that's right. But, just want to put a bookmark here, because I think there's an opportunity to extend this conversation at a future date.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think those are great points. And I think, the work we've been doing to recognize best practices and understand what makes schools successful and what doesn't, and some of the comments Director Gavin made about making sure that schools, when they come here, understand Nevada's expectations and are on track out of the gate to align their programming to our expectations in our state. I think some of those, having more conversation around that would be good. And, so that we're not just looking at were they successful in another state or not, but how does their success directly translate to what we expect of our schools in Nevada? And I think we have to have a larger discussion around that. So, all right, great. Any other comments? We'll go ahead and move to Somerset Academy of Las Vegas, North Las Vegas. Their elementary school was a 2-star school, and it looks like they had an index score of 40.
Good morning. It's on. I'm Jenny Martinez. I'm the principal at Somerset Academy, North Las Vegas campus. And with me today is Mr. John Bentham, our president of our board of directors. Unfortunately, we're here today because of the performance of our school in this past year. And it is a humbling experience, as others have shared with you. We come from an amazing system, and I'm very, very proud to be a part of a system, and I'm proud to be serving in the community where I serve and I live, and I know the people that attend the school. I appreciate you all giving us this opportunity to address the steps that we're going to take to make improvements in our performance as a school and to boost our star rating next year. And we are already off to a pretty good start, especially after reviewing our anticipated star scores over the summer. So we had already put some plans into action before getting the official reporting of the stars. And that's in great thanks to our EMO, Academica, who provided us with support in analyzing data from our end of year benchmark exams. So I can't tell you how helpful that was. We're especially grateful that this year we are able to, for the first time ever, get an individual star rating. We have always been part of a system that received a system-wide star rating, and it never quite gave us a very specific or accurate measure of how our particular students were performing. It was a lot of manual disaggregation and sometimes a little bit of guesswork. And while it was a big relief to know, okay, now we have an accurate measure of where our kids stand, it's also a scary fact because now we know what work needs to be done. However, I know that it can be. The data has, since the summer, even before the official scores came out, the data has been a roadmap for driving instruction, for closing opportunity gaps, for training our teachers, changing the mindset of the culture of the school in terms of what is testing and what purpose does it serve in our community, and for preparing for placement for interventions for our students. We do have a plan in place to address our weaknesses and definitely to strengthen student achievement. We've begun working with the data specialist, and thankfully through our EMO, we have had the pleasure of having some very in-depth trainings with her, and she has had success with the Pinecrest campuses all being 5-star schools. And we couldn't miss on that talent, and boy, are we lucky to have her, because she has really helped us see exactly what we need to do to target the most simplest changes for the greatest effect. And all of our principals, all of our APs, regardless of standing and star rating, are attending these trainings, and we have brought teachers, key lead teachers in place to join us so that the message doesn't get watered down as it filters through the sharing of information at our school. We are also working with administrators from our sister schools in Florida to model practices that they've used that have proven to be effective in helping them increase student achievement. We are implementing added intensive math and reading classes to boost student in the lower quartiles, along with progress monitoring for all students so that no students slip between the cracks. We are double dosing literacy and math this year, no exceptions. If you are not meeting or exceeding the benchmarks that are expected by the state of Nevada and Somerset as a system, nothing else matters. That is our new motto. Nothing else matters. So we are getting to know our data quite intimately and finding ways to better align it with lesson planning, instructional strategies, and leadership styles. In recent years, the student population, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with the history of our campus, but in recent years, the student population at North Las Vegas campus has become much more diverse and more reflective of its community. So as we open, and gratefully we have a system that has been successful and continues to grow, and a lot of the students who are at our school are going to schools that are closer to where they live, which only makes sense. Unfortunately, that creates a void for us. Luckily, we are able to fill that void, and we're able to fill it with the people that I know, that I live with. And with those changes, though, come challenges, and that's identifying truly what the needs of these students are. We don't know their history. We don't have all of their SBAC scores, or if they have second language needs. It is getting better with the filtering of information through Infinite Campus, so that has been a great help. And we are now finding better ways to identify the needs of these new students coming in so that we can get them on track with what we expect of them. And just in the last 2 years, started with the National School Lunch Program because of the changes and the needs of our new students coming in. Our numbers have rolled over 40% of FRL students, and we are quickly approaching 50, which will most likely make us give us the opportunity to have access to Title I funding and some programs that we really need to help our kids that come in with deficiencies. The new data may, if we don't get the Title I funding, we still already have programs in place. We're not counting on that to be our savior. We know that we have to do the work and get down to business with these kids and the teachers. We believe that with the measures that we've put into place, and with all of our team, with Academica, our amazingly supportive board, the volunteer parents even at our school, that we're going to be able to achieve the goals that we've set for ourselves. And just in looking at the elementary school data, we only need 15 more points to get us to the next STAR level, and that can be done with just addressing 2 line items in the STAR framework. So that's the way we're addressing everything. Where can we make the greatest impact? And then now how do we start bringing in the more challenging areas so that we can be successful? And our new data, a strategic data guru has been phenomenal in helping us identify these areas and get down to business. So thank you for taking the time to listen. And I do appreciate it, because this school it's my heart, but Somerset is an amazing school, and to make them feel like they've been let down by a 2. That's not okay, because our kids aren't 2s, our teachers aren't 2s. We performed at a 2 level. I want them to get that STAR that I know that they can achieve, and they will.
Well, that was probably one of the most articulate and detailed explanations of what you plan to do to improve your school that I think I've heard. And I was impressed, I think, with the amount of reflection that it appears you've done with you and your team to figure out what the issues are and to have specific and kind of a detailed plan of action to achieve better results. And so I appreciate the thoughtfulness and the humility and the fact that you're taking it personally, as I know many school leaders do. So, and I appreciate the fact that you have a board member here with you. I mentioned this earlier, but it speaks volumes to us on the board when we know that the board members are invested in the outcomes that their schools are producing and that they appear along with their school leaders in these sorts of environments to be accountable for those results and to be a part of the solution to improve going forward. So I appreciate you taking the time. Did you have anything you wanted to say to us?
I do. Thank you so much, Chairman. My name is John Bentham, Board Chair of Somerset Academy of Las Vegas, for the record. To echo what Principal Martinez said, I know that she's been working diligently with her administrators as well as the teachers to improve this. It is the goal of our board to not just earn a 3-star or a 4-star rating. We want all of our schools to perform at a 5-star level, and that's not for bragging rights. That's because our kids deserve that. We have engaged in a more thoughtful and considerate way our Somerset partners in Florida. Carrie Ann Rodriguez has been assigned as the lead educator to assist us in the transformation and assisting Principal Martinez in making sure that we can achieve the best star ratings for our students, or the best educational opportunities for our students. And I don't know if you know Carrie Ann Rodriguez, but she's been with the Somerset system from the beginning in Florida, and she is a phenomenal educator, and we're so excited that she and her team have taken a real interest in the North Las Vegas campus to make sure that transformation is successful, and we work with those students to the best of their ability. I also want to just take this second to echo what Member Hinton and Member Moulton said about our teachers and turnover. It is our goal at Somerset to attract, as I know every charter school wants to attract, the most incredible teachers for our students. And in order to do that, we have a couple of things that we have to do. We have to create a great culture. We have to create great educational tools and opportunities for growth. But we also have to pay them what they're worth. And in order to do that, we have to fundamentally change how we do things in Nevada. And to echo what Member Moulton said, is we have to put education as a top priority. And right now, I don't feel like we do that. Not this board, but as a state. And we have to say that we value education and we value our educators. It is unfair to ask our teachers to make a choice between supporting their family and choosing to simply educate, or choosing a culture. Right now, many of our teachers, and we're so blessed to have an incredible teaching population with very low turnover, but at this point, they make the choice for culture and students, and they forego the pay. And I don't think that's right, and we have to make that change. So I appreciate you letting me get on that soapbox and divert a little bit from what's the issue at hand. But I did want to thank you, too, for stating that, because that is something that we definitely need to address, and especially in this upcoming legislative session where we may be able to make some difference. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. Any comments or questions from any other of my colleagues? Okay, great presentation. Appreciate the work you're doing. I expect next year you'll be a high 3-star or a low 4-star.
Won't see us here.
Okay, so appreciate that. So with that, I'll go ahead and take a motion.
Mr. Chair, Member Moulton, for the record, I would move that we follow the recommendation of staff that Somerset Academy of Las Vegas, North Las Vegas Elementary School be issued a notice of concern and be monitored and monitor the implementation of NRS.
Do we have a second?
Nora Luna, I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thanks for your time.
Thank you all.
Okay, we'll move on now to Sports Leadership and Management Academy. They are a 2-star school right now. Oh, thank you. They are a 2-star school, and they are very close to being a 3-star school. They're a 47.5 index, right?
Yes.
Okay, so tell us what's going on. Didn't I see you for another school?
Yes, I'm the principal at Slam Academy.
Okay, excellent.
Dan Triana. This is Phil Bateman. He's a parent and a board member. He's with us as well. And, year one, we had 450 kids. We were at a 3-star year one. Year two, we added 300 more students to our population. Now we're close to 1,000 students in year three. Our index score for our high school is 72, when we were at 47.5 for our middle school. And we kind of took it on the chin. I think we're using it as a motivation as a staff. We feel very sobered and humbled by that. Our pass rates for the SBAC have increased in both math and in English slightly, but our index scores went down, and so we're at that 2-star status. We are going to be, we've had a lot of our Florida partners and mentors visit and assess and give us recommendations. They are giving us, from the SLAM Foundation, $20,000 to help support our ELL program with a program that they are recommending and will be receiving training for to support our ELL students to make sure that they're growing, as well as our special education students. I think that after looking at the data, we didn't grow our students and keep an eye on making sure, monitor the growth piece. And so this year, we also hired Pinecrest Data Guru to help support our data and to drill down per teacher the effectiveness of each teacher, and trying to identify who are the teachers that do well with the high-performing students and who are the teachers that are effective with the low-performing students. We want to make sure we put the teachers in the right positions as we're moving forward. We've got 38 teachers. I'd say 50% of them are probationary teachers. They have a lot of idealism and hustle, but they just need a lot of mentoring support. So we have a mentoring support system in place with our seasoned teachers, with our young teachers, where they check in weekly with them, and they're getting feedback. They're getting support on learning how to use the Mimios, learning how to use the Infinite Campus, learning how to use the lesson plan tool. There's so many different tools and components that for a first-year teacher, it could be overwhelming. And we just want to make sure that we have a continual follow-up with the trainings that we've already had this year. We've got a lot of PDs in place for all of our teachers on how to use the curriculums for math and ELA, and how to use the technology piece with that. We're using iReady for our mid-year, beginning year, mid-year, and end-of-year diagnostic, and it is our intensive tool for the intensive classes. We are doing the double dose for all of our students that are below grade level. So we made 250 schedule changes after we got our SBAC results for our middle school kids. So all the kids that are below grade level, if they're below grade level in just math and not in English, then they're going to get a double dose of math. If they're in both, then they're going to get a double dose of both, and they're going to sacrifice an elective until we get them to grade level status. So the community's responded well. We haven't had too much kickback. We have a couple of parents that do kickback that they want those electives back. But when we talk to them about the importance of really strengthening that foundation to prepare them for high school, they begin to understand, the kids begin to understand, and for us to be a college preparatory school, we got to get the middle school kids high school ready, and then eventually get those high school kids college ready. So there's a lot of pieces in place. There's a lot of support that we're leaning on. I know that Renee and her instructional coach is coming over on Monday to continue to do some training for our staff. So I think with the support in state, with the support out of state, and with the reflective practices that we have, and with our strong personnel, our leadership team, we are very determined. Our goal for next year is to be a 4-star school in our middle school, and we believe that we have a plan in place that will get us there.
Yeah, thank you for that. No, it sounds like you've really thought through where the weak parts are and what you're going to do to address those weaknesses and become a stronger school. You said you had a board member and a parent. Would you like to say something?
I am Phil Bateman. I'm a board member and a parent of a child at the school. Very impressed over the last couple of weeks with the communication. We have all received communication from the school directly. completely disclosing the issue with solutions and an invitation to put any concerns directly to Principal Triana. Several changes in communication have come out over the last couple of weeks. Schedule changes, as he disclosed, have happened, which I think support all the school students there in improving and getting better. Even today, the importance of attendance reflected in school performance was put out there this morning. So receiving great communication over the last couple of weeks, and between reaching out to our Florida mentors and helping the teachers get in the right position, I think we're definitely on the right path to getting back on track with a 4-star rating.
Sounds like your board's been very engaged in looking at the results from this last year and thinking about what you're going to do differently to improve, huh?
Absolutely.
That's great. Yeah, I can't tell you again, I've said this a couple times already, but when it's obvious that board members are invested in the outcomes of their school, it gives us a lot of confidence that those schools are in good hands, because we only look at really outcomes. We're not on the ground, kind of working with the educators to achieve the outcomes. That's what board members do, right? So I appreciate your investment in being here and being humble and accountable to what your performance is now and having a clear plan of action going forward. So any other comments or questions for the school? Oh, please, Director Gavin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Dan, in particular, Mr. Triana, thank you for coming here. You'll recall that this school's charter application was one of the first that was approved by this body during my tenure with the agency. And I think at that time we talked about a couple of areas that our board cautioned you and your board on. The most substantial of those was that, in contrast to some of the other Florida replications that have come to Nevada, Somerset, Matter, Pinecrest, Doral, at that point, SLAM was a single site model that did not have a fully articulated 6th through 12th grade program. So the ratings were informative at that point, but not solidified. And that was an area of concern for us because, in contrast to the 15-year operating history of the Matter network as a whole, the SLAM spinoff of Matter had substantially less of a knowledge base in terms of what actually is the core product. What is it that you deliver? I think it's clear that there's been a lot of iteration, a lot of thought done by you and your team to refine this over the years. But I would note, and I think it's important that you keep in mind that in contrast to those other Florida-based models, the SLAM network nationally is still finding its footing. There is far more of a distribution of B and C schools in Florida terms in the SLAM network than there is for certainly Matter or Somerset or Pinecrest or Doral. So that's that, and that's. That lack of consistency is an area of concern that I know is not only something that we've chatted about, but more importantly, it has been a reason for denial. Most recently in the state of Colorado, where the State Board of Ed reviewed, among other things, the inconsistent performance of the SLAM network, and expressed, and that was clearly one of the grounds for the denial of the replication there. I say this to put it on the record that there's clearly some consistency issues there, and to suggest that you may want to also look at the other models that have been more consistently successful as you're thinking about what needs to change. And the reference you made to having Renee and her team come in, I think, is certainly a good example of that. But I would note, with great respect and affection for Renee, that 1 year of growth does not equal a trend yet. Looking at whether it's Judy Marty and her team, or some of the other folks that the other Florida-based networks have brought to the table, and looking at what's it going to take to make sure that you move this school truly to the next level and make it the exemplar for what SLAM schools should be, not just in this state, but around the country.
Absolutely. No, that's taken to heart. And I share your views with that. I think that SLAM has grown quickly over the past, I think the first SLAM in Miami was 2012, and we were the second one in 2016, and now there's 10 SLAMs, and so they're in those baby stages where they're trying to gain their footing and gain some strength. So I think they're all kind of in the same boat we're in, but I think we are moving in the same direction, and I know that they are very collaborative with their systems to share best practices and support each other as well. So I do take that to heart. To add, I do want to share that our teacher retention is strong, and our student retention is very strong in the 90 percentiles for both. Our climate and our culture, there's a lot of school pride that's been developed since year one. Kids want to be there, and we feel that we're going to make sure that they grow. We're going to grow them. So thank you so much for the accountability you provide to us to be our best. And we also going through the accreditation process with Advanced Ed this year. So in November, we're going to go through that process of being accredited.
Excellent. Any other comments or questions? Member Moulton?
Member Moulton, very quickly, what are the demographics of SLAM? Are you similar to what CCSD is or the neighborhood that you're in?
We're very similar to CCSD.
You got your microphone on.
Yeah. Okay. Is that okay? We're very similar to CCSD. I want to say our Hispanic population is about 55%. Our Caucasian population, I want to say, is about 25%. Our African Americans about 18%, and then the other with the multiracial and Asian and Native Americans that are sprinkles here and there. So I know that our FRL, our ELL, and our special education populations have grown significantly from year one to year two. So I'm sure it's very similar to the Courtney and the Mac and the Brown middle schools that are the surrounding middle schools to us.
Thank you. And I just have to quickly say, I have neighbor kids that I always ask them, where are you going to school? And so many of them say SLAM. And I say, where do you hear from that? And so I'm kind of on the east side, but still a ways away, and they love it. When you say that they've got a real loyalty to the school, these kids really enjoy it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, I'll go ahead and take a motion.
Mr. Chair, Member Moulton, for the record, I would move to follow the recommendation of staff for the Sports Leadership and Management Academy, known as SLAM Middle School, to be rated a notice of intent, a notice of concern, and to monitor the implementation of NRS.
Okay, second. Do I have a second?
Melissa Mackinnon, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay, so.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
I know that we've now gone through all the schools that are eligible for notice of concern strictly on academics. By my count, there are 3 for whom there's this other topic that you want to dig into. I would suggest that we take that agenda item and then potentially break for lunch. Some people are starting to look a little hangry, certainly in our audience. But maybe in the interest of time, we could ask all 3 leaders to come up to the table collectively, because I think this is an important conversation for you guys to have, but that's just a suggestion.
Yeah, that I was actually going to get to that and let you know kind of my plan of action. We'll go ahead and we're going to deal with the participation all at once. So those schools that would include Coral, Akipo, and I think Connections? Leadership. I'm sorry, Leadership. If the 3 of you could come up and grab an extra chair. And then
the other 2 schools are Connections and Virtual. I don't know if we want collectively.
We'll deal with them in the notice of breach section, but
neither of those are up for notice of breach.
Oh, no, they're not. What are they?
Continue. Are they on? What list are they on?
They're on their own list.
They're on their own list. We have. We'll deal with them. But what I would propose is, whatever decision we come to with regard to participation, that we apply that rationale to those other schools. Just depending on kind of where this conversation goes. So my proposal here is that we deal with this part, and then as Director Gavin has suggested, then we will break for lunch. For those of you here for other agenda items and you don't want to listen, you want to break for lunch and come back, I'm expecting we'll be done with this conversation in maybe 20, 25 minutes. We'll take a half hour for lunch. Yeah, maybe I'm just being, I don't know how long it's going to take. Maybe it's shorter, but the idea would be we'd take a half an hour for lunch and then and then finish up the rest of our agenda, after, 1:15, 1:30 sometimes. So, and we've got a time certain for an agenda item at 2 based on some guests we've invited. So, with that, let's, maybe if staff could give us some background on the participate. I know, Selchuk, that you flagged this for us as you were going through your presentation. And so maybe you could just help the board understand the participation issues as it pertains to each of these schools from a data perspective. And then Director Gavin, maybe we go back to the schools and kind of have them explain what was going on with those, with their participation categories, unless you all have a different way you want to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I will ask Dr. Ozdemir to just again talk through what the federal expectations are that are outlined in federal law, to which both states, local education agencies, and schools are accountable. And then we can proceed as you suggested.
Thank you, Director Gavin. Selçuk Özdemir. Selçuk Özdemir for the record, Mr. Chairman and the member of the board. As I mentioned in my presentation, the state of Nevada is required not less than 95% of all students, including the overall school and then the subpopulations. There's also specifically ESSA requires this 90% of participation on the state math and ELA assessments. So in both subjects, schools should test it at least 95% of their students. There's also N size requirement. If the N size is small, it should be an N-1 rule. So let's say you have 10 students, 10 IEP students, you should test at least 9 of them to be able to get the participation rate. If you don't hit the 95% in the current year, states look back to prior year participation rates and average them. If you receive that 2-year average over 95, and you qualify for that. And also, if that 2 years is not enough, then state goes back to the third year and add them up and divide it by 3 to receive the current participation rates for the school. As I said, there are 22 subgroups that schools should hit the 95%. So as an overall school, and then also all race and special populations, they should hit the participation rate for 95% for the current year. And should I go through the?
Let me ask you something. Since you're at a pause point, just so I'm clear, we have a participation rate for the whole school that we look at, and our expectation or the state and federal requirement is 95%?
95% should be tested.
Okay, so that's one metric. And then within that, there are several subcategories.
Correct.
Kids with disabilities.
Reduced lunch receivers, English language learners, and also the race, the ethnicity, American Indians, Asian, Hispanic, all those also as a subgroup, they also should be tested at least 95% of the population.
And then in those subgroups, sometimes those subgroups can be very small. They could be 5, 6, 10.
Exactly.
And how are those treated?
And if that is the case, N-1 rule, which is whatever the number of kids, the school can miss only 1 kid. So if you have 5 kids in that category, the school should test it at least 4 of them to be able to hit the 95% bar.
And I would also remind the board of the point Dr. Ozdemir said that, sorry, Patrick Gavin for the record, for posterity. There are these second and third looks particularly pertain to when there is a participation issue. So there's an average over the previous 2 years and an average over the previous 3 years. To deal with the statistical noise question of, well, what happens if 2 students were hospitalized for the entire testing window or something? Those and we're receiving homebound instruction. Those kinds of factors. I think this state is extraordinarily fair and rigorous in looking at ways to measure those kinds of to how those extenuating circumstances work out, without going into the realm of anecdote or testimony or whatever else, because with the number of students we're talking about statewide, there's just no way to do that.
Now, the Department of Ed, to your point on that, the Department of Ed does cause consequences to occur, right? So when they put all the schools on notice of their expectation with regard to participation, is that right? And then secondly, when there's some problem with participation, they get penalized in some way, right? They lose points. Can you explain that piece?
Selçuk Özdemir, for the record, Mr. Chairman and the member of the board. Yes. So there are some consequences if the school didn't meet with the participation rate. First year, the school received a participation warning. It's just a warning, not any reduction on the index score.
Well, let me stop you there. When you say a participation warning, is it that they call on the phone and say, you're warned, you're not having enough participation, or they send a letter?
It comes with the NSPF report.
Okay.
In the NSPF report, there's a specific section. It's mentioned you received a participation warning.
Okay.
And this is the first year. There's a penalty. So after the first year, the second year, if you still fail to that 95% participation, schools receive a penalty up to 9 points, index points in their academic achievement. So in the same, we have the data extract and also the NSPF reports. There's a section about the participation. It mentioned you have received the participation penalty for this year. If you keep failing in the third year, the school's academic achievement can be reduced up to 25 index points. That's also the penalty, continuing participation penalty.
Wow.
So there are 3 sections: first year warning, second year participation penalty, and the third year continuing participation penalty.
Vice Chair McKinnon.
I think this year too, maybe I'm wrong, but this year too, did Indy also send a specific letter telling you about the warning, or did you get anything in writing besides what's on the star rating PDF?
For the records, this is Ercan Aydoğdu, Executive Director of Coral Academy. We haven't received any letter, but we received that there is on the Bighorn portal, the NSPF data updated, and we saw that there is a warning, participation warning.
So Patrick Gavin for the record. So to reiterate, then there are these penalties which flow through the NSPF. There is also in the data file and in the report card a notation that persons may or may not notice that relates to with the participation warning, participation penalty, et cetera. The obligation to hold schools accountable, whether they are traditional public schools or public charter schools, in relation to the consequences of this, is something that the state requires of LEAs, as local education agencies, because we are the ones who are ultimately responsible for ensuring that these entities with whom we contract are meeting the expectations.
So you're saying we're the LEA for that?
We are the LEA for that. Yes, absolutely. Okay. It's a federal obligation.
I just know there's been some argument about whether we're an LEA or not an LEA or whatever.
So I would say what is very clear at the Department of Ed has certainly articulated that this is something for which we are the LEA. Yes.
Okay.
Now the larger question of statutorily where, what exactly how much of a duck are we versus a fish? That's a larger conversation for a later date. But certainly, since all of this is tied to federal funds, and we are the entity that is the cognizant for those federal funds, this is something that's on us. So I just want to make sure that was clear.
Well, that's why you put it on the agenda. And
yes.
Talking about that's good. Please.
I just wanted to, Ben Salco for the record, Principal of Kipo Academy. I just wanted to add on to the Coral Academy comment. I think this year it was communicated very clearly, and I heard that in calls with other schools. I think the year before, the data validation, the communication was not as clear as it was this year. And the mention that's being made on the reports, you can pull it up if you look at last year's state performance reports, but it's literally an asterisk on the last page buried in a bunch of descriptions. So it wasn't a discussion about participation that we had last year when we were discussing our performance, and it wasn't something we were aware of until this summer when this process started.
Well, and Melissa Macadin, for the record, I have been beating the participation drum since I got on this board. I think it is super important, but if we're the LEA and we're going to hold everyone accountable, then we're going to hold everyone accountable. And what Mr. Salco is saying is exactly right. This year, there was a very great process for validating your participation rates. And I have not talked to a single school yet who, when they got that file, it was accurate. Mine was not accurate. I haven't talked to a school yet that was accurate. Last year, we never validated that data. So there's no reason to believe that the data was accurate last year. And so I think it's good. Like, I think it's really good that they go back and they look, because there are weird circumstances that happen. And so they go back and they look, like they said, and they are looking at past years to make sure it's not just some weird one-off. But when schools haven't been given the opportunity to validate that data, I've heard schools that had down in Clark County where kids are moving back and forth, they've had up to 20 kids on their file that weren't their kids. So that, I think, is the big issue. I think everyone should know and be warned and get the memo. Like, they've already suffered some serious consequences here by losing 9 points. If it happens again, they're going to lose 25. Like, that's a pretty serious consequence. But to take it a step further and give them yet another consequence and say that they're no longer in good standing with the SPCSA is unfair when the process in previous years was not transparent and schools didn't have the opportunity to clear that up.
Yeah, that's kind of that's where I, just for the rest of the board's edification, when I was reviewing these materials, that's where I really had a lot of heartburn, and that's why I pulled the participation schools out, is that the schools are facing a penalty for not participating of one sort or another as it relates to their index score. They're getting either a warning or they're losing a certain amount of points, and they're now in a position where if this happens again, they could lose a lot of points. And whenever we issue a notice of concern, that has some consequences. It has consequences with regard to bonding if a school is looking to make capital improvements. We heard from that panel last month that, because I asked that specifically, I said, when we send out notices of concern, how does that factor into your thinking? And they said, we take that pretty seriously. That tells us something, and oftentimes we need more information, but it can affect even the interest rate that's attached to the loan that they're trying to get. It can affect a school's ability to seek amendments from us, because if they get a notice of concern, and let's say, I think in Akipo's case, the only reason why I know this is because I talked to you recently, you might want to seek an amendment to add another grade level. That opportunity is taken away when we issue a notice of concern. And so in this circumstance, and I want to hear from you to understand exactly why you missed the participation points, because I think there's some compelling facts that we need to hear. But I think whenever you hold a school accountable, the punishment has to fit the crime, and so I don't want to be in a position where we're being so heavy-handed that the consequences for missing, like, for example, the schools all have 95% participation, but then with one of the subgroups that has 5 or 10, they're in that N-1, and for some reason or another they miss it on that. to have such heavy consequences that flow from losing points on their index to getting a notice of a concern to maybe not qualifying for a loan to not being able to seek amendments from this board, I just think that's far too heavy-handed. But I could be persuaded otherwise. But what I think I'd like to do is understand specifically with regard to your schools what happened. Why did you not get the participation score that was expected of you? You've all said that you knew what NDE expected, so that wasn't an issue, even though there's some issues with regard to data from previous years. But tell us what was going on. We'll start with Ben from Equipo.
Thank you, Chair Guanasso. Ben Salco, principal for Equipo Academy again. Just in general on the framework and reflecting from last year, we're proud of the growth, including the increases in overall median growth percentiles and English language proficiency rates, and earning every possible point for student engagement in our middle school. Those are all focus areas after our conversation last year. And going ahead, we're focusing even more, obviously, on this participation issue and also on the status measures that we'll need to be able to reach 4- and 5-star ratings. With regards to the participation specifically, we actually do not object to the issuance of this particular notice for this particular year if the authority feels that that's necessary and important. But we do want to be clear that we test our students. We test all of our students many times over the course of the year. And I think for those of you that have visited recently, you've seen at least one room of students testing when you've been on campus. As Mr. Selsick explained, we need to hit 95%, not just for the full school, which we always do, but for every single one of those subgroups. And as a small school, even though we have large EL populations and large FRL populations at our school, we actually have a fairly small special education population. And that's something that we are working on in our recruiting and our growth because we think that's significant. But it also means that realistically, a single student represents 7% of our middle school SPED population. So I also want to say off of that for this specific school year that I, not we as my team, but I as the test director for our site, made a personal mistake handling a specific student who transferred into our school during the school year. During our testing window, which is later than CCSD's, I did not schedule them for makeup because I had not gone high enough up the administration at their previous school to confirm that this particular student did test, even though their testing window had closed. And because I did not do that, I then did not have that student do our makeup testing. When I got to the point in the summer where we were doing this data validation, I did, as a number of other schools on those calls, have a lot of students who had transferred or had not even attended our school that year, but had been enrolled over the summer, we had to show their enrollment records and that they had enrolled somewhere else and get those removed. But that was also the point at which I was able to identify this specific student and have a temper tantrum and then only be mad at myself and realize that that issue had happened. And I immediately shared it both with our board and even more tough for me with our team because that was my mistake. So our objections last year with the notice and the concern and the framework were not the framework itself, and we said that, but with the fact that it was being applied retroactively to a school year that we didn't know it existed for. In this case, we did know this expectation. I did make this mistake, and if you choose to issue a notice for this particular participation issue, we would accept that. I do want to note, though, and this has been our pushback to the authority staff, that we don't agree, at least on the data that we have, that this is a 2-year problem. This summer, there was this extensive process. The previous summer, I don't know if it was an NDE issue or if it was the change in the SPCSA staff, but this process didn't happen the same way. And as recently as last week or earlier this week, my board chair reached out to authority staff to ask, do we know what the subgroup was from 2 years ago that led to this issue? And she was told that they would have to research it. And I believe that because I don't think that data validation work happened that summer. So we will accept whatever notice you deem fit to issue. We accept the mistake for this year, and it would be helpful for us to know if we're going to call it a 2-year issue, what that issue was 2 years ago, and what specifically you would want to see from us to know that we will be in good standing this time next year, since participation was not something that we had discussed when we were here a year ago.
Yeah, thank you for that. So just to be clear on the basic facts for Equipo, you had 95% participation school-wide. Is that right? Greater than 95%?
Sorry, greater than 95%.
Okay. And you've always had greater than 95% participation. Is that right?
As far as I am aware, but again, we did not have an opportunity similar to this summer to really look at all that data for the previous year. And we're not a school that has 5 years of participation data.
I gotcha. And then the issue this year, as far as we know, is that there was one disabled student who didn't take the test during the testing window, and there was an opportunity to retest, but for one reason or another that didn't happen, right?
That is the student that I'm aware of from the data I validated that would have made the difference for that particular subgroup. And as far as I know, we only had one subgroup that did not meet the participation requirement.
Okay, all right. Before I move on to the next school, are there any comments regarding the question that was presented? That is, looking at the 2-year data going back, was there something that was missed that they need to be made aware of, or help me understand that?
Sure, Patrick Gavin here. So there was indeed a validation window for the prior year. It happened in the spring, immediately following the close of the testing period. People may not have understood that it was one single unified validation window for all of that data. Dr. Özdemir, who has been with the department now was with the department for at least the last 2 years prior to joining us, can speak a little bit to what the validation process looks like. To be 100% crystal clear, the validation process isn't designed to eventually completely disappear. The primary expectation is that schools maintain all this information that is correctly coded in Infinite Campus at all times. That is, as soon as the student is there, that information is entered. As soon as the student receives a grade in a particular course that allows them that then informs college and career readiness, that is entered in. And the data collections will eventually be just sweeps of that information. And if you didn't keep your records correct, that is on you. I think the department has bent over backwards to try to give schools as many opportunities as possible to flag issues. And I'll ask Dr. Özdemir to talk a little bit about what validation looks like, generally speaking. I think at the request of both the authority and other LEAs, the department did open up some additional opportunity for schools to do some validation this year. But that is ultimately a result of data integrity issues on the school campus site that are fundamentally an organizational issue. And that is something for a larger conversation for a different day in terms of what level of data integrity or lack of data integrity should be prompting some kind of a notice. And again, very much in the future, and I think there's reasonable conversations there. But I'm going to ask Selçuk to walk through what validation is and what it looks like, because I recognize that the only person who's got this experience on the board side is Melissa, and she's got one customer experience on it, but there's also the experience of the state as a whole.
Selçuk, just give me a second. I think, Member McKinnon, did you have? No, okay, go ahead.
Selçuk Özdemir for the record, Mr. Chairman and the member of the board. So the data validation actually starts with the count day, which is October 1st. And 2 years ago, Department of Education moved to a new system called eDirect. So prior and during the testing window, schools can add or remove students. So let's say your students is withdraw from your school, you have a system going on, you can just upload that kid, and you're not going to be responsible for that kid participation because it's already withdrew. Or if you have a new kid, you can just enroll that kid in that system they called eDirect. Before that, 2 years ago, it was the post validation. But then with the electronic system, with the new vendor, the eDirect system allow schools to do prior and during the testing window. Even you don't need to wait after the testing window. Also, I was just checking the NSPF extract file for previous year. There's a column called PT_warning. That's a participation warning, and that data files received by schools in that 16-17 school year. So there was a column basically showing that specific participation issue with the schools. And I was just checking the numbers. The EQUIPO was 98% whole school, 98.8, 98.1. Only one subgroup, which is special education, and both Coral Academy of Science Las Vegas and EQUIPO missed the 95% participation by a single student, unfortunately. For EQUIPO, that's special ed students, and for Coral, that's the multi-race student. Both as an both school overall, and they hit the participation rate, but only that one single subpopulation created that participation warning and penalty. Leadership Academy missed 4 subgroups for that 95% participation as a whole school in both math and ELA, and then also white kids on both math and ELA also missed the 95% participation bar.
Thank you for that.
Ercan Aydoğdu for the records again. Our school, Centennial Hills campus, even though it is like second year operation last year, they got a 4-star rating. They just missed a 5-star with 3 points. And per ESSA, formerly known No Child Left Behind, there are also other requirements like subgroup requirements, academic achievement growth. And our Centennial campus met and exceeded on all subgroups. However, in one subgroup, in multi-race subgroup, we had 30 students, and 2 students didn't take the test. One of them is parent opt-out, and there is no we cannot force them to take the test. And the second one was withdrew from our school a year ago to out of state, to Arizona, and it was a problem on the Infinite campus, and it was rolled over because of the withdrawal date. I think mistake. Yes, we accept it is our problem, and we already notify our registrar and principal. We are going to do our best not to have similar problem, but evidently, I mean. Because of those 2 problems, one parent opted out, and we cannot force. And the Department of Education also knows it is, by operating with the taxpayers' money, we cannot force anybody to take these tests.
It's a very, Melissa McAdam for the record, it's a real, some of you have maybe heard me tell this story before, but I got into like a full-on fight with my sister over this because she didn't want her daughter to participate, and knowing what subgroup she was in, I knew that we were not going to hit the mark if her daughter didn't. And luckily she was my sister, and we could scream and yell, and I could be like, you're screwing this whole school over if you don't have her take this test. So it's a real quandary when you have to meet the federal law, because you do, but you also have to, you can't make a kid take the test. If their parent opts out, there's nothing you can do about that. And so, that's a quandary for the school. And again, that's not saying that the participation isn't important. My point is just saying the penalties don't need to be above and beyond what they already are in losing the points and et cetera, because you're fighting 2 things that they don't mesh together, the requirements of 90% and the requirement that you have to let parents opt out if they want to. So again, it's important, but you don't need to pile on additional consequences.
May I just thank you very much, Patrick Adden, for the record. I want to be very explicit about this. There is indeed an Attorney General's opinion that does make it very clear that there is no state law that says that the state can make you have your child participate. That Attorney General's opinion is also quite clear that that is a decision of the schools and for LEAs that have this authority, that actually have policy-making authority in this area. It's on them. Most of our districts have a policy by which there is some consequence for failing to participate in the exam. A number of our schools, including other schools who are on this list today, have adopted a policy, and this staff and this authority has always explicitly backed them, that with the exception of an exclusionary discipline practice such as expulsion or suspension, as long as the student is allowed to, has the right to continue to attend school, that school can implement whatever consequences it deems appropriate, because testing is a core part of the academic program. Without testing, the school doesn't exist. So no, but you can certainly give them a C. We've got schools that automatically drop kids 2 letter grades. You can't go to prom. You can't do sports. As long as that kid is allowed to attend instruction and is allowed to continue to pass his or her coursework, there is nothing that prevents a school from consequencing a parent other than the fact that it's inconvenient and contentious.
Okay, that's helpful information. In our last school.
Yeah, Brian Richardson, Executive Director, Leadership Academy of Nevada. We're in a little different situation as we're a virtual school, and as you notice, the other 2 virtual schools also have a participation penalty. I think we're a little different in that we don't have active students in the seats in which we can poll and test, and so we have a little bit more of a challenge to get those students in the seats. As an example, here in Las Vegas, we have our testing window, and we test at Springs Preserve. They've allowed us to use a room. We have our testing window, and we have students come and test at Springs Preserve in order to meet this participation requirement. However, if a student does not come, parent doesn't show up, parent says, I'm on vacation, we're traveling, whatever that reason, we do not currently have a policy that says, well, then we're going to drop you grades. That's something that Director Gavin and I have talked about. That's something that we need to take into consideration, because we can't prohibit them from sports. We don't have sports program. We can't prohibit them from recess or whatever. There are certain things that we can't do that maybe brick and mortars could do for students to non-participate or not participate. So that being said, yes, we still understand that it is important for our students to test. Moving forward this year, we're expanding our testing window. We're offering more opportunities for our students to come and test so that we can meet this 95% participation rate. The other thing that we're up against a little bit is that we have a small student body. We're 130 students at the middle school level. That means if we have 7 students that do not test, we don't meet the 95% rate. We have 5 students, Asian students, 6 Black African American students. If 2 of those students don't test, then we miss out on that participation rate. So we're in that area where if we miss out on 1 or 2 students, then we miss out on the participation rate, and therefore we receive those penalties.
What was your participation rate overall?
I believe it's 88%.
Selçuk Özdemir, for the record, for math, the overall school is 92.4. For ELA, it's 93.1.
Okay.
Yeah, the 88% might have been the white. I know we missed that as a subgroup.
Correct. In both subjects, Selçuk Özdemir, for the record, in both subject ELA and math, white population missed the target, which is for math it's 91%, 91.4, and for ELA it's 92.4. So we're talking about four kids. Because of those 4 kids, it's missed the target.
Yeah, with such a small population, it's 1 student is 1% almost, and so if we've got 6 students that don't participate, then we don't meet the participation rate.
And then you lose points.
And then we lose points,
which then affects your star rating.
Yeah, and let me just make a comment in regards to the 2 years ago. We believe that we met the 95% rate. We need to go back and look at that data again, because according to our records, we thought we met that 95% rate. And so I was shocked when I was informed that we were going to be getting a penalty. Yes, I take it upon myself. I missed that little box on that long Excel spreadsheet that said PT warning. I probably should have dug a little bit more to say what that was. I didn't realize that was that participation warning, and therefore now I'm losing points this year as a penalty.
Thank you for that. Mr. Herrick, short of a notice of concern, what if for the schools that are before us that have missed the participation benchmarks that are set, could we do like something less formal, like a letter that just explains, that participation is a requirement of state and federal law, that you're required to have 95% participation, and with the subgroups as well. Just kind of basically an explanatory letter that reiterates what the law is, reiterates what the expectations are, and puts them on notice that if next year it happens again, that some schools could lose as many as 20 points, right? That would be a horrible consequence. But I'd rather do like some sort of informal letter than a notice of concern, just given the consequences that come from a notice of concern. Is that possible?
Yeah, Leonard, two quick points. Well, one point before I get to that. I just want to be real clear on the how particularly these schools know how the math works. So the penalties come out of the academic achievement indicator. And so like a Kipo had 5 academic achievement points. They lost all 5 of those. Leadership had 11, so they lost 9. And what I want particularly Ben to be real clear on is, they had 5 academic achievement points this year, but say next year they had a huge jump, which we're always hopeful that they do, and he has 24 out of 25 academic achievement points. He will lose all 24 of those. And with a school that had an index score of 50.5 points, with the cut between 2 and 3 stars, he was half a point into the 3-star. Sorry, he was half a point into the 3-star. So, and then part of the department's intent, it's my understanding, is if you have a 3rd-year continuing participation penalty, so you're going to lose a whole star potentially. And the reason I do the math is because your question in terms of can we just do a letter or whatnot, a couple points. So the intervention ladder, which is where we get the notice of concern, notice of breach, notice of intent to terminate, is premised primarily on the 1 and 2 stars, lowest 5%, and grad rate. But it also talks about statutes, both state and federal statutes, material terms of the contract and whatnot. So we can certainly do a notice of concern or whatnot, but I think.
But there's no law prohibiting us from writing a letter.
No, and I think again, as long as from my perspective, from the legal perspective, it's a notice issue. I don't want Ben in front of us next year wondering why he lost 24 points.
Yeah, so in our letter we could lay some of this stuff out just as a way to educate, because I think the consequences have been meted out in the index scores. I think, as the LEA, we definitely have an obligation to make sure our schools understand what's expected of them relative to federal and state law. But I don't think we have to mete out consequences in the form of a notice of concern that would result in our 4-star school not being able to get the kind of bonding that they want for an expansion. 4 and 5-star. Well, this school, this one's a 4-star school, or with Akipo, we've encouraged them in the past to add a grade level because it would help them in some aspect. They've been in bad standing up to this point. I'd like to see them in good standing so that they could take a step to grow that would actually help their program. With our online schools, especially the smaller one like yours, just to be in a position we've already given you a notice of concern for academic performance. I think it's important that online schools figure out how to get kids to participate, just like the brick and mortars do. It's a vital part of how we evaluate, success. But I think we can accomplish what we want to accomplish through something that isn't quite as heavy-handed, and that's kind of what I'm after. And so if we can write a letter, there's nothing prohibit us from just writing a letter versus issuing a formal notice of concern. I'd like to do that if that's possible.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, it's certainly, even if you feel the letter is the right way to go, I think I think our biggest concern as a staff is ensuring that everyone is on notice with relation to this.
Yeah.
I would ask that whether this is at during this conversation or in future conversations, that this board contemplate a couple of areas. One is that we're dealing in this case with the three folks at the table here with one school for whom this is the first time there's been an issue. Two other schools where we've got 2 consecutive years. There are other schools who have never, in the entire history of their operation, met the participation requirements. More broadly, this board has in the past declined to require sufficient participation on the ACT Aspire, which is a topic for a later agenda item, and enforcing the 95% expectations there as well for something that is connected to state accountability. That is, I think, something certainly for you to consider, again, at a later date, since it's not on an active agenda item here, but there's a larger universe of questions here. And I also think it's important to recognize that the reason and the purpose behind participation requirements is not about taking away parent voice or parent rights. It is very much about the civil rights of students and about the very real risks and patterns of gaming the system by saying, well, if I've got one kid that I know is never going to pass this test, and he or she is mysteriously absent for the entirety of the testing window, that might bump me up a point in some cases. And it is those kinds of perverse incentives that exist within a testing environment that are issues that I think need to be top of mind. I would also note that while yes, there's certainly, I think it is very, very good and valuable to reiterate the expectation. There are explicit questions in our charter application, and in fact, every school, to my knowledge, that has received a charter from either the State Board of Education or this body since 2007 had to explain in their charter application how they would ensure that they met originally the NCLB 95% testing and then this requirement. There are also annual state testing trainings where all of this is laid out. And again, as we talked about, there's tools like first the old system, now eDirect, and eventually the transition fully to just infinite campus-based data uploads from that where you sync with eDirect that will track this data in pretty darn close to real time. So I would just suggest that those are things that you should consider for the future here. I think our real purpose here is to make sure that the schools in question aren't surprised. The one other thing I would also say is that I think we need to normalize what a notice of concern is and recognize that good standing is a high bar. You say you only want 4- and 5-star schools. We say we want schools that meet that are good custodians of state money and are in a position to and are doing well by kids and taxpayers in terms of compliance with the many requirements that this state and the federal government impose on all schools, for which there is no autonomy from. I don't have autonomy in those areas, and our schools certainly don't. I think this is a really important ongoing conversation. So please understand that my points today are not to say don't do something or are asking you not to do something. These are topics that are going to keep coming up that have critical nexuses to points that folks such as Member Corbett and Member Luna and Member Hinton raise with regard to access and equity. They raise issues that have a nexus to the conversations, the beginning of the ongoing conversation we're going to have on organizational performance later this afternoon, and they are very, very linked, of course, to student achievement and the integrity and accuracy of the information which drives the ratings. So I think we need to norm for error and recognize that people make mistakes and there are consequences for those mistakes. And I am not sure that it is appropriate for an entity that is making mistakes to get additional kids and additional dollars. Again, that's a decision for you guys to make, but I think it's a reasonable question to ask. But that certainly does not preclude other kinds of changes. It's only things that result in more kids and more money that get you where good standing is a factor in amendments. So
I would certainly say that as a board, we often defer to staff and your good work and all the preparation that went into this. I don't want my criticism to somehow suggest that I think you're not doing you would not be doing your job if you didn't present these issues to us. But I think as a board, we have to kind of weigh out the consequences of the actions that are being suggested to us. And I think, yes, having good standing is a high bar, but if anybody deserves to remain in good standing, it's Coral Academy, who has an excellent and a network of schools, and to issue a notice of concern and take one of our highest performing, one of the schools in our highest performing networks out of good standing with our authority seems to be heavy-handed and counter to what we've done, what we should be doing. And with Akipo, that's a school that is serving a diverse population and doing so with some success, and they continue to get better every year, it seems like. And so, putting them in a place where they're now in good standing and where they can improve their program. And I think it was you, Director Gavin, that had suggested at some point that they actually add a grade level because it would help them with regard to, their measuring growth from 5th grade to 8th grade. Those sorts of things. I mean, if that's what they want to do, I'm not suggesting that's what they should do, but I just don't know that I want to be in a position I want to hold schools accountable. I've been a champion for accountability on this board, but I think the punishment has to fit the crime. I think each of these schools have suffered some consequence. They've lost stars, lost points, and I think index points, which I think is significant. And we ultimately, with the one school that's 2-star, we've already issued a notice of concern, so we're now going to issue another. I think you know what you need to do to improve, and you've explained what you're going to do to get there with regard to academic performance. And with regard to the school that's never achieved the participation targets that we've had, they're amongst the lowest performing schools. So there's a correlation between schools that actually take these requirements seriously and the ones that actually, are performing well. And it seems to me that the schools are before us, there's some anomaly or some issue that I think is easily fixed, but doesn't require us to issue a notice that takes them out of good standing with our authority. And please remember.
May I say something?
Yes.
This is Nora Luna. I feel like that's a double standard, because you're saying, well, we don't want to mark down Coral Academy because they're a good school. But these are the measures that we look at to make sure they're good schools. So if they were 3 1-star schools sitting before us, would you feel the same way? I mean, these are the things that we measure them by. It just seems like a double standard, because that seems a little biased. Like, we really like Coral. We don't want to do anything to harm them, even though they didn't do this one thing. But it's just a notice that you have to pay attention to this. You have to improve. You have, and so I just disagree with that logic.
Well, I think Jason was really clear that whatever we say here goes for all schools in this. At least that was his opinion, that anything that we say here goes to all schools, whether they're 1-star
I
or
hear
2-star.
that, but then there's other things within the star rating. I've already talked to several principals that said, I don't agree that we got this because we were 1 point away from this, and if this would have been considered, it would have been another point. I mean, this is pretty straightforward.
It is straightforward. I just think the issue is, it's not just, I think the letter that Jason's talking about is perfect. Like, I do think
that
we should
is what the
notify them.
notice is. It's just a letter.
Not a
saying-
notice of concern, isn't it? It takes you out of good standing, and like it can affect your insurance rates. I mean, it has a lot of really serious.
For 1 year, and then next year when they get it right, they will get a notice of commendation if they improve that. You know,
Be taken out of, they'd be taken and put back in good standing after a year if they correct the problem. But like for a school like Coral, for example, that's looking to get financing for a school this year, we've just taken them out of that. I mean, it's hard enough for schools to get financing for capital. You know, it's hard enough for them to build buildings and to find sources of revenue for that. And if our action today, you know, issuing this, a notice of concern would make that more costly or make that more difficult, I just think that's not accomplishing the purposes that we want to encourage high quality schools and to open up more high quality seats. You know, and so I'm trying to
but
measure
what we call high quality, there's all these measures that we use, and this is one of them. I mean, this is one of the basic things that is to be done.
Yeah, that's true.
And the facility, financing facility you are talking about, it is for our Nellis campus. It is not an expansion. It is like our promise to that community that to build a state-of-the-art building, because that building is falling apart. And we are very proud of that school in that neighborhood. All of the other schools getting like one or two star rating this year, and that school got like 4-star this year. And we don't misunderstand, we are not requesting like a double standard or something. We already get our lesson, and it was out of our hand. And now we learned that we can force the parents, not to opt out, and we are going to look into that. We are going to adapt our policy also, because even yesterday we got communication, yesterday evening I think, from State Department of Education, and they said that we cannot force. And we have the email, we can forward it to your staff. We cannot enforce taking these tests. And one parent opt out, and the other one is we accept it is our problem because of the Infinite Campus withdraw date. It rolled out to this year, even though that student withdrew like April 2017, 1 year ago.
Well, again, I just want to touch on a couple things, Patrick Evans, for the record. So first of all, Department of Education has no authority in this area either way, and whoever sent that to you needs to be written up, because it is very clear from the state superintendent on downwards that this is a discretionary matter for school districts and for charter schools, not for the State Department of Ed to weigh in. So whatever pinhead in the Department of Ed who said that, just not worth it.
The one here's what I'm going to do, Patrick. I'm going to cut off discussion because it's almost 1:15. What I'd like to do is make a motion, and the board can support me in this or not, but I would like to move that rather than approve staff's recommendation to issue notice of concern for those schools that have failed to meet the participation requirement, that we instead issue an informal letter putting those schools on notice that they have not met the participation requirement and the consequences related thereto.
Member Corbett, second.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Yes, please, Member Moulton.
Member Moulton, so that would go for all three schools?
All three schools before us, and I would suggest also for, what's the other school? Is it Connections?
Connections and Virtual.
Connections and Nevada Virtual. And both of those schools have other performance issues that we're going to be issuing notices on. And so adding this to the list would be cumulative in that instance. And so I think sending the letter will accomplish the purposes that staff has in putting the schools on notice without the heavy-handed consequence of being put in bad standing with our authority.
Member Moulton, again, for the record, I can see where you're going, and I can support it weekly, W-E-A-K-L-Y, because I have concerns that it opens up a can of worms. But when I hear what their situation is, I can understand it. So, okay, I will support it weekly.
Any other discussion? Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Hearing no more discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed?
Nora Luna, I'm going to oppose.
Okay, one opposed. So motion carries, I think, 5-1. With that, we will take, it's 1:15, we'll take a 30-minute break. We'll come back at 1:45, so grab a quick bite to eat, and we'll start promptly at 1:45. Thanks. Okay, let's go ahead and call the meeting back to order.
But I think we're still
A little tardy. All right, we're going to return to the portion of the agenda dealing with recommendations to issue notices of return to good standing. Director Moderson, please. Holy moly.
Okay. All right, we're moving to, still under agenda item 8B1. I believe, is that right? Yeah. Yes, 8B1. So there are schools listed under this this item that received a notice of concern stemming from the 2017 NSPF ratings and this board's action, and staff is very pleased to recommend that these schools return to good standing due to their improvement in the ratings, moving to at least the 3-star level according to the 2018 NSPF ratings. And those schools are Akipo Academy Middle School, Mater Academy of Nevada, Mountain Vista Elementary School, Silver Sands Montessori Middle School, and Discovery Charter School Elementary School. I do want to note that the recommendation before you gives staff a lot of pride. We want to commend these schools for their improved performance over the past academic year. All of these schools are showing promise, and staff continues to be encouraged by their academic trajectory.
Thank you. And one of those schools being Discovery Charter School, which was facing potential closure, right? And now is a 3-star school under the headship of a receiver, right?
Patrick Gavin for the record. Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. In the case of Discovery Charter School, this is a school that 2 years ago was in the bottom 5% of all schools statewide, was subject to a notice of termination, and entered into a receivership and a restart of its academic program. And has, in the area of academics, has shown substantial progress, with one campus being a 4- and 5-star rated elementary and middle school respectively, and the other being a 3- and 4-star rated elementary and middle school respectively.
Thank you for that. Any questions or comments from the board on moving these schools to good standing? Is Akipo, did we say Akipo is going to be a part of that group now?
Mr. Chairman, the only matter I believe that at the present time that's in front of you that would relate to Akipo not being in good standing was addressed with the decision on the last agenda item.
Okay, very good. All right, well, I'll go ahead and take a motion.
Sorry, I just closed it accidentally.
I've got it right here.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go for it.
And Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
So is Akipo being added?
Yes.
Okay. Then I move that we approve the recommendation from staff to issue notice of return to good standing to Mater Academy of Nevada, Mountain Vista Elementary School, Silver Sands Montessori Middle School, and Discovery Charter Elementary School due to Akipo, I know how to say that, due to their improved academic performance, and issue an informal letter of recognition to just end. Okay. Due to their improved academic performance. That is my motion.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Melissa McAdin, I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. The motion carries unanimously. So let's see, what time do we have here? Okay, so we will go ahead and we're going to suspend discussion of the rest of this agenda item because we have a time certain commitment due to some out-of-state participants. And we are going to open up agenda item number 6. This will be the time when we will discuss the 2018 fiscal year audit guidance, the fiscal year legal compliance questionnaire, the SPS or the the authority staff is going to provide the board with a presentation and update regarding the fiscal year legal compliance questionnaire. Director Gavin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Patrick Gavin for the record. So just to our intent in sort of the overview of how we propose to conduct this item is me providing a brief overview of sort of the history of how we got here. I think probably a couple of lessons that I've learned. What I want to do is recognize that there is a broader context both to this area of organizational compliance and what is measured and how it's measured. And I've asked a couple of experts who have connections one way or another to Nevada. So someone from a school support organization, someone who is an authorizer in another state who also does work here, and then a recovering authorizer who is also now an operator in the state of Arizona, which is where we modeled much of this work on, to just provide, I think, the board some broader context and answer questions about how this is done in other places, why it's done that way, what things should be considered. And then I really think it's very important. We've had a lot of robust stakeholder conversation with schools both that have reached out to me directly, auditors who've reached out to me directly, and I know that some members of this board have also been contacted. And I think this is an important conversation on an evolving area that I think merits a full 360 consideration of the matters, so that when there is a decision policy point at a future date on areas such as, for example, any revisions to the organizational framework, which drives a lot of this work, that there is a real understanding of the expectations on us, sort of what best practice looks like and how that's done in different places, but also the very real impacts on schools and on school leaders that necessitate getting the final decision on this right. So I think it's important for the board to be aware, first and foremost, that with the passage of AB 205 during the 2013 legislative session, this body was charged with the creation and approval of 3 separate frameworks: a framework in the area of academics, a framework in the area of finance, and a framework in the area of organization. All of those are required by statute to be incorporated into the contract that this body enters into with each of the schools that it sponsors through the mechanism of the charter contract. We have had a lot of discussion on the area of academics over the last several years. More recently, there has been substantial conversation in the area of financial performance, and finally, there is these other questions around the matter of organization. This body adopted, via its policymaking authority, both academic, financial, and organizational frameworks in June of 2013. As you know, we have made some modest revisions, and there are future proposed revisions to the financial framework. The redesign of the academic framework is ongoing, based in large part on the evolving role of the NSPF in our daily lives. It really does feel like our daily lives. This matter of organization is one where there are approximately 79 key performance indicators with multiple sub-elements under those that are in the authority's current organizational framework that run a broad range that range from areas of equity and access, such as special education and ELL services, to compliance with the open meeting law, to general oversight by the board of staff and any educational management organization, et cetera. There are also a variety of things that were placed in statute or regs since then that have reinforced areas that were part of the board's existing policy. Most notably, as a result of the Deloitte audits, which this body commissioned in the fall of 2014 and what was completed by the fall of 2015, related to the financial and organizational mismanagement issues at 2 charter schools, which we have spent an extensive amount of time talking about. Deloitte made a number of recommendations when requested by individual members of this board, and ultimately to the governor's office and the state superintendent in relation to areas where the state needed to improve its ongoing organizational monitoring of schools. Most of that content happened during a meeting with the governor's senior staff and select members of this body. Deloitte, due to liability reasons, was not in a position to be able to place those recommendations on a public record, but they were very clear that something substantial needed to change because we were far too reactive in monitoring, and that schools needed some kind of ongoing feedback from a party other than us related to these areas so that they would have sufficient warning of these issues. The department, with substantial input from authority staff and from stakeholders across the state, including public charter schools, adopted last fall R131-16 AP, which are the most recent updated regulations in a number of areas related to charter schools. The three biggest areas, and I know we've talked about this in the past, were in relation to access and equity, so some of the topics we've discussed earlier today in relation to whether it is fee policies or discriminatory language in school in admissions in applications to schools or other areas like that. There was this substantial issue related to the interrelationship between charter schools and other independent entities that were providing services or in some kind of a fundraising capacity, oftentimes with overlapping and untransparent directorships. And then finally, there was substantial revamping of the state's approach to the oversight, the role of certified public accountants in relation to the monitoring of not just financial expectations, but also organizational standards. And I would note that since 2009, there has been an expectation in existing NAC and directly in the audit regulations that there is an explicit expectation that the certified public accountants were, as part of their analysis, determining whether the school was in compliance with what was at that time the very broad language of all applicable law and regulation. It became quite clear during the course of the public hearings in relation to R131 that operators and in some cases CPAs had concerns that was far too broad. That there was no way of testing that and being able to come back and say, yes, you're in compliance, no, you're not, or here are areas that the school or the sponsor should be looking into to determine if there are issues. In doing that work, we built, at least in part, on some of the work that had been done by the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools, and Deanna Rowe, who is in a small box up there on the screen, is the former executive director and before that long-term staffer of the ASBCS, and she is also currently a senior staff member at Basis Schools, which is a large high-achieving charter network in the state of Arizona. I think we've learned a lot through this process of this soft rollout, which, to be clear, was aligned with a whole bunch of other changes in reg, most notably the fact that schools now must select their auditor from a pre-approved list of auditors by a six-member panel, of which the Charter School Authority is only a minority member. To ensure that there's high standards and appropriate consistency and public transparency. Those regulations, as I said, were adopted by the state board or by the department in the fall. They were approved by the Legislative Commission in December. And I think what I reflect on in this is that for a variety of reasons, including the loss of both of the individuals who were primary responsibility for organizational and financial monitoring. So first with the departure of Duffy Chagoya, and then with the very brief tenure of our initial senior manager of organization and finance. This fell on me to get done and get out the door. by the deadline to get this information to schools, and we could have done a lot more stakeholder engagement and been a lot clearer about the fact that this was a soft rollout and that we were looking for schools and auditors to do their best to comply with this, but recognizing that this was part of a larger conversation about where there were issues, how we could ask questions better. And finally, I think the most important question that this board, I hope that the data that's gathered through this process gives you is a much better sense of what this body shouldn't be monitoring, or where assurances are sufficient, but where in other cases more robust evidence is required. And also, I think the weighting of what elements are mission critical that should result in some kind of sanction of an immediate nature, whether that's a notice of concern or some other device you may choose to create, or if a more multi-step progressive discipline process is more appropriate, or perhaps just a letter of it, a reminder, much like you spoke of earlier today in the matter of student participation. But what I would like to do at this point is ask Don and Kumar Don and Kumar to come up to the table, and then Deanna on the line here to give just a brief introduction of who they are, their experience in dealing with similar obligations in other states.
Yeah. Before you bring our distinguished guest, come on up, please. I've got to address some things on this. And the first thing, and you and I have had this conversation, something like a checklist that's going to be added to the audit procedures for our entire portfolio seems to me to be a policy issue that should be brought to the board before a decision is made to unleash it onto the schools under our care. And I think the thing that was frustrating for me was not knowing about this until after the fact, when there are a number of schools reaching out and saying, what is this? Why do we have to do this? Did you know this is going to cost us a lot of money to have to implement? And did you know that our CPA won't even answer half of the questions on here because they think it's outside of the scope of what it is that they provide? And at the last meeting, we had no way to address that because wasn't on the agenda. And so we put it on the agenda, and you've invited folks here to be here. But in thinking about what's occurred here, wanting to understand why you created and implemented this on your own, and whether or not you solicited assistance from your staff, if this is a legal compliance questionnaire, was our legal counsel involved? Did you consult with CPAs who are going to have to implement this? Did you consult with school leaders? It sounds like, those questions you've answered and will continue to answer throughout the course of your presentation. But something I think needs to be discussed on a more fundamental level is, what authority are you acting on when you do stuff like this? Now, I went to the statutes and looked at, executive director authority versus board authority. And, the executive director authority here is under NRS 388A 196, and lays out 5 primary areas of responsibility. You execute, direct, and supervise all administrative, technical, and procedural activities of the authority in accordance with the policies prescribed by the State Public Charter School Authority, which I understand to be this board, right? And then you organize the State Public Charter School Authority in a manner which will ensure the efficient operation and service of the State Public Charter School Authority, which is the entire organization. And you serve as the executive secretary of the State Public Charter School Authority, that's us. And then you ensure that the autonomy provided to charter schools in the state, pursuant to state law and regulation, is preserved. And then finally, you perform such other duties which are prescribed by law or by the State Public Charter School Authority. And so I have no interest in doing your job as a board member, but I think it's important that we understand what our role is in reviewing and approving matters of policy. And I consider this checklist really a matter of policy. And you referred to regulations, NAC 387775, NAC 387.780. You also referred to the regulation 131-16. And when I looked at that, I think section 17 and 19 are the ones that are on point. But even in that, those regulations, it presumes that this body is going to be the ones kind of reviewing and providing guidance to our schools on that. So you have an audit, like in one section, section 17, we're dealing with an audit book. And that audit book, interestingly enough, doesn't have any, it's supposed to have something about a checklist like this, but it makes no mention of the checklist. So we don't know from the audit book what the scope and the subject matter of this checklist is supposed to be. You would expect it to be in the audit book, but for some reason when that was developed by the department, and presumably with this authority, that wasn't explicitly dealt with. And so then in section 19, it references the checklist, but it says either the department or the authority. And so it will implement some sort of a checklist. But when I read it in context, it seems to me it applies to financial management, not to organizational or legal compliance. And having said all that, I don't think it's a bad idea to have some mechanism to make sure all of our schools are complying with the law. I just think that we have to have a better process or a better understanding of our respective roles, board to executive directors, so we don't get into a position like we are where we're having to explain ourselves after the fact. You were sitting in the same room I was at the CSAN conference where we got to listen to some frustration of a constituency that didn't think we were listening or didn't care about their concerns. And so, and I think the remedy for that is just to honor kind of the process and the boundaries that the statutes and regulations set up so that there is appropriate dialogue before something like this is implemented. So I'm glad we're here for that purpose, but I want to continue to have this discussion, and maybe Mr. Herrick can help us at a subsequent meeting to, in the past we've done a flow chart and it says this is what the authority staff does and this is what the board does, but never in any of those presentations have we got down to the kind of the brass tacks of this is what the authority, that is the board, is responsible for, and this is what they are supposed to do, versus this is what the executive director's role and responsibility is. And so I think at a subsequent board meeting, I would like to dive into that and have our legal counsel really lay all that out, because I think it will be helpful to how we function together. And I think ultimately it'll help you be more effective in your position, because you won't feel like you have to carry the burden of making sure that we're doing things like making sure our portfolio is, complying with relevant statutes and regulations. And so I'll leave it at that, but I just want you to know kind of my questions and my concerns, and, and in this process, if you could also answer the question, if you've considered the overall cost to the schools, because I know I asked that question before, but I'd really like to know, there's a significant fiscal impact from what I've been told to implementing this across our portfolio. And so I think we need to be sensitive to that. We still need to do something, but we need to do it in a way that isn't going to be taking dollars out of the classroom and putting it into something that we might already be equipped to do. Like, for example, my understanding in reading this checklist is that about 2/3 of what we're asking for, we already get that information uploaded and it's available to us. So if that is the case, then why are we asking the schools to provide that information to us again? Wouldn't it make sense to have somebody internally taking care of that information and putting it in its appropriate box? If that's too expensive or we don't have the manpower for that, it kind of begs the question why we even have that information in a giant database in the first place. And so I'll end it there and let you have our guest address us. But I think what we've experienced here raises some bigger questions and important questions that I think we should be addressing on a go-forward basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think you're right. This raises a lot of important questions, and I think it is an important dialogue to have. I believe I've noted that there clearly should have been more stakeholder engagement, and that's very much a lesson learned. In relation to the point related to whether this is a policy matter or not, I would note just for the record that, again, there's the regulation which outlined this, and what we attempted to do, and I will admit most of this was me, was to adhere to what this body had already approved in policy as the things that should be monitored, and that both this regulation and prior regulation indicated were the primary things that should be focused on by those auditors. But I think you raise, again, very important points, and I think there's a lot to learn from this, and I look forward to the discussion because I think each of the persons who I have reached out to for counsel on this, sort of as okay, like let's step out on the balcony here and think about. So there's the immediate concerns raised by our closest stakeholders, and I take those seriously. And I would note that we have surveyed the schools. We have offered to hold conference calls or other technical assistance with auditors to help them explore, to problem solve how to get this done right. And we have schools that have requested, and we have happily said, as long as you get the rest of the audit in by the deadline, if this takes longer to get done or finalized, that's okay. I think I certainly have tried to be very accommodating. I know that Mr. Deng and Director Moderson, when contacted by schools, have tried to provide substantial technical assistance as well. But again, yes, I think a lot of lessons learned in terms of what we treat as policy and what is that is simply a matter of where the staff's discretion is in terms of how that policy is implemented and how data is gathered versus what needs to come to the board. I will also, as I noted before, there were some timing issues here and some resourcing issues. And as I know that we've talked about before, this agency, and specifically that means me as executive head of department, are subject to a letter of intent directing us and monitoring our progress in the re-implementation of revised academic, financial, and organizational frameworks. We actually have a presentation before the legislative. Let
me interrupt you on that point there. I've heard you mention the letter of intent before, and is that letter of intent a part of these materials?
It is not.
Okay,
but I can get it for you.
Yeah, so I think if the letter of intent applies to the agency as a whole, and it's saying that somehow we are deficient in, it's akin to our authority issuing that to a school leader. And what if that school leader, we did a notice of concern, for example, and that school leader didn't let the board know that our authority had issued the notice of concern? We'd be pretty upset with them. And so I imagine if the legislature had said, hey, there are some things you need to address to get into compliance with law, that the legislature would not be happy that the executive director did not share that information with the board. And so you know, for better or for worse, if we're going to talk about accountability, and I believe in accountability, and we've held all of our schools accountable, if there's something we're not doing, then we as a board need to own that and get better. And my whole purpose in bringing this up is not to embarrass you, belittle you, or you know, try to exert authority that's not mine to exert. It's simply a desire to want to get better and to make sure that we're doing our job as a board, whatever that job is, and that we are properly supporting you and then properly serving our portfolio. And so if there's a letter of intent out there, and this is, I think, third time in a public forum where you've mentioned that, and it has to do with how we're performing relative to what law requires, we really need to look at that as a board and understand what, you know, the legislature is saying, and then come up with some work plan in collaboration with you on how to address those issues, so that you're, again, I don't think the statute contemplates you handling that responsibility on your own. I think that's too big for any one person to have to carry on their own. That's why you have a board, you know, to help you carry some of those responsibilities. That's why, you know, the statute's set up the way it is. It gives the authority the shoulders to carry some of those bigger burdens, and it gives you the responsibility of implementation, right? And so I'll leave it at that. Again, don't take this as, you know, me being upset with you or overly critical. I just want to make sure that we have a clear understanding that when we talk about things like letters of intent, when the state superintendent sends us a letter about whether we're an LEA or not, when you're considering implementing something that is going to be implemented portfolio-wide, that those are probably things that should be brought to the board for us all to consider and discuss and understand, so that the work that needs to be done gets done, and it's not all on the shoulders of one person, or the decisions aren't being made behind closed doors based on one person's judgment alone, but the judgment of the board members who have been appointed to oversee the actions of this authority.
Thank you for that. I think those are all very fair comments. I would note that members of this body had raised, I think, thoughtful concerns regarding the change in my appointment and reporting relationship after, during the last legislative session. And I think that has probably contributed to some of this ambiguity as this being the first time that this agency has received a letter of intent, the first time that some of these other issues have come up, and those being decisions that where the ultimate adjudicator for much of it, well, in the case of certainly the letter you reference, is the governor's office, to whom both myself and the state superintendent report. I think you raise a very important point. What is the, given the divided nature of the reporting relationship, with this board having it, clearly some very explicit policy-making authority, with the supervisory relationship being in a different place, and with there being a relatively standardized process that may not reflect the nuances of this hybrid governance model, I think it is absolutely appropriate for us to dig into that and think through what it means.
Well, we're going a little bit off of the agenda, and I take responsibility for that. But let's get that agendized, and let's charge our legal counsel with noodling through these issues and maybe preparing a memo for us all to consider, and then we can get it on the agenda and talk about it in a way that is faithful to what has been agendized. The only reason why I raised the authority and responsibility issue is because this questionnaire was implemented without any board knowledge, without any board input, and we got complaints about it and didn't know that's the one thing, I don't like to not know what's going on, and with stuff that ostensibly I probably should know about. I mean, the expectation from the school leaders who were calling was that I would have known something about it, and I knew nothing about it. And so none of my colleagues knew anything about it. And I think that isn't a good position for us to be in. So that's the only reason why I bring it up now. But let's go ahead and we'll agendize that, this broader discussion about authority for another meeting. But let's honor the time of the guests that you brought and get back to the substance of the agenda item and discuss the compliance questionnaire on its merit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the thoughtful dialogue. We've got two folks here at the table. If you guys could briefly introduce yourselves, and then Deanna up on the screen.
Kumar Sarzani, retired 30-year teacher, past charter school operator in Los Angeles, and currently the managing partner for CSMC, which is a back office service provider for schools in California and Nevada.
Don Swifer from Nevada Action for School Options, a past, current, and recovering authorizer as well.
And who do we have on the monitor?
Good afternoon. I'm Deanna Rowe, the Executive Director for Basis Charter Schools here in Arizona, formerly the Executive Director for the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools.
Well, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you making time for us this afternoon.
Sure.
So I think each one of these folks has substantial expertise in areas that intersect with this one or another. Don in particular has some expertise in the area of sort of how other authorizers in the country do this work, how that's resourced, and also sort of the nexus of state and federal obligations that touch this work, and also how this has been implemented in the places where he has worked or he's been engaged in policy work. So I'd like to get his perspective. Then I think we've got a perspective, particularly from the California context, where the oversight is far more intrusive and far more costly. And then I think we have a more market-based and collaborative approach that is what we sought to emulate more of, while also recognizing that Nevada's charter school sector is far more regulated than is the case in Arizona. So I'd really appreciate Deanna's thoughts on that, and including how she and her board went through this process over a 17-plus year period. So Don, if you could start us off.
Sure, thanks. Don Swifer for the record. I have sat in your chair, I've sat in your chair, and I've sat on the school's side of the table. I was not part of preparing this, but I'm happy to just get a little bit of context. I know the agenda is busy. The DC Public Charter School Board, on which I still currently serve, has I've been responsible for producing discussion drafts of documents like this that are better than this and that are worse than this, and I will leave to the astute legal minds at the table as to whether or not this is a matter of policy or is a matter of procedure, which would have to do with what the process other authorizers would specifically utilize. But generally speaking, the best practice that has been adopted through that and other authorizers is a collaborative task force process by which a discussion draft would be shared with the school leaders who do the hard work of making the magic happen every day in the trenches, and through the thoughtful association through which they often speak here in Nevada, and incorporate their input into what's finally released. I would like to add the context that in reviewing the questionnaire, that it's specifically cited to the regulations and to the rules with which it to which it refers, and many of the specific requirements, some of the specific requirements come from a regulatory guidance released by the Federal Charter School Program in the first quarter of this year. I'm sure you are aware that many of the terrific schools sitting behind me have received over $8 million in just the past 3 years from the Federal Charter School Program, and these are new burdens that the question of who is an LEA and who's responsible for the future administration of this program, some of the items that are specifically referenced here, it's important to take those into consideration. Beyond that, some of them refer to specific items in Nevada regulation, which have been regulation for some time. I would very much share your thoughts as to thinking through and collaboratively thinking through, and a process moving forward, what can be removed because it may be redundant to other things you can find out on your own or find out other ways, or to lighten the reporting and compliance burden wherever possible on the schools, and would look forward to engaging in such a process. And that's the general approach that my authorizer has taken, adopted from best practices, well researched throughout the nation, and as recommended by the National Charter School Authorizers. So I'll pause.
Don, could you just address, because it is a question that's begged, so remind me how many students are currently served in the Public Charter School Board portfolio and how many FTEs the Public Charter School Board has?
We have 43,000 students, about half of the public school population, and 120 charter school campuses.
And how many FTEs in your office, roughly?
36.
I appreciate your perspective on this as well, sir. You've given me some pretty bracing feedback, and I think it's helpful to share that perspective.
Good afternoon, honorable board members and board chair, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to put on my executive director's hat on that I was for 10 years. I understand Patrick Gavin's vision of where he wants to go, but I also share your concern that I heard you at the beginning. Let me give you the correct perspective. When I opened up my charter school in 2007 in part of Los Angeles Unified School District, in the first 2 years, we were the only middle school in the state of California with a state ranking of 10. And in year 10, when I left, we had dropped to state ranking of 7. And it wasn't because I was less informed. It wasn't because I was in fact more knowledgeable than when I started. It was literally because when I started my charter schools, our oversight visit was 4 pages. By the time that I left, it was 4 folders, each one of them 4 inches thick. It took at least 1,000 or so of man-hour every year just to prepare for these oversight visits that the district was imposing upon us. And LA Unified School District, depending upon the board, last year, I think in the last year or so, about $15 million was spent by unions and charter supporters in support of board members that sat out in districts. So, we were always looking at, are the board members charter friendly or charter foe? And the reason I share this with you is that I also had to go through this exact audit that Mr. Gavin is talking about for 10 years. And the fact that we have the school select there are many auditors out there in California that we use for our schools, the fact that the schools are selecting an audit firm to come in and to look at their processes gives them and it's a friendly audit, gives them an opportunity to identify weaknesses that they can go back and work on fixing them. Obviously, the audit in California, the results of the audit is sent to the state, and if there are issues or concerns in discussions and there are findings of maybe mismanagement of funds or so on and so forth, it can lead into a FICMAT investigation or so on and so forth. But the reality is that the intent of the audit is good, because what it does, it provides, number one, as an operator of running 2 schools, I couldn't be everywhere. And if there were issues that wasn't brought to my attention until it was too late, the buck did stop with me, so I had to address it. So these audits actually gave me an opportunity to work on things material weaknesses that I need to work on. The issue that I had was with the other audit, which was from the district, which it just kept on changing. And when they were there, depending upon the board and how the board was pushing, we became, it wasn't the right audit. So I think what I'm trying to say is that what Executive Director Gavin is trying to do is to create an opportunity, in my opinion, for our schools to be able to find weaknesses that they can fix and support and move forward. But I also share your concern in the sense that there's a cost factor. In California, the cost ranges anywhere from $5,000 to about $12,000 or a little bit more, depending upon the number of schools, the size of school. And I paid it gladly as an operator, simply because I felt the information that I was getting from it was good information. Now, you also shared a concern that this is a majority of the stuff is what we're already getting, right? And I share with you that's good, but it's also, you have to understand that 2 different eyes looking at it, are they coming up with the same set of data. So what is the school sharing? So our auditors, again, as I shared with you, I now manage CSMC. I'm the managing partner, and we have 238 schools that we support as a back office service provider in 10 states. And so the point is that for us, the auditors actually, for our schools, the auditors come to our office and go through the records that we keep for our schools to make sure that the information is correct and the information is provided to the school. And then I would sit with my auditor at the end, and we would have a conversation, and he would say, well, I found this concern, and I would address it, and he says, okay, this makes sense. So it was truly a friendly audit, whereas with the district audit, everything we said worked against us. So to cut it short, I think it's not a bad direction for this movement to move forward. I strongly believe that California, the goods and the bads that have happened in that state. When I opened up our schools, my focus was not to stimulate the economy and create jobs. It was to educate children. And what ended up happening, I was so busy with the bureaucracy of running a school that I became an ineffective leader. And I felt that something's got to change, something's got to stop. So having board members like yourself, like Melissa, and others who are looking after the best interest of kids and trying to find the best resources for kids is always a great thing. But I think what Mr. Gavin is trying to do is not create more burden from the conversations that I've had with him, but really create more opportunities for schools to find areas that they wouldn't have seen otherwise, because they do operate in silos sometimes, and be able to address those concerns before they become material items that could shut them down or put them out of business. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Deanna? I think you've got some really very direct and relatable experiences here, and you're probably, there's a little bit of schadenfreude, I'm sure, at this point, given some of the things you went through in your authorizing career. You're on mute.
Sorry, there you go. Now can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I think part of what you're experiencing is part of what every authorizer experiences, is that developing appropriate levels of oversight and accountability is very challenging, and that in the inclusion of stakeholders in developing those processes is critical. And to give you some perspective of how Arizona got to the point where it is, been authorizing for a very long time. We've had charter schools for 20 years plus now. And when we started our charter schools, we had the annual financial audits as you have. We also had, as part of that, a compliance component that was basically around the parameters of the financial audit, in as much as it required some questions to be answered with regard to the enrollment of students, so attendance taking procedures, those sorts of things. So when Arizona further developed its legal compliance questionnaire, we had a foundation from which to begin, and then we used that foundation to further develop questions. And in developing those questions, we worked very closely with the auditors who were doing the financial work to ensure that as we added questions to the legal compliance questionnaire, there were opportunities for input not only into the practicality of getting the evidence for the question that was to be answered, but also the cost involved in adding any particular questions. So we started with a scope of compliance items, just as you have with regard to statutory requirements for our charter schools, and then identifying which of those things were deemed to be most critical to operations or evidence of potential concerns, and then using those items to further develop the questions that we needed and the appropriate evidence that would be collected by auditors to answer those questions, yes and no. And again, anytime we look at that, and I know that you talked about the increase in the cost of your audits, So we always looked at the cost of those questions as well. And our current audits run, the average is about $10,000 to $15,000, which includes the financial audit and the completion of the legal compliance questionnaire. Obviously, some are more and some are less, and it depends on the size of the school and the work involved in the audit, but that's the range.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for that testimony.
So I think there's a lot that certainly I've received from feedback from these particular external parties, but or not not folks that this board directly oversees. But I also want to express my appreciation to the many school leaders in this room who've reached out. In some cases, just not quite clear on something, and we were able to provide assistance. But in other cases, with far more substantive points that I think absolutely do need to be considered as this moves from something that was again was intended to be a soft rollout here, before this is something that becomes set in stone, and certainly something where the board adopts a final policy, which I believe I would strongly recommend would include some substantive revisions to the organizational framework as a whole. And I think one thing and this is an area where I think upon reflection, where I think I did probably move more into the policy realm, was in places where the language was so broad as to be sort of be almost all encompassing in relation to some requirement of the framework. We tried to look at, and I tried to look at, where is there an existing requirement out there that is a leading indicator or a lagging indicator of whether that requirement is being fulfilled. So, for example, something that has both a massive fiscal impact on schools and is something which I have to personally certify on an annual basis, whether every IEP that for a student is receiving funding is current and signed. And that is something where having that kind of sampling is very helpful in terms of then knowing where do we need to go in and dedicate staff hours and time on that. And certainly, I think, I believe everything that we did in that sense to try to get to a more granular question versus versus something that was so broad as to be completely unhelpful to either the school or the auditors. That, in retrospect, may have been overly interpretive and looks like duplicative policy. I think the one other thing that is a very important part of whatever conversation this board has on the topic of the framework, for example, is there is a large and constantly evolving set of expectations on traditional and public charter schools, most of which are enshrined in law and regulation, but some are in state state procedures of various kinds related to the NSPF or whatever else. And while it is never okay to not do something you're supposed to do, there are clearly some things that are more substantive than others. And I think certainly one of the questions that this board should absolutely wrestle with is what are the things that are non-negotiable, and what are the things where some degree of gradation and a much more mild version of progressive discipline, or something where it's just staff is sending a reminding letter or whatever else, makes sense here. And I also think it's not unimportant for this board and for its schools to recognize there's a long list of stuff here, and in some cases it may not be the right thing, and it may be something that schools or CSAN choose to get a bill draft done or ask for a reg to be changed to modify these things. Don and the whole panel, are there any things that we're missing here that we should be thinking about? Any things that are big holes or that seem like overreaches either way?
I
I appreciate the point that you made about some of the broad areas that are very specifically interpreted in the questionnaire, particularly relating to English language learners and special needs. For one, which are very explicit and clear, federal mandates. Among the places that they're mentioned, the responsibility is in the new responsibility that your board will hold as the administrator of the federal charter school program. I would just strongly encourage you to collectively work out in a collaborative process, maybe through a task force process with the thoughtful school leaders who do this every day, to figure out what the best way overall to meet your federal requirements are that are best for all parties concerned, but really to do it collaboratively, especially in those kinds of areas where the mandate federally particularly is very broad and you need to interpret it in specific terms for a compliance document such as this.
And one thing I heard you say earlier was maybe doing a collaborative task force. And, just recently with the financial performance framework, we did, I think, an excellent job of listening to our constituency to develop a framework that I think we're all going to be proud of. And so maybe deploying a process like that where all of our stakeholders have an opportunity to comment and express concerns and provide ideas on whether it should be a CPA completing this document or somebody else. I mean, I know Director Gavin got this. I'm going to include it into the record. I've got a letter from the Nevada Society of CPAs that raises a number of concerns about our questionnaire as it's currently written, and about a CPA's ability to really sign off on these questions, both with respect to their competence as well as to what their own professional standards will allow them to sign off on or won't. And this is signed by the chairperson of the Nevada Society of CPAs, as well as the Nevada Board of Accountancy. And so I think all of us agree that having a tool like this, because I even heard at the CSAN conference that there was support for some sort of tool like this. I just think that this is a good starting place. Like Patrick's included a lot of stuff, and now let's take this raw material, put it into some sort of a listening and exchange of ideas process like we did with the financial performance framework over the summer, and then come back with something that everybody agrees is a useful tool that's cost effective and that has the right people answering the right questions, perhaps. So.
Can I ask the expert panel a quick question? In any of your contexts that you have worked, or any of your schools, for whatever reason in Nevada, we have decided that the CPA license is not good enough and that we're going to have another test and you have to make it onto a special list to be able to audit a charter school. Have you ever been operating in a context where that was the case?
Yes, if I could answer first. So, if a number of other authorizers, including mine, have released have CPAs would apply to be on the list that is then vetted and approved by the board, and it's a broad list that is approved by the board. Then charter schools are given the opportunity to choose any auditor who has applied and been through that process. I would also add that I've worked in states where all charter schools are required to be 501c3s, so therefore have to do to do a 990, and particularly page 2 of the 990 is very close to what an audited financial statement will produce, and also to receive any financial support from foundations, they're required to submit CPA audited financials. So that does put it in a slightly different context than you're working with here.
To address the question that you asked, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. In Arizona, there's not an approved list of auditors, but there is a specific standard for an auditor. Seeing it, oh yeah, no, I'm not on mute. I'm sorry. I thought I was on mute again. There is a specific criteria that an auditor has to meet to be able to perform a charter school audit, but we don't actually have a limited list of auditors. We do provide a list of auditors that have engaged in charter school audits, but that's not an exclusive list. There are new auditors that can come on board so long as they meet the specific criteria, and I'm happy to send that to Patrick.
So there's the old saying, when need arises, someone will step up. In California, because of the 501c3, all schools have to be, and this audit has to happen. There are firms that are CPA firms that have understood that they cannot just use their standing as a CPA, but they have to go beyond. And so there are plenty of auditors out there that do exactly what is being asked to do. But I also want to kind of make a suggestion here for a second. In California, in the Los Angeles Unified School District, one of the audits that we get done every 3 years is called a DVR, a District Validation Review. It's for special education. And the way it works is that every year you get a checklist of special education things that you need to be addressing, and then every 3 years they do a random visit where they come and actually look at, so a combination of maybe these two, where a portion of it, which is the financial, is happening by some sort of a firm that has the capacity, and then potentially having them partner with, having the number of schools that you have, there will be auditors out there that would love to have the opportunity to be able to meet this need. So I'm just basically saying you're starting something new, and as a result of that, you have the opportunity to learn from some of the things that are happening in other states and pick what works best for your schools. So again, they don't become the tired executive director who's dealing with bureaucracy all the time. So there's a combination of things that should be considered, and it's just a flat CPA may not be the only solution.
Well, I think Melissa Mackin, for the record, I think one of the big things that I heard you say was talking about it being a friendly audit, and I think that's one of the things we sort of have to iron out as a board. I mean, schools need to know if you have a no in, I'm going to try to find one that seems silly. Did the school complete and submit the Consolidated State Performance Review Annual Survey by the required deadline? Like, if you're a no on that, are you no longer in good standing? Like, I think that's a really big thing that has a lot of people very stressed out, because just like you said, we do get special education audit from NDE on a regular cycle with all the other schools, and we're all lumped in as one district because of our LEA status, and there's never ever been one in the history of time where someone didn't have something wrong. And so does that mean we're no longer in good standing? So I think that's a really big thing that has to be worked out here and established. Like, is this a friendly audit, or is this a notice of concern, you're in breach, you're in,
If I'm allowed to push back on what you just said right now for a second, I hope that our charter schools are trying to find better ways to serve their students. I hope that they're not ever in a position where they have to hide something because they made a mistake of some sort. So the reason I called it a friendly audit is because the hope is that you are selecting a firm to come into your organization and do a third-party visit, checklist of the things, find areas of struggle, and guide you or support you. Because one of the biggest challenges for you're an operator, and so was I, is that we operate in silos. We only see our own little world. I'll give you a great example. I was called by one of my colleagues to go down to San Diego and meet with an executive director that was having great struggles. I went there, sat down. Within the first 10 minutes, she broke out crying. And I said, do you understand that there are giants in your community that can help you, current operators that could help you? And her fear was that I don't want people to know that I don't know what I need to know as an operator. And so the pushback really is that I call it a friendly audit, and as long as it stays in that capacity, is that the intent is if you're making a mistake, help you identify it, because you're not going to be able to, operating in your own little silo, help you identify it and help you fix it. One of the things that I've seen in California, we've had a number of charter school leaders end up in prison. And that's a true fact in California. And one of the things that I've seen, and a few of them have been friends of mine in my circle of community, is that they'll make a mistake and they're afraid of sharing it with somebody and they hide it. And then when it comes out, doesn't come out as I made a mistake, I could have helped, gotten some help. It comes out as I was hiding something. And so again, I call the friendly audits for that purpose, that if it helps our charters, have a third party take a look at what they're doing and maybe suggest some, and then we push it in that direction. Because you're right, what California is doing right now, or what we have there right now, it is hurting some schools. These audits sometimes are hurting some schools, but the schools that it's hurting them are the schools that actually have some serious finding that should be of concern.
Might I just have one quick... Just, I'm sorry for the record, just a real quick point. I appreciate your point about friendly audits. I've done many of them myself. But in those friendly audits, they can be very expensive. And perhaps really looking at the use of a sampling process, the word sample is mentioned here, but really figuring out ways to can be a very high financial burden on doing friendly audits for schools. And if there's any thoughtful way to minimize that cost wherever possible would be ideal.
Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
So one of the areas of authorizing is when you ask for something, what are you going to do with it, right? And in Arizona, when we required the submission of the completion of the legal compliance questionnaire, and realizing there's a broad range of questions in there, from some procedural things that should be happening related to your governance structure, to significant processes or services provided to your students academically, or things that are more significant as to things like, are you actually reporting the appropriate number of students that are enrolled in your school? Are you withdrawing them accordingly? There's a range of things within there. And so part of what you should think about, or I would encourage you to think about, is what are you doing with that information? And in Arizona, there are certain questions that are flagged where if you get a no, then the letter that comes back to you is, hey, we've noted in your audit that this was a no. We would encourage you to review your own processes, and we're going to monitor future audits to see if you've corrected that. There are other things that say, hey, we have noted that this was a no. We want to know right now what you've done to correct that situation. And then there are other things that would rise to a level where, hey, board, this came across in an audit. We think you should take a look at it, and you may want to take some kind of corrective action with this school. So there can be a broad range of questions and actions based on what those results may be. Some may be more high stakes than others.
Thank you. Yeah, so
may I?
Yeah, please.
Deanna, so this actually raises another point that I think we've heard I think a couple of references, at least that I interpreted to be discussions about the re-regulation of the sector, which I think collectively, certainly my position is that would be that's a very slippery slope and can become quite dangerous in terms of taking away school autonomy and the things that make schools unique and able to do their work. Dan, I know that there's some things that have been going on in Arizona recently, which you and your statewide thought leader role, if nothing else, have you've been among the folks who've been grappling with this. Where do you, are there things that you're seeing in Arizona or things that are happening either in terms of the political landscape, the media, et cetera, that this board should be and our sector should be cognizant of as reputational threats that should be addressed proactively?
So I think certainly, when we're looking at things now in Arizona, financial transparency is something that we're reviewing now from an operational perspective or an authorizer perspective, and the transparency that comes with some of the freedoms that we have as charter school operators. And what we may need to be disclosing more fully or not based on our current law. And, internal controls or the separation of your laws are a little bit different than the Arizona laws, so looking at the independence of your boards certainly is something that we're looking at now as far as related party transactions and those types of things, which your law is very clear and much more restrictive than what Arizona currently is. So I think you're covered from that perspective. But I think it's important, and one of the lessons that we have learned over time is that we need to continue to evaluate our processes and ensure that as a sector in public education, we continue to grow and develop, that we do have the right tools in place over time, and we take the time to review them and make sure that we have the appropriate checks and balances in place.
Thank you for your testimony. What I'd like to do now is we had some, excuse me, I'm sorry, dealing with allergies, but we had, I promised that individuals who wanted to give public comment could give public comment. And so what I'd like to do is that. And then once we're done with that, then Patrick, this isn't an action item right now, but perhaps you and your team can think of a process and then report back to us next board meeting as to the process you want to engage in to get a tool that everybody's had some input on that will accomplish some of the important objectives that have been underscored by our distinguished panel. I want to thank each of you for making time for us and sharing your wisdom and your experience. I've learned a lot from this conversation and from the things you've had to share today. Thank you. So for public comment, I wanted to call Trevor Goodsell. I should have brought that up earlier. I've got to get Pat on. Yeah.
Chair Ganasso, your microphone's on.
Sorry about that.
Trevor Goodsell, Goodsell for the record. I wanted to come before you and address the letter that was sent by the Nevada Board of Accountancy and the Nevada Society of CPAs. At this point, on the last page, they note that they would ask that this be pushed off for the year due to the way it is written. As a CPA myself, I don't feel comfortable signing anything in it this year. I believe that this thing needs to be worked out into a way that is acceptable. Talk to our auditors, and they feel much the same way. We are not against, I'm not coming up here proposing that we don't need a tool and that it can't be worked into a process. I know during the CSAN conference I talked about some of the control testing that we've done for casinos and different things. So there are definitely ways to do this. But for this year, I would ask that this board push this off for a year. I don't believe I could recommend to any board to sign a representation letter based upon this right now.
Thank you for your testimony. If you wouldn't mind giving a copy of the letter that you're referring to Brian Scroggins, we'll include it as a part of the record of what we discussed today. I think I heard from Director Gavin that this was really a soft rollout. So I don't know that there are any expectations that that this is going to need to be implemented, in the way that it's written this year. I think there's a process that he's going to think through and then let everybody know about probably next month at our next meeting in terms of how we're going to go about developing a tool that we can then implement portfolio-wide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Patrick Gavin for the record. So I want to note, and I should have mentioned this earlier, I have been in touch with both the Society of CPAs and the State Board of Accountancy. We have a meeting set up for next month. That was based on their earliest availability to discuss this. I'd like to have the opportunity to get their feedback and temperature on this, but I think I can say this, that I would very much appreciate that to a degree that people can pull this together. I recognize people may not want to sign it right now, but at least to start the process rolling so that there is I think for no reason other than so that this board will have some data points to consider as it makes bigger policy decisions related to what should be measured and what shouldn't be measured and how. But that's my immediate reaction right now, and I certainly want to talk to the representatives of the CPA sector and get their thoughts on what the best way is to do this.
The tool in its current form, I don't know that I heard you say that you're requiring now the whole portfolio to complete it because you've recognized that you need more input and you've recognized that stakeholders need to have some input before we mandate that they answer the questions. And so I just want to make sure I heard you right on that.
So let me be very clear. First of all, I don't believe I can require it. And certainly that was never my intent without actually having the final document reviewed by the board. And again, there's this larger conversation that needs to happen around what should be monitored, period, and what the weight should be. And I think Melissa's point about, what things merit what kinds of consequences is a very reasonable question, and one that I think I am very uncomfortable with the concept of something where there's one size fits all.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question? So not required, would be appreciated. If you can figure out how to do some of it or any of it, that would be awesome. But whatever.
This is Ryan Reeves for the record with Academica Nevada. I'm here as Trevor's bodyguard. I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate that. And to go beyond that, appreciating just for a moment, we are fortunate in that we heard from folks from several different types of authorizers, and I've worked in states with not very friendly authorizers, and I like the direction that the authority is going in. That recently 2 members of the staff came and presented to our principals about things that they had found on the website on their own that they'd like to be tweaked because it needed to be improved. So it wasn't a gotcha. It wasn't we're going to write you up. It was, hey, we're reviewing, we're finding, let's go fix this. And I hope that these types of issues and that type of atmosphere can be kept here. The concern that I have right now is twofold. First, there's so much confusion as to who would fill this out then, and is it just a self-evaluation then by the school, because the auditors clearly don't want to touch some of these questions at all, that I'm not sure how we fill this out. Secondarily, I just wanted to point out, to the extent that you're meeting with auditors or accountants rather, prior to the opportunity to create the workshops with everyone, I would note that as much as can be removed from the auditors as possible is ideal, to the extent that we have DOE special education audits and that we have DOE attendance audits and other things. Auditors cost $210 to $400 an hour. That's their cost. And we submit preliminary budgets in April, then final budgets in June, and revised budgets in December. So we'd already submitted a final budget for all our systems for the year. And then in July, we find there's a questionnaire that would double the cost of a $50,000 audit for some of these large systems. So I would just say that to the extent that that meeting can truly narrow down what becomes the focus of the auditors and looks for alternative means of addressing those things that aren't financial, it would be ideal.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
And let me just address, so in the contact from the outreach we've received from auditors, and just let me be very clear, when we surveyed schools and said, hi, can we, would it be helpful for us to connect with your auditors and help problem solve on these issues? Most schools, 75% said they were not interested in that. I think to the degree people have changed their minds, let me know. What I have heard consistently from auditors is there are some things we don't feel quite comfortable with, and we're not going to answer them, or we're going to make it very clear that there's limits in our ability to do it. So that certainly is something I found I thought was helpful, because if nothing else, it was just some ability to figure out where we needed to fix things.
Maybe let's not solve that particular problem now. I think we've identified the issues with the form itself. I think the answer to your question is to have your auditor answer as many questions as they feel comfortable answering, highlight others. If there's things that just can't be answered, you have input on, make notes of that. Because when we actually do workshop this, I think having your input and knowing what can be done and who can do it would be great. But for now, we'll cut off discussion on this now. If you want further guidance, maybe talk to staff after the fact. But I think you've heard clearly this isn't a mandatory document, and we'll make sure that everybody's included as we continue to discuss the appropriate tool to accomplish the objectives that Director Gavin is trying to accomplish.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to we had the folks from CSAN here who are going to present on ACT Aspire, and it's my understanding that Mr. Hickey has to leave soon. So why don't we jump to that agenda item? And I think it is agenda item number 9. And this will be the time when we're going to facilitate a discussion with representatives of the Charter School Association of Nevada regarding ACT Aspire. Yes, and I just want to thank you all for being here and apologize. Some of our agendized items went a little bit longer than we anticipated, so I appreciate your patience in waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, I'm Pat Hickey, the Executive Director of the Charter School Association here in Nevada. Thank you for inviting us to be part of this process. You certainly are aware that this issue of the ACT Aspire testing has been a matter that's been percolating for some time, and we appreciate the increasing better process of communication between our school leaders and this body. And we appreciate you having come to some of our meetings, as Mr. Reeves just related, and also to the CSAN conference, where you got a lot of the feedback that was mentioned earlier. At this point, I'm going to just introduce the school leaders who are here to testify, but I'd like to acknowledge the principals and teachers and other staff members from our schools who are here in advance, because some of them may in fact have to get back and take care of their kids in the classrooms if possible still today. So if you allow me, Mr. I'd just like, by a show of hands, to have those members of our charter schools to raise their hands who are in support of this presentation to you today. So you know, this is the level of interest that's here. At this point, I'm just going to briefly introduce the leaders who are here. You first have Candace from Legacy Traditional, Bridget from Doral, and they're going to introduce themselves, and Renee from Matter Academy here in Southern Nevada to talk about this issue, and with a mindset on giving some recommended solutions. We don't want to simply complain about something we may find challenging, but a brief review and then a look at some of the strengths and challenges of it, and more importantly, some possible solutions to offer to what many schools consider to be a problem and a challenge. So with your permission, I'd just like to begin with Candace, and to introduce yourself and go from. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Pat. For the record, this is Candy Farthing with Legacy Traditional. So there we go. So we wanted to say thank you for letting us sit up here and have a conversation about this. I know it's been an ongoing conversation. This has actually been a very collaborative conversation. All the leaders back here have been part of this conversation. We were just asked to be up here today to be the voice. But this has been an ongoing conversation for the last several years. So just for some history with ACT Aspire, we totally fully recognize and are aware that we needed to have something for accountability where there was no star rating and SBAC wasn't working. We know that we needed to have accountability for the charter authority of the success of the schools, and so we understand the need for that rollout with ACT Aspire. But now that we've got SBAC that's got the valid data, we want to kind of revisit this and talk about some of the challenges we face using it so that we're really supporting our kids, and that's number one focus.
I'm Bridget Phillips from Doral Academy, and there's some strengths and challenges. One strength is we do understand that the ACT Aspire can be used very well to help prepare our high school students for college and career readiness. But we also feel there are some challenges. The first challenge that I'd like to mention is the alignment with NVACS. In 2012, ACT Aspire prided itself to be very much aligned to Common Core. Well, when some of the controversial was shared about Common Core, they began to distance and to pull away from some of that alignment. And in 2016, there was a Fordham think tank, and they said that at this point there is minimal alignment with ACT Aspire and with Common Core. So there's a disconnect between what we're instructing and what we're assessing. The next area is some of the issues with timing of the test. In 2016, we kind of stumbled upon this, that they were taking the timers off throughout the country when they were administrating the ACT Aspire. And we're all very aware that when children are learning to read, having students take time tests isn't developmentally appropriate. So the districts throughout the country were taking the timers off. And so we asked, well, how will we know? Because we have the timer on. And they said, there's no way we know. So now you have a difference in how the test is being administrated. And so you're actually comparing apples to oranges. So there is a question with that as well. Another area that I'd like to highlight is the fact that in the beginning, and I know back in 2013, there was some correlation where charters were being compared to home zone schools, and we felt that was some really good valid data. So that's something that has been taken away with our accountability, and that's something that we think we could relook at in the future, because that would give us some additional very strong data. I'm going to turn it over now to Renee from Matter, and she's going to share a few more concerns.
Renee Phillips for the record. As a Title I school leader, I find this to be incredibly challenging, is to add one more test. And so what I wanted to do is just share with you the calendars, and I think all of you have a copy of what a typical calendar looks like for most schools. And it just goes through what this looks like. And so that's pretty typical. But then what I also wanted to share is the two WIDA calendars. And as you'll see, one's for Bonanza and one is for Matter Mountain Vista. And it goes for a full 30 days, twice a year. And so I just wanted to share a little bit about that, because I think often when we think about school testing, we don't think about overall what does that really do to not just to students, but to staff as well. And so for a Title I school, the Every Student Succeeds Act says that English language proficiency is one of the major components of accountability. So this is as high a stakes a test for me as SBAC is. So I have to take it very seriously because it counts for everything that I get for federal dollars. The WIDA test has to be given within the first 30 days of school.
Renee, can you just maybe back up? I don't think everyone knows what WIDA is.
Yes.
Just tell them what it is so they know what you're talking about.
Yes, perfect. So WIDA is the World-Class Instructional Design. That's the title. But basically what it is it starts with a screener to determine English language proficiency. And so you start with your kindergarten students and you give them this test so that you can determine, are they English language learners or are they proficient? In a school like Matter, where 75% of our students are English language learners, we give this test in the first 30 days to at least, let me just start with the kindergartners, to at least 115 students between two campuses. And please listen carefully. It has to be given to one student at a time. So just think about that for a minute. 30 days you have to give it. Now I have some kindergarten teachers that would affectionately tell you that teaching kindergartners in the first 30 days is like herding cats. So now not only are we herding the cats, but we're going to try to get the cats to sit and to listen and to speak, and often in a language that they are not proficient in. And so we do laugh, and I often do when we're doing that the first 30 days, but it becomes completely overwhelming. It would be different if that's all I had to focus on the first 30 days in terms of assessments. But it's really important in terms of the days of high accountability that we are also doing our curriculum assessments and our initial diagnostics so that we can see where every student in the school is. I'm a school of 1,000 students, so 1,000 students have to be assessed within the first 30 days. And that's not all WIDA, that's just assessments itself. Now, I wish these problems were unique to me, and then we could just say, there goes Renee complaining. But it isn't. Every single leader that's sitting behind me is faced with this. The ones that are not Title I schools with high ELL populations, the WIDA test isn't as daunting. But I'm here to tell you that it's the one thing that I really don't know how to overcome. In the district, there's an EL department, whether it's Washoe, whether it's Clark. They will come out and help administer these tests. There's also an assessment and accountability office that helps package everything up and send it back. So some of the things that we often don't even think about become a very big part of my day-to-day functions within the first 30 days of school. So we get past the first 30 days and we get to focus on instruction. But we have a little bit of a no school November and a whole lot of no school December. So then we get to January. What happens? It's called the WIDA Access. So now what happens is now that we've screened the kids, now we have to go back and give this test to every single English language learner. So in our system, right here in Southern Nevada, of 118 students, we will give that test to 1,070 students in the month of January because it is a window. Again, part of that test has to be given one-on-one to every single kindergartner. The rest of the students you can do in small group until it gets to the speaking and learning. Speaking and listening. And that part, again, you have to do one-on-one. So hopefully right now you're imagining what this must actually look like. So it sounds tough on kids, but this is staff members that are administering this. And the main part I'm leaving out is that for WIDA, you have to be WIDA certified. So it's not like the days when we were all in school and we handed a test booklet to a teacher and the teacher read the directions. In this case, they must sit for at least 6 hours of a module in order to be certified in order to actually give the test. So my teachers are all in it to win it because now they've become guaranteed certified test givers. And very few of them went to college knowing that this would be a big part of their instructional practices. So now we've gotten through January, so we get to instructional February. Yay, we're back to instruction. But what happens when March comes? We are right back to getting ready for high-stakes testing. So the problem that I have with all of this testing, particularly in a Title I school, but I know I'm speaking for my colleagues behind me, is it doesn't leave enough time for instruction. So if we're giving tests in order to see where our students are at, we certainly have to make sure that the data that we're using is going to help us and is going to help us further it. I have to tell you this. Sometimes I never thought I'd be a teach to the test. You have to teach to the test. I mean, that's what you have to do to a certain degree. I have so many tests that I'm teaching to that aren't even aligned that I'm not sure at what level of achievement I really, really am for many of my students because the ACT is very different than the SBAC, and the SBAC is very different than the WIDA. And my iReady diagnostics are very... You get the idea. Okay, so let me just move on a little bit more. So one of the main things that we're really concerned about is since the adoption of the ACT, we've also had Brigance, we've also had MAP, other tests that have been thrown on our plate. So I've already mentioned a few, so there's 2 others. The problem is a lot of these tests are not being used in our accountability measures. So then it really is hard to justify to parents, to students, to teachers, to everybody about why are we giving all of these tests. So the one thing that I would ask today is as you look at these testing calendars, and certainly when you look at how we're spending months, and there's nothing I can do about that. The test has to be given to one student at a time. And as I've already said, I don't have this big department to come in and do it for me. I hope that you will actually stop and think about why are we giving these tests and what are they doing for us? And should we take a pause? It's been a big word in our news the last few days. Should we take a pause and maybe move away from it for a while and see if we get what we need from the tests that we are mandated to administer by our state? Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we are coming with possible solutions because this great group behind me, we are very solution-oriented. So one of the possible solutions is to continue ACT Aspire in 9th and 10th grade, and some of our high school colleagues behind me said, or make 10th grade where the option would be to also give the pre-ACT. So it'd be one or the other because that is in a line and is preparing our students for ACT and SAT. At the high school level, time tests very appropriate, and there can be actually hopefully some good things gleaned from the administration. Another thing is to use current data from the Nevada School Performance Framework. Now that we have validated, and again, can't say enough to the authority, we understand you needed validated, but we have it now, so use the data we have.
And alternate measurements that we've discussed too is we think it is important to look at where those kids are zoned at and how those schools are performing that are going to the charter schools and having that be part of the accountability piece. How would they perform if they were going to their local zone school compared to how they're performing at that charter school? That's huge. We also would like to utilize benchmark assessments that are charter mission specific as an additional form of data. Benchmarks would be administered in a high-stake testing environment that would ensure validity. So I think what Renee was saying too is we're doing so much testing, we have very limited time to actually do instruction, but then we're being held accountable to that little instruction that we're able to do. And we have things that are rolling out like the STAR that sets the stage for charter schools as a whole out here, and we're focusing on that test, but then we have to focus on another test for ACT Aspire to be accountable for the charter authority. What instruction are we able to do to actually be held accountable to those scores? So we just wanted to open up the conversation.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the input and the insight. For us non-educators on the board, it's important to be able to hear from you and understand how certain requirements that we have, like the ACT Aspire, how they affect how you deliver education. Right now, we are in the midst of revisiting our academic performance framework, and it's a huge question as to whether or not ACT Aspire will be a part of that or won't be a part of that. And your input will substantially influence the answer to that question, because it sounds like let me just ask this, Director Gavin. We haven't done ratings under our framework in quite some time. Was the ACT Aspire ever a part of our performance framework, or was it just or not?
Patrick Gavin for the record. So yes, the ACT Aspire in a limited number of grades was originally approved as part of the performance framework in 2013. Okay. Subsequent to that, due to the pause in the statewide system of accountability, and then the SBAC transition, due to all the issues that happened with the state framework for a while, this board rolled out the ACT Aspire with a number of exemptions for certain grades and subject area, depending on things schools said that they needed, as a statewide measure. It hasn't worked as well as we would have liked, I think, for a lot of reasons. I alluded to one of those earlier, which is the participation issue, which raises with there also, because I think there are also there were substantial inconsistencies in the implementation between schools that I think were just outside of our capacity to be able to monitor.
For the schools that do participate, do we use the data that we get for anything?
Many of those schools do use it. We have.
Do we use it for anything?
It's supposed to be in everyone's school performance plan, which is submitted to us on an annual basis and then goes to the state. But again, we have never enforced that. I think this board has tried to take a wait and see approach and be more and hasn't really wanted to get into that. Certainly, that's the sentiment I have heard from members.
When the results to one of the things I heard is that when the results to the test come in, that unlike other tests where you can evaluate how the kids did section by section and kind of give constructive feedback and teach for improvement, the schools haven't been given. They've only been given like the raw score. This is how you did, but no explanation as to kind of what the kids missed or what they didn't miss. Is that your experience with the ACT?
Director Renee Fairless for the record. Director, thank you for allowing us to come back and respond to this a little bit. So yes, the timing of the data when it comes in, we often see tremendous inconsistencies, and part of it is due to that instructional process that we just talked about. So by the time you get that data in, you've already taken your SBAC, and then they'll come back and they'll be completely different. So you really can't use them. For me, everything about my school performance plan is very much aligned to Title I and Title I goals, and I've never used that data. And with not being disrespectful at all, I came before this board when we were asking for permission from Matter Reno and wanted to share my ACT data because it actually looked better than my SBAC data, and it was not asked for and it was not reviewed at all. And so that was a really tough day for me because I'd spent all that time doing that testing and it wasn't reviewed and it wasn't looked at. So I think the initial idea, I sat in many of those meetings with Director Gavin and about why we needed this and was on board, but we are 4 years past that now, and I think we're in a whole different place with SBAC and with our testing and with the Nevada School Performance Framework. And so we do hope that you guys will go back and look at what your initial idea was and then what's actually happened as we've implemented this, because I think we're in two totally different places. And so the short answer to all of that should have been, we're not using that data for anything that we're presenting to you.
So may I? Oh, sorry.
We also have another challenge that is no one's fault, but the way we get our data, especially a large system, it comes out for the system. It takes us typically about 4 weeks in the summer to disaggregate the data and just be able to make it meaningful to our individual sites. We do look at that data at the Doral systems and I'm sure other systems, but what we have found is inconsistencies, as Renee has mentioned, because of the time limitations. Our children actually typically do very well in SBAC and they don't do as well in ACT. But again, we think part of that is the time limitations and some of the things. And then again, if you're being compared to children across the nation where they don't have a timer, how valid is that data?
So I want to be really clear. I think that these school leaders and the rest of the leaders in the portfolio are articulating a lot of really important things.
You did a survey too on this, didn't you, not too long ago?
We did through CSAN.
CSAN.
And
I've done so many surveys.
and the only place where we did receive, and again, we are just the voice today reflecting our wonderful colleagues behind us. The only place where we found somewhat of an interest and utilization of the data was at the high school level.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
So I again, thank you to the three of you and to everyone in this room. I think this is a really important conversation. And Renee, that was in particular really those were very persuasive points. I almost so there's what I think personally, and then there's what I have to think with my executive director hat. This we need to continue this conversation. This is really important. The issues that are being raised, both from an implementation perspective and a capacity perspective on the part of our schools and the part of our team, I think are really important ones. I think the fundamental question so I think there are two interrelated things. One, the process of adopting academic standards is an iterative one. Every 6 to 8 years, states go through that process. In most cases, there's a statutory requirement that the Council on Academic Standards or whatever the standards adopting body is of a state reevaluates. Then that can trigger a new procurement of a new test. There's also the general expectations of new procurement of reprocuring of assessments over time that align to standards. So there is a very real reality that I would say it is more than 50% likely within the next 5 years. So when I will have been in this chair or whatever chair I sit in Carson City on a particular day, that we will have another substantial change, either in what is being measured or how it's being measured. And for some schools, that will coincide with a renewal decision where perhaps the last time they were measured, it wasn't so hot. And if you were one of the schools that's on the notice of breach list, and you found out that for the next year or two leading up to renewal, there wasn't going to be any data, and you're stuck kind of flat-footed because now you've got no baseline data to be able to sort of say, here's where we were the last time on SBAC, and here's where and then to be able to show growth. I think that's a very important consideration for schools. There are real risks there. And the other piece is, in the event that there is such a change, or when there is such a change, testing companies go out of business. Testing companies. I remember being in a school accountability role when the standard 9 assessment was completely redone as the Stanford 10. How you measure, and the concordance tables between that said were what they were, but the issue was we had an authorizer that said, well, you said you did the SAT 9. It's your fault that you didn't do it, and you went to the SAT 10 instead. And that was one of many reasons that school got closed. Certainly not the only one. But there are real risks to schools of not doing something like this, both in the case of a renewal decision when the most recent data was marginal, and I think also very reasonably in the case of expansion decisions. And I think there are a couple of different ways to try to solve those problems. I think I think a lot of those solutions share the same challenges in terms of how do we implement as a staff? How do schools ensure it's done at a degree of high data integrity? So
let me
so these are tough and thorny things that I think also deserve a consultative approach.
Yeah, the thing I'm trying to wrap my head around is like everything we do should have some purpose that's understood. I didn't expect that, but thanks. And so what So I guess what I don't understand, and again, I haven't been on the board since 2013. I've only been on the board a couple years. So this ACT Aspire was approved before my tenure. But in listening to the feedback, I'm struggling to understand the precise purpose for the ACT Aspire, because I'd hate to think that we're requiring our schools to do something and produce data, and then that data is not used for anything by anybody. It's just a test that some kid has to take, and then the data goes into a wastebasket over the summer. And so can you help me understand what we are exactly using? Are we using it for anything at all?
Right. The primary purpose when this board adopted it as a 3 through 8 measure was the same reason that virtually all other authorizers mandate one or more parallel assessments, which is for insurance, for when the state system inevitably collapses in on itself, like the state of Tennessee has done for 3 or 4 consecutive years.
But we haven't used that data for accountability purposes. We won't even consider that alternative data, will we? I mean,
so I don't recall Renee's point on that. I know we certainly looked at matters as ACT data when we made an expansion recommendation.
Well, let me ask the question. Let me ask the question that way. Today, like, are we using that? I know what it was meant for. You've been clear on that. But today, is the data that we're getting from the test being used for anything by the authority?
I don't believe you have chosen to use it for anything.
Patrick, I have on the record in this meeting on more than one occasion, at least twice, maybe 3 times, when my school got the data, said the ACT Aspire data is out. The board needs to hear how the schools are doing on that data, and it was not used when Matter went to expand. No one has ever told us how a single school, I know how my school did because I took a bunch of time over the summer to figure it all out, but we've never been told how these other schools are doing, and I refuse to take responsibility that we haven't chosen to use that. I have specifically asked twice on the record that I want to see the ACT Aspire data for our schools, and we haven't seen it. So, I mean, I'm not going to be the fall guy for that.
So I actually don't recall that, to be very honest. It seems like a really reasonable request, and I will say we come out of these meetings with dozens of to-dos based on things that were inactual agenda items, and I will be very honest. This meeting will go until 5 o'clock tonight. It takes us 2 to 3 weeks per meeting to prepare, never mind all of the follow-up and execution we have to do after the meetings. So yeah, stuff falls through the cracks.
And that's ultimately on me.
Gavin, there's no criticism of you or your staff. You don't have to defend yourself at all. No criticism at all.
Yeah,
let me just, because I want to keep us focused. The simple question that's before us is, are we using the data or aren't we? And if we're not, that's okay. I mean, to admit, and then we know where we stand with it.
I mean, the reality is, we certainly have not used it as well or as consistent.
But from what I heard you say, we're not using it at all. And if we're not using...
Let's not have this move into, now we're going to start using it, please. With all due respect, I'm listening to this conversation, and I'm afraid it's going to backfire. So now we're going to get that ACT data. So just so we all know,
just so everyone's aware, next month we're going to have 7 hours on just the AT Aspire.
I understand this agenda item isn't set up for action, and the reason why I didn't set it up for action, frankly, was because I didn't know what the issues were. I've heard tangentially what the complaints were, but we haven't had a robust discussion at the board level about what the ACT Aspire is, why we have it, are we using it, what's the impact on the schools for implementing this. And the only reason why I've even thought that it might be useful for the future is if we revamp our academic performance framework and it becomes a piece of an actual performance framework, then we're actually using the data. But I don't even know, because we haven't had the academic performance framework discussion, I don't even know if that's the kind of data that we want in our academic performance framework. We might want to just be looking at other things like comparisons to other schools in the geographic region. We might want to be looking at factors that are specific to the programs that are being delivered under each contract, so that we're quantifying performance based on the autonomy and innovation that's being implemented and somehow score that. I don't know. There's a lot of things we have to discuss about the ACT. I didn't want to throw out the ACT Aspire in total until we've had the more substantive discussion about what kind of performance framework does the authority want. And once we finish that conversation, then we'll have a better idea about what we want to do with the ACT Aspire. But I wanted to create an opportunity for us to listen, because in speaking with Pat and speaking with Melissa and others, it was a huge concern for everybody that's in this room. And I thought it was important that we listen, especially those of us who are relatively new to the board and aren't educators having to do the hard work that you do every day. If we don't have this perspective, then when we're thinking about performance frameworks and I say, yeah, let's make sure we do the ACT Aspire twice a year so we can measure growth, now I won't say something stupid like that, right? You've educated me ahead of time. So I just want to say, because we do have some other agenda items to get to, Member Moulton, please. I am finished. Please go ahead, Member Moulton.
Member Moulton, for the record. And I have to tell you, Candace, I don't know you very well, but I've known Bridget for years, and Renee for several years as well. And with my 12 years on the school board, this testing issue is a big one. Very, very big. Thank you, Jeff. I'm sorry. It gets to me because I watched legislators put test after test after test. And when I see your solutions, they're great. I have 7 grandchildren between the ages of 21 and 17. And if you don't think that ACT is a big deal, it is. When one of them calls me and says, hey, I got a 35 or I got a 26, that means they can get into the university that they desire. It is a big deal. So I think your solutions are absolutely excellent. I think you should have that comparison with others, and especially with your zone schools. And there's 3 things that I thought of would occur if we would take care of this testing issue. Number 1, we would help the culture in schools. You listen to parents, you listen to students, they're sick of it. Number 2, we help the cost. I know that, dear Weta. I've got friends that go and give those tests, and I know that there's a cost to all of this. And then also consistency. Where do we find consistency in education? Everybody out there, teachers and students and parents, all say, "Oh, just wait, they'll change their mind." Whether it's what teachers have to do to receive accreditation or whatever it is. So I just pray that we will take this seriously, that we will look at your solutions. Thank you for bringing them, and that we will improve on those 3 areas. So, no.
Well, I hope you know you've been heard in a real way, not in a superficial way, and that we're going to take that information and agendize future discussion on this where we can take some action that will alleviate some of these issues that you've brought to our attention and maybe implement some of the solutions that you've suggested.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Jason, Chair Guanasso, I think we've got some scheduling issues. I presume you're going back to the action item at this point. And of the 3 schools we have left, I'm not sure who has to leave and who doesn't. And I take responsibility for that. That was my fault with the agenda, but we're probably going to have to juggle some things around to accommodate some people since we're going on 7 hours here.
Yeah, so let's get back to the agenda. We just closed agenda item number 9. We will now move to back to agenda item number 8, where we left off, if I recall correctly, Ryan, was we were dealing with Founders Academy, the notices of breach, but in addition to that, we had under sub 4 Nevada Connections Academy and Nevada Virtual Academy under sub 4 part B. Based on what you know about people's availability, who do we want to take first?
I'm sure they all want to go.
Yeah. Well, then if it's just a matter of everybody wanting to go first, we'll just go in order and deal with the notice of breach first.
And I'll leave it to the schools to work out, and I'm not sure if anybody from Founders is here. I do know.
All right, so let's go ahead and open up sub 3, the notice of breach, where the staff is going to recommend that Founders Academy be issued a notice of breach due to receiving a 1 or 2-star rating for the 2nd consecutive year, please. Is this Director Morrison, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff is recommending that just 1 school, Founders Academy of Nevada Elementary School, receive a notice of breach due to falling below the 3-star rating. Again, according to the 2018 ratings that were released last year, this board approved the issuance of a notice of breach after the school was rated as a 2-star school in 2017 with an index score of 27.78. In 2018, the school again earned a 2-star rating with an index score of 42. SPCSA staff remains concerned about the school's academic performance, and as the memo before you reads, Founders Academy is up for renewal next fall as their charter expires in June of 2020. I believe that actually ends all my remarks. I know we have a representative from Founders here.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, members of the authority. I'm Ron Fick. I'm principal of Founders Academy of Las Vegas. I'm here representing Founders Academy of Las Vegas, its governing body, under the chairmanship of Dr. Jeff Geis, its staff, and its 714 students and families. A majority of them are elementary school students. Let me make it clear that the board of directors of Founders Academy of Las Vegas hired me back in August of 2017 to make some immediate changes to managerial, supervisory, and academic structures at Founders Academy. As principal, I pledged to the board of directors, staff, and parents that beginning in October, just October of 2017, a year ago when I finally had a chance to disaggregate the data, the SBAC data for the first time, that we'd make progress in school-wide academic improvement with a comprehensive plan that was to analyze our current academic progress as measured by state assessments, the SBAC, identify barriers that are negatively affecting that performance, make adjustments in instruction and curriculum to address those barriers, and to monitor our progress to ensure that we are making gains towards those goals. It is clear that immediate adjustments and corrections were needed, and better focus on curriculum and instruction related to Nevada content standards. Founders Academy's charter was approved again on utilizing a prescriptive curriculum from the Barney Charter School Initiative, sponsored by Hillsdale College in Hillsdale, Michigan. This curriculum focuses on Riggs, phonics, Singapore math, and core knowledge, with reading focused on great works and primary source materials. Again, while this curriculum, again, has great merit in our classical school, analysis indicates and continues to indicate in isolation from Nevada content standards, we get less than favorable results on the SBAC. This analysis has resulted in communications and active discourse with Hillsdale College and the Barney Charter School Initiative, representatives, as well as representatives from the Clark County School District, in which I served as a teacher and administrator for over 23 years. We have implemented an improvement and monitoring plan with the active and enthusiastic participation of our teachers. We're working diligently to align the Barney Charter Schools initiatives and suggested curriculum to the Nevada content standards and the practice and practicing those in the in the SBAC examinations. In January of this year, we began an intensive re-education of our teachers, making them aware that Nevada content standards and aligning those standards to our curriculum and materials was the imperative. We continue to utilize Loomis Learning, which we began in January, as our SBAC practice platform for our students, and we are currently working under the consultation of Dr. Marjorie Connor with MMC Consulting and with Mrs. Cassandra Turner with Math Champions LLC for Singapore Math. The focus of these efforts have been and we'll continue to do those with our elementary school in relation to our SBAC scores. These are the areas that drive our professional development at this point. This work from January of 2018 to April 2018 yielded improved SBAC scores and growth, resulting in a 13-point increase from our index score on the Nevada School Performance Framework, as mentioned, from a 29 to a 42. We are not daunted by our failure to reach 3 stars. Instead, we know that our plan is actionable and demonstrates improvement. We look forward to continued implementation this school year, and we're confident that our 3-star status will occur for us in the 18-19 school year. In short, we'd like to thank the authority for this notice, and we are open to any and all recommendations. We look forward to showing our progress and our plan and to perform admirably on the Nevada School Performance Framework in the 18-19 school year, ensuring that every student, not just our elementary students, but every student meet and exceed the expectations of the state authority which exercises its governance. And we appreciate the notice of breach, and we're understanding of what we need to do, and we are making progress in that particular area.
And thank you for your prepared statements. Can I just ask a question? When we issue a notice of breach, what happens? Is there a plan that has to be submitted? Is that what? Just remind me about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Patrick Gavin for the record. What the performance framework says is simply the school is expected to take corrective actions. Some schools have proactively, as part of that, provided a plan, or have, especially in the case of one that perhaps wants doesn't believe they can meet the target, and then been within the requisite amount of time to not get a notice of termination. Some of those schools have come to the board and asked for some kind of contractual change, but there's nothing that's there's nothing explicitly required.
I was just wondering what the next steps were. So it sounds like you have a plan in place. It's the second year, though, right? We're dealing with.
We do. We were almost a 1-star school when I arrived.
Yeah.
Just barely, and then we moved those 13 points.
Okay.
There was a lot of inertia to slow. There were some behaviors among teachers and beliefs among staff related to standardized testing and the SBAC in general, and not a clear commitment to Nevada content standards when I arrived. So I had to slow that inertia and then change course. So while I'm not satisfied that we're not a 3-star school, that would be my hope, I am satisfied that we made progress in the right direction.
What's your index score again? I don't have that.
We're at 42.
Just for context, too, Chair, I believe if my notes are right, Founders moved from a 27 last year to a 42 this year. So.
That's fantastic progress. So, sounds like
and our middle school is a 3-star school. Our upper school or high school is a 5-star school. So we have some things going right there. Our problem really exists with our relationship and our evolving relationship with Hillsdale College and the Barney Charter School Initiative. They made great strides in understanding what schools need throughout the country. There are over 20 Barney Charter schools throughout the country, many of them in Georgia and in Florida as well, who had the same problem. And we've worked that out, and there's been a real maturity among the Barney Charter schools with the understanding that our true commitment is to content standards, although we do appreciate the methodology and pedagogy of classical schools.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, it sounds like the plan you have in place is producing results, and we expect next year you'll be one of the schools perhaps that's 3 or 4 star school, and we're commending you for the progress you've made. Are there any other questions or comments for the school? Okay, well, please.
So I'm very sensitive to time, but I just do want to say that in the case of Founders Academy in particular, both Mr. Fick and the new chair of the governing body have been incredibly proactive in reaching out and saying, here are things we're working on fixing, not asking us how to do their jobs, or although certainly we've provided technical assistance in some organizational areas where Ron's asked for help, and Sarah and Lisa from our team Lisa primarily have been very helpful there, I know. But there's a spirit of transparency and humility and ownership of these results that we don't always see, and so I do want to compliment Mr. Fick and his board. As I think it has not always been the easiest relationship between this body and Founders, and I think there's been a substantial change there as a result of, I think, really good leadership both on the governance side and on the school side, on the staff side.
Well, more than 20 points increase in a year, basically.
Well, we made some good. I think we made some good progress, and I'd like to thank Mr. Gavin as well. We made some good progress with our board. I think we made some good progress with our school. It's certainly not the same school that you would have seen a year ago. There has been huge managerial, organizational, structural changes throughout the school, both in board governance. A lot of those were bringing in people from the outside to do studies and provide us feedback. It has been enlightening. Founders Academy really is not a school with an EMO. We kind of are truly an independent. So a lot of the lessons that we have to learn are the hard way, but we always are in a process right now being completely transparent and welcome any of the board members and as well as staff to come in and provide any input and to seek out any information they want to from Founders Academy. We are completely transparent, and we want to do this right, and we want to go ahead and educate students using the classical methodology. That is our goal. Certainly our focus, though, is Nevada content standards and improving that star rating.
Yeah. Well, we want to see that you're successful.
Are you ready for a motion?
Please.
Sure. This is Melissa Mackinnon. I move to approve the SPCSA staff recommendation to issue a notice of breach to Founders Academy of Las Vegas Elementary School and monitor the implementation of NRS 388A.367.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? No. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for waiting here for the day. Appreciate it. All right, we'll go ahead and take the Nevada Virtual Academy.
I think the connections folks have to leave, or so maybe we could just stay in order. I'm sorry.
All right. Okay, then we'll take Nevada Connections Academy. That's subpart 4 of this agenda item, subpart A. This will be the time when the authority staff will recommend that a notification regarding its continual breach be issued in regard to the elementary school. I want to stop there for a second because, I'm sorry, we're in the right school. Got the schools mixed up. So with regard to NCA's elementary school, due to it being rated a 1-star school and receiving a participation penalty, I think we dealt with a participation penalty earlier. So you'll be getting a letter rather than a notice on that issue. But your middle school was also a 1-star, and your high school was also a 1-star. Director Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Guanasso, members of the board. There's a lot of moving pieces with this item, so I'm going to do my best to walk you through them. The elementary school for Nevada Connections Academy, as the board will recall, has been a subject discussed at a few of our recent meetings. This board issued a notice of breach stemming from the 2017 ratings in the spring, prompting the school to submit an academic improvement plan, which was accepted by this board on August the 6th, while also leaving the school in breach. As part of that plan, the school and its representatives stated that they were confident that their score would see an uptick under the 2018 ratings. Specifically, the school expected to go from a 24 index score to a 29. Instead, the school actually earned an index score of 18, resulting in another 1-star rating. So that is our recommendation, is to leave the school in continuing breach with regard to the elementary school. And Chair Guanasso, I believe you hinted earlier that we would recommend that, given the earlier action of the board, you take similar action with regards to Nevada Connections elementary school with regards to participation. Moving to the middle school, Nevada Connections Middle School earned a 1-star rating according to the 2018 ratings with an index score of 25. This was a severe decline from the 2017 rating of 3 stars and an index score of 51.67. No notice was issued last year, so staff is recommending a notice of concern be issued to the elementary school. And again, middle school. And again, we have the same participation issue that we touched on earlier. I want to also just note that Nevada Connections Middle School is the only sponsored charter school within our portfolio that it's had its star rating change as a result of the participation penalty. The middle school would be a 2-star school, but for the loss of 9 points due to the participation, they fell to the 1-star level. And then finally, the Nevada Connections High School also earned a 1-star rating according to the 2018 ratings with an index score of 12. This is unfortunately the lowest score in our portfolio other than Argent Academy, which is now closed. And as such, staff is recommending that the authority board issue a notice. It is also noteworthy that the graduation rate listed in the NSPF is from the 2017 cohort, and so staff anticipates bringing an update to the board on the 2018 cohort graduation rate once that information is released in December. I do want to make one other remark, Mr. Chair. You'll note at the bottom of page 4 of this memo, Nevada Connections is up for renewal next fall. I've had multiple conversations with Superintendent McBride over the last few weeks that if this school is up for renewal now, but for the agreement related to the high school, authority staff would not be recommending renewal of this charter contract. We remain very concerned about this level of performance. It is one of the lowest in our portfolio, and unless dramatic and significant improvement is shown at the elementary, middle, and high school, it would be unlikely that staff could make a recommendation to renew this charter next fall. So that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Director Murderson. I have a lot of questions and a lot of concerns, but you two appear to be brand new, and so I don't imagine that you're going to have a lot of answers. And so I'll save a lot of the questions, but what I will say for you to take back to your team is that you're going backwards, not forwards. And that is troubling to me, especially having sat in a room with your board and having flagged not only the problems with the high school that we were having that were a part of the litigation from a year or so ago, but also flagged clear problems that you were having with the elementary school and the middle school. And what we did in that agreement was put you on a track where you would either improve and be in a position for a positive renewal recommendation, or you would not improve and you would not get a positive renewal recommendation. You know, the big criticism from your team when we were holding your high school accountable is we were only considering one data point. That was graduation rate at the time. So we took that criticism to heart, put an agreement in place that would have allowed you to develop several data points to demonstrate that your school was serving students well. And what has actually happened is the reverse. You're giving us more data points to show that, at least with regard to the standards that this authority has to hold schools accountable to, that you're not meeting those standards. And so if it's not clear from what's been in writing, if it's not clear from the last 3 meetings where I've reiterated this, your school is not on a track where at least this voting member of the board is going to be sympathetic or in a position to approve any sort of application for renewal. And quite frankly, in looking at where you're at data-wise, I don't know between now and next year your school improves enough to change the circumstance you're in now, which is unfortunate because, again, I raised this issue with your team a year ago in full transparency, trying to encourage you that something significant had to change if you were going to continue as a school in this state. So if you have any comments, be happy to take them.
Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Heather Engelhardt. and that's ENGELHARDT. I am the K-8 principal at Nevada Connections Academy, and I'm actually not new. This is my 4th year as the principal. I started as the K-5 AP. Now I've been K-8. This is my 3rd year doing that. So I have been present for all the proceedings, even the things going on years prior. This is just my first time presenting to the board. And I guess I have a bunch of notes here, and actually I needed to leave about 10 minutes ago to catch my flight. So I'm going to abbreviate a little bit, and would like to express that what we are doing at our school is not, and what's happening is not, absolutely not for lack of effort. I have been present watching the staff grow, the school grow. The programs that we are implementing, we have listened very, very carefully, and I know that when we were planning the elementary improvement plan, which was I actually looked at it today. It was dated in May. Going through that process, making the suggestions, and what it is that we can do to improve what we're doing for our students. How do we service them better? There are many, many challenges, and it's not an excuse, but there are many, many challenges that we face that, now everybody sits here and says they have challenges. We actually have challenges too, and I have a note here to talk about our participation and how we got penalized for participation for testing. And when I saw the scores, I got to tell you, I was dumbfounded. I cannot believe how that could happen to us. The efforts that we put forth to test our students. Currently, we have over 3,300 students enrolled in our school. In K-8, we're over 2,000 kids in K-8 right now. 3rd through 8 are testing. They are located all over the state. And when one school came up here today and they said they have 1 testing location for 100 students, we have 4 testing locations simply in Las Vegas, and we're testing all over the state. We fly teachers and drive people here there, and we round parents up and round our students up. We call. We're also dealing with students that are. They're used to working from home, and when we schedule them to test, we call. They don't show up. We call. Come. We finally get them in there. Then they're not used to being in an environment where, especially the little ones, when they're with a group of people, and so then there's the test anxiety, and then you just have the parents that say, I don't care, we're not showing up for testing.
The participation piece is probably the least of my concerns with regard to your school. You'd be a 2-star school, not just a 1-star, and so there are some fundamental issues, and I don't think it's a lack of effort. As you mentioned, you've got 3,300 kids.
Yeah.
That's a lot of kids, and maybe that's too many for the model that you have. I don't know. I don't have the magic answer. That's for you to figure out. All we care about at the board level are outcomes, and
the outcome.
And for years now, we're not getting the outcomes that we would expect from your school. And I don't know what the plan is for you all to turn that around in a year. I mean, I don't know.
Well, we are going to put our best foot forward. I will tell you that. And some of the things, and I have notes here. Some of the things I really want to tell you that we are really, really proud of is that we've had a reading specialist at our school for the last 2.5 years. She has already submitted our reading plan. We have gone up in our personal goals for our reading program for the Read by 3. This year, we've been working with CTAC, which is the Community Training Assistance Center. They are an independent educational firm, and they are consulting firm, that are based out of Boston, and they have been working with us since February, analyzing our data, talking to our students, talking to our teachers, talking to our parents. They've visited Reno. They've come down here. They've given us an implementation plan, given us suggestions. They're going to work with us to dive through the data. Other things go back here. Some of the things that we're doing this year, we actually adopted a program called Lexia Core Learning, which is to help our RTI process, to help screen our students, it was a huge undergoing to get that going. We've got obviously MAP testing. We've actually expanded MAP testing, not just K through 3. We're going K through 5, and we actually added math onto that as well to help us progress monitor the students and use that data to compare it to our Smarter Balance data and to prepare our students better for the testing world. And I could go on and on and on. There are so many things, and it all relates back to our elementary school program, our improvement plan. Not only are we doing that in the elementary program, but we're actually extending that into the middle school as well. And the revamping our RTI process. How do we recognize these students? What do we do with them? How do we progress monitor them? And how do we start this process as soon as we possibly can at the beginning of the school year to ensure the best success for them? Again, I know you've heard this. It is really not for a lack of effort. We are implementing, as many things as we can, and really are and have the best interest of the kids, obviously. And we're working really, really hard to make progress and make things different. And some of the scores were shocking to me too, as the way it came out. Knowing what I know and seeing what I see, and the effort that is being put forth to meet the needs of our students.
Yeah, I would never question the effort or the passion of the educators I know that are at your school, but we have to hold you accountable to results.
Absolutely,
that's the bottom line. And
absolutely,
so if there's no improvement, next year is going to be a very difficult year for you. And I think you need to take that message back to your team. I think I've been clear the last couple meetings on that. I know Chris is going to be here next month to talk to us. I'll reiterate that message. But, in football terms, you're in the fourth quarter, the 2-minute warning has sounded, you're behind a couple of touchdowns, and I don't know how there are enough possessions left in the game for you to get back into it. I just don't know. And so, please.
Thank you. I'm Amy Hunt. I'm the new high school principal for Nevada Connections. Just started this year, so I'm walking into, a very difficult situation, and I do want to thank you guys for letting us speak here today. As every other school has mentioned, we are humbled by being in this position, and we don't like it either. So we are going to be doing everything we can, and already have been doing everything we can to right the situation. You should probably know that, and I take no credit for this because I wasn't here last year, but the grad rate is jumping up. So you will see at the end of the year a marked improvement in that, and we plan to make it even better. So you should definitely know that. I won't speak to the participation thing, but we all know there are challenges there in an online school. We are committed to improving. That is one thing we know for sure. And when I stepped into this role, and when I stepped into this family that we do have here in Nevada, I was truly impressed with, the efforts that were already put in place, the CURE agreement that was put forth, which I've read and thoroughly understand. And we are truly making an effort. So I know you know that. I won't say it again, but we are going to be digging into all the areas that we need to dig into, where we lost the points, We are doing everything we can to improve and to try and understand the new scoring system as well. We aren't happy with the results, so you just need to know that.
Thank you for your comments and for your humility in that regard. I'm ready to take a motion.
Sure, Chair Gonassis. It may make sense, the high school, Dr. McBride reports on a quarterly basis, and his next report is next month on the high school. It might be worth, inquiring if Dr. McBride, the superintendent, would report out on the elementary and the middle school at the next meeting, since we won't see him again until the spring.
Yeah, if you can get that message to Dr. McBride, that would be helpful because I think we have to have this discussion with him as well, and he needs to kind of let us know where you guys are at school-wide. But with that, if there are no other comments, please.
Mr. Chairman, so knowing that there were some decisions that were made that impact the proposed recommendation,
we included the letter. We included them in the letter.
I just want to ensure that there's no sort of, hey, we're accepting staff's recommendation on X. So if, whomever it is can just go through and perhaps even sort of item by item, just do mini motions.
Check me, but I'm pretty sure I got it down.
Okay, please go ahead.
Melissa Mackin for the record. Move to approve the SPCSA staff recommendation to issue a notice of ongoing breach to the elementary school, a notice of concern to the middle school, and one notice of concern to the high school, reminding them of their performance and graduation targets and their 1-star rating.
Do we have a second?
That motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Member Hidden, second.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and move quickly here to Nevada Virtual Academy. You all have been here for the entire show. Thank you for your patience as we've worked through our agenda today. You probably, like me, have a 5:55. If you're going back north, have a 5:55 plane. So we'll take some time to hear where you're at. I did, just so you know, we have seen your letter with regard to the elementary school. But Director Moderson, why don't you take it away?
Thank you. As the board will recall, Nevada Virtual's been in front of the board for a variety of reasons the past several months. This was primarily rooted in the fact that the elementary program was ranked as a 1-star school according to the 2016-17 ratings. This hasn't been an anomaly, unfortunately. The school has historically earned low marks according to the framework, and they've attempted to resolve these issues on a few occasions. Most recently with the submission of the improvement plan in response to the notice of intent to terminate, the authority board unanimously approved in February. Since that time, the authority and Nevada Virtual have entered into a settlement agreement that includes performance metrics with rewards for meeting targets and consequences for failing to do so. According to this agreement, the goal for the 2018 ratings for Nevada Virtual Academy's elementary school is to earn a 34, an index score of 34, However, the Nevada Virtual's elementary school received an index score of 21.33 and a 1-star rating. As such, staff is recommending that a notice be issued to the school notifying them of the failure to meet or exceed that target of 34 as set forth in the stipulated agreement. Staff is further recommending, per the agenda, that the school receive a participation penalty notice. However, I think we would just, assume that the board wishes to follow through on the previous recommendations for other schools. With regard to the middle school, according to the 2018 ratings, they earned a 2-star rating with an index score of 40. No notice was issued last year, so authority staff is recommending that a notice of concern be issued to the middle school. Staff feels this is appropriate, so that the significance of this shortcoming is appropriately communicated. And given that the high school earned a 3-star rating this year, staff is recommending that the authority board take no action with regard to the Nevada Virtual High School.
Thank you, Director Moderson. We're not recommending any action, though, with regard to the elementary school, because it's my understanding the elementary school is going to be closing at the end of the year. Would it be, it would seem like it would be redundant if they're already going to close their school to issue notices to an elementary school.
The recommendation is to issue the notices, but certainly given the closure of the elementary school, you could certainly reject staff's recommendation in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I was going to arm wrestle for an earlier spot, but we learned a lot this afternoon. For the record, Kara Hendricks, Counsel for Nevada Virtual Academy. Of course, we have Samantha Morris here, who's the president of our board, Yolanda Hamilton, and Andre, who is our elementary school principal. I just wanted to speak briefly to your point, Chair Guanasso. You know, it was a hard pill to swallow and certainly not what the school expected when the ratings came out, but we've lived by, and the school has lived by, the terms of its stipulated agreement. I worked with Mr. Herrick to make sure an appropriate notice was sent out to the families. I really don't think it would be beneficial for another notice of concern to go out. Would be concerned about additional triggers and requirements in notice, just so that you're aware when the school sends out a notice, it costs over $2,000 to mail out any kind of notice to the school, and we've done that, but we're trying to be efficient in how we do things and really take care of resources. And so as far as the elementary school goes, I think, you know, we acknowledge what happened. The plan going forward is not to ask for re-renewal. And I really think the discussion should change. As you know, we've sat through 7 hours or so of meetings today. And the one thing that stood out to me was discussions about diversity, making sure the portfolio of the authority is diversified. And I would challenge the authority to make room for our students in our elementary school program. And these high-performing schools that we have, I would love to see them reach out to our students and find spots for them, because Nevada Virtual Academy has one of the most diverse student groups out of any of your schools in your portfolio, and there are a lot of students that don't have a place to go, that traditional brick and mortar schools have not served well, and you heard from them in the meetings that we've had over the past few months. So I just wanted to mention that. I don't know if logistically that's something that can happen or not, but we serve a diverse group of students, and they need everybody's support to find the right place and a placement to call home. And in regard to the middle school, I think it's important to note as well that as far as, because of the participation issue, we lost 9 points, if we would have had those points, we were 1 point away from a 3-star school. And you heard over the last few months, the plans are already in place to take care of it. And if you have specific questions, the school folks are here to address those as well.
Appreciate the comments. I'm sorry that it didn't work out with regard to the elementary school. I really am. I had confidence that what you all were looking at and what we were looking at was going to result in an opportunity to show improvement and to be a success story with that regard to that aspect of what you're doing. But you have a viable middle school and a viable high school, and when your high school was in the position of being held accountable, you made great strides to turn that around with regard to the graduation rate. And so, with regard to your high school and middle school, just focus on doing the best work you can do. I know you have a plan in place and that you're working that plan with regard to your middle school and high school, and we'll look for those results, and then we'll be continuing to talk about renewal and all that. You know what our position is with regard to what the criteria are for, renewal. I think we've been transparent about that in our conversations, and so just continue to work as hard as you have been to do right by the kids, because as we said earlier, we don't get do-overs with our cohorts of kids, and I think you all know that better than I do sitting up here from the dais. So anything else you'd like us to know?
And Chair Guanasso, I think maybe I missed it looking through the papers, but remember the important context is we'll see Nevada Virtual next month for the renewal application.
Okay, that'll be good. We'll continue the conversation. If there's anything I can do, if you need to talk to me or anything like that, I'm available and have been available. So, but we'll look forward to carrying on the conversation about your middle school and your high school next month. Right. Okay. So if there are no other comments, I'm ready to take a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Director Gavin.
Thank you. And I appreciate all the comments that you've made, Mr. Chairman, certainly all the comments from the school and its council. I would just want to note for the record that I share the concerns that Ms. Hendricks expressed. The most important thing that can happen right now with regard to the elementary school is making sure that those students have a high-quality educational home for next year. To that end, recognizing that this is going to probably require many different, this is going to be 101% solutions because of the many different needs of this student body and the many different needs of all of our student bodies across the state. After receiving the formal notice from Ms. Hamilton, I immediately, that evening, I think it was probably around 1 in the morning, I contacted both the superintendent of the Clark County School District, the largest district, obviously, that you have students coming from, and the state superintendent to notify them that this was happening and that would, of course, be effective at the end of this year. If you guys can get us an updated list of which other districts you have substantial number of kids being pulled from for the elementary school, I'd be happy to contact those superintendents and give them a heads up as well. But I think we all recognize, and to be very clear, that, and I'm happy to share the email I sent to them. I was very clear that there is a lot of compelling testimony and witnessing from parents about why this school seemed to be the best fit for their kid, and that there may need to be specialized solutions for some of these children, particularly students who have profound medical needs, and just to give them the heads up on that. And I would certainly do that with anyone else. I completely agree, Ms. Hendricks, that we would love to make sure that our schools are as welcoming as possible to both during the application phase and subsequently to any parents who want to do this. Mr. Soifer, who was here earlier, said, we've chatted about the concept of whether something like one of the other kinds of non-public school choice options might be potentially good fits for some families with some of the financial assistance that may be available, depending on what happens with state appropriations during this legislative session. And I want to make sure I just know, I would like to, whether it's Dr. Denson or Dr. Hamilton, I think there's a real opportunity here for us to potentially identify opportunities for, in addition to the formal parent forum, perhaps some other opportunities to bring in other kinds of providers of diverse, high quality options to meet with your families, to talk those things through. I also think there's a potential opportunity, although this, of course, would take more time. The parents who have been so consistently invested in your school, in many cases have articulated unmet needs. And in some cases, some kind of a virtual option might be the best solution, but in other cases, there may be some other solution that would meet their needs as well or better. And I think it would be very interesting to see whether between the work of groups like Opportunity 180 here in Clark County or Nevada Action for School Options or CSAN or others, whether there are opportunities for those parents to engage in some visioning and think about what would be a great school option for my child. Potentially, it could be a charter, it could be some kind of innovative district school. It could be, or take it, or modify a relationship with it that a district currently is doing, or potentially, in some cases, some kind of a private school option. Because I think we all want to make sure these kids are getting the best possible education they can, and so I'm offering that to you for you to think about, and if it makes sense for us to set up a conversation about that later, I'd be happy to. But I also am very cognizant that you have a middle school and a high school you got to double down on, so I don't want to put more on your plates.
Yeah, thank you, Director Gavin. And probably another resource for you would be the receiver for Argent, who just went through this process of closing down his school and relocating kids that were in that school. I think one of the things that we were really adamant about as a board was making sure that the kids were appropriately placed and that he had a good plan. And I think he put a lot of time and effort into that plan. And so he may be able to share some of his experiences with you and some of his insights and how he's gone about doing that may be of help to you. So between the authority staff, the receiver, and perhaps folks at CSAN, I think there's some resources. Perhaps we'll hear back from you on what the plan is for locating these kids so that we know that all the kids and families are being well taken care of. So, but with that, if there are no other comments, we'll go ahead and take a motion.
I just closed off that, sorry.
This is Melissa McAdam. I move to approve the SPCFA staff recommendation to notify Nevada Virtual Academy regarding its failure to meet or exceed the benchmarks and targets included in the stipulated agreement in regards to NVA's elementary school, and issue a notice of concern in the middle school in the area of academics.
Do we have a second? Second. All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll see you all next month. Thanks for sticking with us throughout the day. Appreciate it. All right. We have some no action items. It's now it's 4:30. We did have Argent, Quest, and Beacon in line. Is that something? Are those agenda? Could we push that to another agenda, or do we need to, since it's a no action recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, I think that is perfectly appropriate. There's always, of course, the possibility that you could decide you wanted to take action at some later point and direct us to come back, but I think it's perfectly acceptable to table this item.
Maybe we can bring it back. I apologize for those of you from these schools that have waited, but we're now at the end of the day and we need to wrap up our business for the day. So we'll go ahead and continue sub 5 to the next regular scheduled hearing. I do want to talk a bit about Beacon because they're a special school doing some special things, and then I do want to check in with Argent and see where they're at, in the process of closure, and understand kind of where Quest is at as well. So we do need to have a conversation, but I just don't want to get a short shrift given the late hour.
Mr. Kern's on the agenda for next month for his report, so you could take no action during his report. That'd
be good. Let's work that out for next agenda, and then. So having said that, we'll also table our discussion on long-range calendar and move to second public comment. Ms. Buck had said that she was going to withdraw her public comment, but I have Michael O'David, the principal. What's that?
O'Dowd.
O'Dowd. It looked like O'David there. It really does. See, doesn't it look like O'David? Yeah. All right. Nothing? Okay, so, all right, and I don't have any other public comment that was lingering. Is there anybody in the North Danny that has public comment?
There's not.
I just want to make sure nobody was hiding. All right, so with that, we'll close agenda item number 11, and we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. I want to thank all the board members for your thoughtful conversation throughout the day. I think we got a lot done and we learned a lot, and I want to thank the staff for all their hard work in preparing for today, and certainly want to thank all those who are in attendance for their participation. Have a great weekend.